Now on RTE2, it's the culmination of the GAA All-Ireland Football Championship, and Cork have a busy afternoon ahead of them, facing Tyrone in the minor final and taking on Down in the senior. As we go straight to Croke Park now for the Sunday game live.
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
Behind me is the Canal goal here at Croke Park, and this has been the scene of many talking points this summer. From the Leinster football final to Benny Coulter's square ball to Kildare's last gasp effort against Down. Well, what talking points await us today? Well, I suppose the first is, where is this heading? By the mountains of Mourne or the banks of the Lee?
Sipping summer through the air blows over the green to me. Leave behind spider lines underneath the tree where I was sitting. Fingers trailing through the grass, gently kiss my thoughts as they go. My feet are weightless, carried on silver notes coming up from daffodils that dance beside the road. And this day is mine, this day is mine. Past my feet, tickling the ground as they go. Cardigan on my shoulders, taking in the colours of the bar. I've got the feeling of that first stretch in the morning, going on and on and on. Got my halo swinging on my finger for frisbee with the sun.
It's the last big day of the year in the Football Championship of 2010, and the day begins with the All-Ireland minor final. It's Cork versus Tyrone, and that game begins at 1:15. And the minor match is followed by this year's All-Ireland senior decider. It is, of course, Down versus Cork in that one, and the throw-in for this year's senior final is at 3:30. Well, yes, they've been descending on Dublin this weekend from opposite sides of the country. Down football fans making the journey south for a senior final for the first time since 1994. Cork fans, of course, have made that journey from all over the county last year, but this time they'll be hoping to bring the Sam Maguire to the streets of the southern capital tomorrow night. Well, if that happens, Sam will, of course, be going home, because Sam Maguire, originally himself from Dunmanway, originally from Derry, Meath and Kerry. I'm joined here in studio by Joe Brawley, Colin O'Rourke and Pat Spillane. Gentlemen, you're very welcome on this very special day, Pat. Apart from the most ardent of Cork fans and most ardent of Down fans, it's impossible to get anybody else to really call this final.
Why call it for you?
Please do, because we'd like to know.
I think Cork are going to win today, and the more I studied the games over the last couple of days, the more I was convinced that Cork are going to win. Why? They've stumbled to today's final and they haven't played well. They say it's all about results rather than performances. I just genuinely believe there is a good performance left in Cork, provided they move the ball quicker, direct and less hand passing. But you know, two key things. One, the last 20 minutes against Dublin, I saw something in that Cork team which I hadn't seen before. I saw composure, leadership and belief, battling to get a result against the odds. But secondly, what I see in this Cork team is experience. Been there, done that, have been defeated in two All-Ireland finals of the last 3 years, will hopefully have learned from it. And I think experience and a better subs bench can see Cork through. The big question, of course, Graham Canty. I mean, we were here a couple of weeks ago. It's like Groundhog Day. With Dermot Early, would he play, wouldn't he play, whatever like that. I spoke to officials from the Cork County Board this morning. I'm telling you this, Michael, it's a lot easier to find the third secret of Fatima than to try to figure out whether Graham Canty is going to play or not. No one is saying, but the bottom line is he didn't play in the trial game last Saturday. He's only trained twice, and I think it's quite unlikely that he will play.
One aspect of that, though, Colm, is I'm hearing from inside the Cork camp that he won't play. So when you hear that a person won't play, there's a good chance that he actually will play.
I think that it would be very foolish on the Cork management to risk.
Do you think they'll learn from the Henry Shefflin situation?
Yeah, but I think they'll actually learn from the Graham Canty situation.
Yeah, right.
They put him out against Dublin and he was ineffective and had to withdraw him at half time. You know, you can't go and play at this level of football without preparation over months and months and months. He was unfit in the Dublin game. He is now a month when he hasn't been able to train. So in actual fact, he's probably worse off now than he was at this stage.
So how will they reconfigure the defence then? Presumably Miskela will come in then. So how will it shape up?
Yeah, well, I'm sure Miskela will come in. He's a great athlete and maybe he would suit playing on Clark, who will be doing a lot of running, or maybe they'll put Michael Shields out to play him. Miskela, though, is more suited to playing in the half-back line. And the problem Cork have is that they have a lot of good athletic backs, but they haven't very good markers, as we saw against Dublin. Like, they weren't able to cope with Bernard Brogan. They got their marking arrangements all wrong for almost all the game until Owen Cadogan came in, and then things settled down a bit.
Are you tipping Cork?
Yeah, I'd have a slight favouritism for Cork. I think they will. The Cork supporters, I'd say, will be coming here with trepidation because their record over the last 20 years has been horrendous. But at the same time, they have a lot of experience. The only team that's ever beaten them here in the last 5 or 6 years has been Kerry. So the way is open for them. They have beaten a lot of other good teams. They haven't been playing well this year, but they still should be able to produce one decent performance in a year.
Tony Davis, during the week on radio, he inadvertently worried himself and I think the entire Cork nation by mentioning the stat that Cork have played in 24 All-Ireland finals, Joe. Only won 6 of them.
Yeah, and you know, I think it must bring a pressure on these players. The one advantage from their point of view is that it's not Kerry, because I watched last week the Kerry-Cork game in last year's All-Ireland final. I mean, the body language was extraordinary. The Cork body language as the game went on, and at half-time, going out for the second half, Kerry chasing. And you contrast that when Kerry played Tyrone, Kerry's body language against Tyrone.
Yes.
And there is definitely something in that. You know, Cork, I would think, will be much more relaxed today than they have been in the past when they had to face Kerry.
Okay. But there is a bit of pressure too. No down team wants to be the first to lose, so that brings its own pressure as well.
Yeah, you have to lose the first of them at some stage. Time for some other views on this year's All-Ireland football final. What does it say in the papers, indeed? What did it say in the papers about famous All-Irelands of the past? Well, let's find out. We head over to our studios in RT to join Darren Maloney and guests.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. We're going to have a look at the papers on All-Ireland Final Day in just a couple of minutes, but we're also going to have a look back at some famous days for both counties as we build up to 3:30. I'm joined here in studio by Damien Lawler, GAA correspondent with the Sunday Independent, and by GAA historian Donal McAnannon. Gentlemen, you're both very welcome. Thanks for joining us. Donal, 1960 is where we're going to start. A hugely significant day for Down, but also for the GAA in Ulster.
Yes. The impact of the Down teams in the 1960s was truly profound, not only on a sporting level but also on a social and quasi-political level. In the previous 75 years of the GAA, no team from the 6 counties north of the border had ever won an All-Ireland title. In fact, hardly any from that area had even won an Ulster title. And then suddenly this precocious young Down team comes along in 1960, beats all before them, Kerry in the final, 228 points, double scores, and everything has changed. Where previously the failure of northern teams had seemed to embody a spirit of dejection among northern nationalists and never going to achieve their dreams, suddenly this new Down team came to represent a newfound confidence among northern nationalists, and they were seen as pioneers and innovators in everything they did. They wore black shorts before any other GAA team wore anything other than white. They were the first to wear tracksuits. They set up a players' body, the Down Association of Gaelic Sportsmen. They published their own magazine. They wrote a book. One of them wrote a book on coaching when that was unheard of, and they've retained this reputation of just a really innovating team and a tremendously popular team to the present day.
Yeah, Damien, jumping forward now to 1968 and Down and Kerry again.
Yeah, and 4 of the 61 team remained there, but it was essentially a new team. You had Dan McCartan, Joe Lennon and these guys still there, but their popularity, as Donald was saying, was absolutely massive, and they smashed attendance record out the previous years. They attracted 90,000 people to the All-Ireland final in 61 against Offaly, 70,000 people to National League, so they had a huge cult following there. And you know, in terms of stuff like off-the-ball running, and they pioneered a different sort of a game, but everybody waited for a period of sustained dominance, but that didn't arrive, and that's probably one of the greatest disappointments of their rich history, you know.
Damien, let's focus on Cork and 1973. It was their first All-Ireland for quite a while.
Yeah, they hadn't won since 1945, but 73 was a serious game for them, a serious final. Jimmy Barry Murphy was in his pomp, 19 years of age, banged in 2 goals. And here he is, your picture show. He looked like a Premiership soccer star there with the arms up and stuff like that. But that's the kind of confidence they had back then, Dara. Dual stars were prevalent. Ray Cummins was there as well. Billy Morgan was captain in goals. And again, people reckoned that they would go on and dominate. They got a huge score that day, 317 to 213, but they didn't win again until 1989, which is a huge disappointment.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at that. Another gap period, but back-to-back All-Irelands followed, 89 and 90.
Yeah, in 89, like, a great year. They bet Dublin in the semi-final. Here we are beating Mayo again. Jimmy Kerrigan was the elder statesman of that team, Dara, quite similar to the current side, whereby a couple of older statesmen, but really young guys coming through. You know, and I suppose they had a good kind of a campaign that year, set him up nicely for the following year in 1990. And 1990 was a serious year for Cork GAA because they achieved a double. People like Teddy McCarthy won medals in both codes. But in 1990, they had 4 scorers in the final that we see here against Meath. And 2 of those scorers, Larry Tompkins and Shea Fahey, accumulated about 8 or 9 points between them. Now, those 2 guys were from Kildare. So that'll show you the impact that those 2 guys had. And once again, a common trend. We expected Cork to go on and dominate for a few years, but they didn't. They underachieved, and they'll tell you that themselves. And here we are today waiting for the new generation.
Yeah. Donald, let's go back to Down, their most recent successes. First of all, 91. And you feel, when you reflect on this team, that they kind of came from nowhere in a way.
Absolutely did. And anybody who was at the first round game against Armagh that year would testify that both teams looked never possible that they would ever achieve anything. But then Down, when they hit Croke Park, they had just achieved that invincibility that they tend to do. And they then took over from Cork as All-Ireland finals in 1991. And indeed, today's manager, James McCartan, was the lightning forward who became to characterise the team. And it led to a sequence of Ulster dominance on the All-Ireland football title. Donegal 92, Derry 93, and again 94. And I suppose Down again were the people who broke the new ground there.
Yeah, here's 94 now, their victory over Dublin.
Yes, well, Down over those few years were inconsistent in between, but they came back again in 94 and just... They beat Cork, their only championship appearance in the semi-final, and just Dublin narrowly in the final, only for that penalty save by Neil Collins and James McCartan's goal. It would have gone the other way, but so that was Down's 5th title, and they retained their incredible record in All-Ireland finals, but haven't been back since.
Well, they're back today. Right, Donald, thanks for the moment. We're going to see the headlines from some of the Sunday papers now, and we start with the Sunday Independent. Nice piece about Pete McGrath. Down teams don't always win, but they always believe they can win. We move on to the Sunday Times, North and South on the front of their special supplement about the All-Ireland Senior Football Final, and the Sunday Tribune in their supplement, The Long and Winding Road to Glory. Now, Damien, let's have a look at the Sunday Tribune, first of all. And you're focusing in on Kieran Shannon's article about one of the men of the summer.
Yeah, the morning after Benny Coulter got his square ball, or stroke goal, against Kildare, Stephen MacDonald was on the phone to him the following morning, and Benny thought that he was ringing to... Benny had just surpassed Stephen as the leading Ulster goal scorer of all time with 19 goals, but he wasn't on about that. Stephen just said, you're in an All-Ireland final, enjoy every second of the build-up, don't get too stressed or too nervous. And just an indication of that from Kieran Shannon's article. They were in the Armagh City Hotel, 7 Down players last week, and they were getting an Ulster GAA award. And they were having their meal, and dessert came along, and the staff came over, and everybody else was getting chocolate eclairs, and they told the Down squad, we've got a special fruit salad prepared for you guys. And the Down players looked at each other and laughed, and the 7 of them ordered a chocolate eclair. Just shows how relaxed they are in the build-up.
It's all about discipline. Donald, another man of the summer, another Down man, Marty Clark. Christy O'Connor's article in the Sunday Times.
Yes. Marty Clark is a tremendous young player. He's just come back from Australia, obviously, and has sort of become the playmaker of the Down team. But anybody who's met him could also testify, a tremendous ambassador and really down to earth. But he's played the professional game but come back. And in the article, I suppose it really brings that out, because it shows that almost just over 24 hours after returning home, he was back after 3 years in Australia with club training with an Reactus club, and that's the level of commitment and dedication and the character of the guy.
Yeah. Last one, Sunday Independent, Derek Kavanagh. Piece about him and about Cork's 20-year wait for another Sam Maguire.
Well, it's an interesting contrast with the immediate impact of Clark and success that he's had, because the Kavanagh story illustrates it's a narrative of 2 decades of Cork football near achievement through, first of all, his brother Joe Kavanagh in the 1990s and then Derek in the 2000s, and through various injuries and disappointments, and it's the other side of the coin, and it makes for an interesting story leading into today.
It does indeed. Now, finally, Damien and Paul Rouse were here 2 weeks ago, Donald, not to put any pressure on you at all. And in their predictions, they both went for Tipperary. So who are you going for today, Donald?
If you go through them man-to-man on paper, I'd say Cork looks stronger, but the momentum and the finals record of Down make me go for them.
Damien?
In the absence of Paul the Octopus, I'm going to have to pledge with Cork. I feel that Down are playing the better football this year, but the hurt of losing 2 All-Ireland finals has to stand to Cork, so I go for the Rebels.
Great stuff, lads. Thank you both very much, Damien and Donald. We're going to hand you back to Croke Park now. But before we do, one last look back to 50 years ago. Now, as we've seen, Down's arrival that day on the big stage was a landmark moment in the history of the Football Championship. And in a very telling gesture, on the following Monday evening, the new All-Ireland champions carried Sam over the border, accompanied by a huge crowd of supporters. Where will Sam Maguire be heading for tomorrow night? Michael.
One on the right.
And Dara, that is the $64 question. Well, from the RTE studios in Montrose, we're going to head downtown here in Dublin. Joanne Cantrell is out and about and meeting some of those who are up, or in fact down, for the match.
O'Connell Street is awash with red and black, and also, I'm afraid, with raincoats as well. But it's not too far for Conor Deegan and Larry Tompkins to go to reach that famous place where they face off in the only previous championship meeting between Cork and Down. And Larry, that 1994 semi-final, it was set up very differently to today's final, wasn't it? Because you both had won All-Irelands within the previous few years.
Yeah, I suppose both teams were confident enough and we had achieved the ultimate. On the day, like, Down were far the superior side, I remember, and you know, they went on afterwards to win the All-Ireland final, so that was a very good downside. And as I said last night, he always possessed some great forwards, and of course I have the big man here beside me, like Conor Deegan, who was, I better say, was an exceptional back as well, so they had a lot of very good players.
Conor, we've heard all about this Down swagger when they get to Croke Park. Did that start with your side, or was it around, do you think, since the 60s or even before?
I have to be honest, I think it's more of a hyped up by the media now at this stage. I mean, it's never talked about at home. I mean, swagger's never a word we'd ever use at home, quite frankly. But I think the thing is, we come to Croke Park and it doesn't worry us our faces too much. So, you know, if you want to attach swagger to it, well and good. We don't really mind. It doesn't do us any harm. You know, when we played the likes of Kerry, they always worry about it more than we do. So so, you know, it's not a major issue for us. But, you know, we enjoy Croke Park. We don't get very often, but when we get here, we seem to do reasonably well.
This bunch of lads haven't played in a match anything close to being as big as this. Can they still be as worry-free as you say going to a match like this?
Well, if you go back to '91, so none of us had played in matches of that size either. So I mean, you know, it didn't faze us. You know, they'll be under no illusion. They're going to be very nervous this morning. You know, we all were. But it's how you deal with your nerves. They either consume you, or you know, you feed off them and you get something from it. You know, they have a good guy there. James has been there. He's done it. He understands it. So you know, they'll be well tutored and they'll know what's coming. So, you know, if they use it properly, it's not a hindrance to them at all.
Larry, does it suit Cork in many ways that there is no history between these two teams, really?
Probably does, and I think the way Down played, they play very attractive, open football. So I think Cork would be suited to that, because Cork like to express themselves as well, and we haven't really seen it this year. I do think you'll see today, like you see the way the weather conditions are. I do think you'll see a more direct game by Cork today. And I think the key area will be like whether the Down full back line is able to hold the Cork full forward line. And I think that will be the winning and losing of the game today.
In a word, who'll win?
I think the rain has levelled it a wee bit more today. I think it'll help the Down defence. They won't have to be, you know, as long as they apply pressure. So I'm going to plump for Down today, yeah.
Larry?
Yeah, I'd be very confident Cork would do it. You can't beat experience. They've been there the last 5 or 6 years. Kerry are gone, so downhill experience defeat for the first time ever today in an All-Ireland final.
OK, it will be very interesting to see what the record of head-to-heads shows at the end of the day, because at the moment it says Conor and Down 1, Larry and Cork 0.
Yeah, two major surprises of predictions there. We will, of course, be hearing more from Joanne Cantwell during the course of our build-up to this year's All-Ireland Senior Final. But when we come back, more from our panel here in studio. That's right after these.
And again, this time it's Shea Fahy. They've finally driven it back in and he's put it over the bar. It's Cork's All-Ireland. It's Cork's year. The double in hurling and the double in football.
It was love at first sight for us.
You were lucky I didn't hear your accent.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
You select.
It's easy to experience all that Scotland has to offer. To plan your autumn break, go to visitscotland.com/autumn.
Row, 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 row,
Powerade contains essential nutrients to provide fast and effective hydration. Powerade, sports kit for your insides.
People get up every day, tell themselves they're going to change their lives. I'm going to change mine.
There's people I can't let you walk away from.
I hear you got a sweet new girlfriend. If I think anything might happen to her, I'm going to kill both of you.
Great performances, emotional, smart, muscular.
I just want you to know that you're gonna die.
A triumph.
She didn't see anything. Get that in your head.
The Town in cinemas 24th September.
For the power to stop a pounding headache, take Anadin Maximum Strength. Anadin, the power to stop pain.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Let me see your gear.
Check out the red tights.
Red tights?
Yeah, man.
Dude.
Create and equip your own hero. Face the forces that made you fall from the skies in Dragon Quest IX. Only on Nintendo DS.
With your passion, no one can stop you.
There's a big roar though.
Welcome back again to our coverage of the All-Ireland Football Finals of 2010. Joe Bradley, Colin Moore, and Pat Spillane here with me in studio. Now let's get maybe the thoughts on from the panel on specific aspects of the Down and the Cork teams. And Colin, we're going to start with you first of all, because you have actually been looking at the speed of the Down attack.
Yeah, well, I think one of the big advantages Down have had is that they have three really class forwards in Clark, Hughes and Coulter. And against Kerry in the quarter-final, we can see that the pace of the Down attack, Mark Poland sticking that one in the net, but here we have a goal that was disallowed. But again, sharp movement, slick finish. It's something that you don't associate with Cork very much. Coulter getting inside his man as he is able to do on a regular basis. And again, here we have Danny Hughes, who was absolutely brilliant the last day against Kildare. A player that a few years ago I think people were saying, what's he doing on the Down team because he's small and light. But his work rate this year has been tremendous, and he's able to score as well. And then, of course, to have Martin Clark, who's able to set things up out the field, and Coulter, who's beginning to come back into form. He had a good game against Donegal in the first round, but now he looks as if he's really hungry for battle. And everywhere Down go, they seem to have a bit of pace and a bit of slickness, which You know, we don't associate very much with Cork. We sort of, Cork more associated with sort of bludgeoning their way to victory, where there's a bit of the scalpel about the down attack.
Well, funnily enough, Colin, mentioning that, because Pat, you have been looking at Cork and you've been looking at this contrast, if you like, between some of their, well, maybe more labour sort of build up to then more direct kind of play.
I think Cork have been criticised, and rightly so, for their ponderous and obsession with the short passing game this year. Not alone is outside of short passing, it's slow, it's lateral, and in a lot of cases it's static, and they're absolutely going nowhere. They hand passed the ball 155 times against Roscommon, 145 times against Dublin. I mean, that's what two teams would put together in a normal championship match.
What is the average, Pat, usually?
About 150.
No, but usually for an ordinary team.
But what I need to, the point Conor Coonan says, it's all about performance, or it's all about results. And he says the reason they're doing this short passing game is because when they look up, there's 5 fellas in the opposition in the full back line. There's 5 fellas lined up in the opposition because the reason why is because they have so much time to get back. And I genuinely believe that for Cork to play well, they need to have their half-forward line playing as half-forwards. I thought they played very well in the second half against Roscommon, when the half-forwards played as half-forwards on the front foot, and where they played the ball more direct. That football in the last 20 minutes against Roscommon, that football again in the last 20 minutes against Dublin. If Cork want to win today, they will not win playing the style that brought them to this. They will need to be quicker, more direct. And it's frustrating for the forwards because there's little or no movement by the Cork forwards. And the reason there's little or no movement is not because of an unwillingness, it's because they know goddamn well that it's going to take another 3 minutes before the ball eventually arrives up. And my understanding is that from training sessions that Cork are moving the ball quicker and direct. And I think where are down most vulnerable, I think they're most vulnerable in the full back line. So the quicker and the more direct their plays, the better chance they have of beating down.
Let's get the thoughts of Joe Brolly next. Joe, who has found his tie, or found somebody's tie in here at this stage. Marty Clark.
Christy Cooney's tie.
Christy Cooney's tie. Marty Clark, you reckon he plays kind of like an American sort of quarterback type of thing, is it?
Well, no, he's very important down, and he's not a Greg Blaney. You know, he doesn't win that hard ball in around the breaking ball area, but he's got brilliant positional sense, and he's got that deep understanding of the game that only comes with the very best players. What he does like to do is to come loose way down the field, and he likes a wee bit of space. The problem is that up until now, defenders have stood off him and given him that space 70, 80 yards out the field, but you do that and he lands the ball on the plate. We had a very interesting discussion about this the other night. This is the first time in the entire year that he took a player on, and I was assuming that that's because of his Australian rules habits that he's built up. There's no point in taking on a man in Australian rules, but he must be marked wherever he goes today, because whenever he touches the ball down score, I mean, in the match against Kildare, he directly contributed to 1-5, and you know, whenever Cork beat Tyrone, you know, they brought that blood and thunder to it, and they man marked all over the field. What somebody needs to do is to get into his face from the start, somebody like Shields, and stay with him wherever he goes. Do what Daniel McCartan did on James Kavanagh. It'll go a long way to defeating Down, because you saw in the Division 2 final, whenever Down played Armagh, Finian Moriarty did it to Clark. He dogged him all over the pitch, and he had no impact on the game. So I mean, and it's one game that Down lost very badly for that reason. So he's a key figure, and Cork must target him today at all times.
All right, Joe, thanks for that. Now, as ever on All-Ireland final weekends, the competitive side of things gets underway out the road a bit from Croke Park. That's the Kilmacud Crokes All-Ireland Sevens. And last night in Strágan, the All-Ireland Club champion St. Gall's won the Croke Sevens to complete an impressive double in 2010, having, of course, already won that All-Ireland Club title earlier this year. So, a good start to the weekend for them, and we wonder if the Ulster counties will continue that run today here in Croke Park. OK, let's hear from 3 other people who have fond memories of playing in All-Ireland finals and getting some vital scores in them. Galway star Pádraig Joyce, former Meath full forward Brian Stafford, and of course the great Mikey Sheehy of Kerry. Now, as free takers, they all carry the responsibility of being the chief score getter in the team. So how do they cope with that pressure?
This is Mikey Sheehy, dead straight in front of the goal.
Well, I think most guys develop their own technique, you know. Put the ball down, and I think maybe it was about 6 steps back and maybe 1 to the left, and try and concentrate. Some days it worked and other days it didn't, you know. An instinctive thing that you'll do, you know, you see a chance to go for something and it worked, you know, and I mean, it would have been, I'm sure I would have been shot had it not worked. Look, but I was lucky enough that it did. But that was totally just an instinctive thing to do on the particular day, you know. Certain players will react differently to pressure situations with frees, and I remember back to 1979 when things were going well for me. I got a penalty, and I knew the minute I was putting the ball down, didn't feel one iota of pressure, knew I was going to score it, and scored it. But in '82, I certainly had a doubt, let me tell you, when the penalty was given. You know, I didn't have the same confidence. I failed under pressure kick that day, you know, because, you know, I know to this day, and I still can have nightmares about that. I scored that goal in '82. We would have made this famous 5 in a row that teams are finding it very hard to do.
Well, I probably wouldn't be the most natural free taker in the world, but I just got a routine that suited me, you know. Thankfully, it's worked fairly well over the years. I don't think I missed too many vital frees for Galway. I always kind of had it in my head that I was taking frees in the local pitch here every time I took a free in Croke Park. You just kind of have to block everything out, and it's still the same thing with the field and the goal post. You have to put the ball in between the posts no matter where you are, you know. The night before the '98 final, I was roomed with Michael Donlan, as I had done all the year, and the highlight of the night at that time was to watch the match of the day. Alan Shearer got put through on the goal, one-on-one, he just about to shoot, and he feinted to shoot, and he took the ball around the goalkeeper and just put it in the net. And Michael Donlan just pointed to me, he says, "That's what you'll do tomorrow," he says, "when I pass the ball to you," he says, "with the Kildare lad," he says, "make him fall on the ground," he says.
Dublin inside to chance, here's a chance! Galway showing the sky, and they do!
It was just funny the way things happened, and again I come out the field, Michael Donlan up to me, he says, "I told you," he says, "I told you," he says, "what had happened." So that's the story of that one.
I took great pleasure in scoring from frees or from play, whichever it was, because every score, but it's still a score at the end of the day, and it's vitally important. But there was a free and things broke down. It was my responsibility, no matter from 50 yards, the ball had to go over the bar, and that's the way I looked at it. So in order to do that, I practiced every night, basically, from January when February we started until the season was over. I practiced basically every night. 88 was fantastic to win it. Probably deserved to be beaten the first day, and we got a lucky free near the end, and I happened to kick it over. But when we got the free, the first initial reaction was, it's so close to the goals. It was only 14, 15 yards out.
But you'd nearly put the life savings on the man to kick it over from here.
And my biggest problem was, well, I knew it was going to be nearly the last kick of the game, was actually the distance wise between the ball and post, just getting it up.
This is immense pressure.
I remember to this day, but thankfully it went over. Imagine you had to miss it. Disaster, but lucky it went over.
OK, we're going to take another break here on the programme. When we come back, we'll be leading you into this year's All-Ireland minor football final here with Croke Park. It is Cork versus Tyrone.
Kevin Foley fed inside to Greg Blaney. Mickey Linden has got the opportunity, and Barry Breed and Down have won the All-Ireland. They've never lost an All-Ireland final, and the fans on Hill 16 are enjoying it enormously.
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
Celebrity Bannister returns for a third series, and this year it's tougher than ever. 8 new celebrities take on the challenge of managing an intermediate GAA football team from their home county. Who will rise, who will fall, and who will be crowned champion? The all-new series of Celebrity Bannister, tonight at 6:30 on RTE1.
Noble team, take that cruiser out now.
Customer service is reaction time, empathy, knowledge. So the first thing we want is we want an answer. Secondly, we want a feeling that the person on the other end of the phone feels as passionately about my problem as I do. And then, most importantly of all, that they have the product knowledge to fix it. Sky customer service, it's just always there when you want it. It's a pleasure to deal with. What more can I say?
Switch today to Ireland's favourite TV provider for great customer service from just €23 a month. Sky. Believe in better.
Thurles, 1884. An idea was born. It took hold of people's hearts and helped all of us grasp one simple and enduring fact. When something really matters, it matters forever. Ulster Bank, proud sponsor of the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship.
Made extra friends this summer. Catch up with them with up to 40% extra credit and keep your free calls and texts. Catch up with your top-up. Vodafone.
Boy or girl, we won't be supporting your lot.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
You're welcome back again to Croke Park ahead of this year's All-Ireland Minor Football Final between Cork and Tyrone. Now, as well as covering this year's All-Ireland Minor Final, which is coming up here shortly, we are naturally looking forward also to the Senior Final, which throws in at 3:30 this afternoon. Later, we'll be hearing from the rival managers, Conor Coonahan and James McCartan. But let's just give you a brief flavour of that right now, and it's fair to say both men were in lively form.
What makes a good manager?
I'll hand that one back to the pundits. I'm just beginning to wonder, someone better write this script, because, you know, I've looked on there over the last 2 or 3 years and I've probably seen two of the most phenomenal, successful managers in probably Brian Cody and Declan Kidney, and even they can't escape the criticism, so what hope of the rest of us?
Possibly the game against Sligo came at the right time for us, and the fact that they were on a downer, and it's hugely difficult. It's an unfair system, but that's a debate for another day. Now, we got no credit for that game, and then we went in against Kerry and we got no credit for that game, and we went in against Kildare and we won that by accident as well, so I just hope the accidents keep occurring. The kind of role that Marty Clark has, which is a withdrawn full forward in a way, how do you approach neutralising him?
I know, Jerry, I don't know about that. We'll give that a bit of thought in the next 24 hours and I might come back to you afterwards and tell you how it worked or didn't.
Pat's plan. You're going to have to get back to him on that, obviously.
Jeez, I thought the only Q2s were in Kerry, but Jesus, Connor's remember, part of Cork is in the Kerry dice, as Michael said. Actually, can I say something just because today there's two, very unusual, I have two past pupils of mine playing in both All-Ireland finals today. So we've Matthew O'Shea playing with Cork in the minors, and another student playing in the senior game, Alan O'Connor. So I'd like to wish them the best of luck. Two good lads.
All right, Pat, OK, thanks. Let's hear from the rival managers, indeed, ahead of today's meeting of Cork and Tyrone. Now, Brian Cuthbert is the Cork manager. Now, he was, in fact, the Cork minor captain on the winning team of 1993. Raymond Munro is the man in charge of Tyrone. They've been speaking to Marty Morrissey.
Brian, it's been an interesting journey at times for Cork. It looked at various stages you were going to be knocked out, and here you are. Great sign of a team.
I suppose, Marty, a great sign of the team. We have a very good bunch, very tight-knit, and that's proved to be the case the last 3 games. Kerry, Armagh, Galway. Looked at all stages that we were gone, but we've just come back every time, won by a point. But I said to the lads, our luck is going to run out at some stage, so maybe today we might get a performance out of them.
Raymond, you're here in the All-Ireland final. It's been a very interesting journey, and certainly considering your performance against Mayo in the semi-final, you must be confident because you've shown great character, haven't you?
Well, certainly, Marty, we showed character, I suppose, from the 42nd minute on the last day. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be here today, but we're only confident that today is a 50-50 chance. If we perform, then we have a chance of winning this. If we don't perform, it's going to be Cork. So we know it's from the start it's a 50-50 chance, and we'll try and take every opportunity we can.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that match, and of course Joe Brolly, Tyrone have been expected, I suppose, all year long to win this minor thing, all through summer long anyway, but both of them had interesting semi-finals.
Yeah, and almost lost it through the weight of expectation, I think, in the semi-final, you know, when they...
Against Mayo.
Yeah, when they just expected that the sight of the Tyrone jerseys would frighten Mayo sufficiently to do the job.
People expected to win it easy, and maybe I'm not sure if they
did
themselves.
Well, no, the team did, and that's the way they played, but you'll recall then that they had when they really needed it most, when it looked as though they were gone, they had a blistering 10-minute spell where their play was mesmeric. I mean, they just played perfect football for about 10 minutes and came from 8 or 9 points behind. The differences between the teams, I mean, the worry for Cork is that they conceded 5 goals, for example, the last day against Galway, you know, which is a shocking statistic when you consider that in the whole campaign to date, Tyrone have conceded 1 goal.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're talking about a team that's conceding just over 9 points a game against a team that's conceding an average of 15 points a game.
Oh, of course, sorry to interrupt you there, but the president of the GAA is, of course, with us here on Football's Big Day, and why wouldn't he, as a proud Cork man? He's accompanied by his wife Anne, and also by the patron of the association, Dr. Dermot Clifford. And as you can see, the umbrellas are up at Croke Park here today. It is a misty and overcast day so far. Hopefully it'll clear up. At this stage, we're going to get news of how the teams line out for today's minor football final. Let's head over to the commentary box to hear from Micheál O'Shea.
Gurmahagat Michael, agus Sinead a Furin Chorcaín son agus Ryan Taharhe on Laudernach, Kevin Fullagnati, Stig Sachuine, Alan Cronin, Tuku Harnash, Osnatusahe, a Cousin Tenov, Connor O'Sullivan, Erash and son, Celine Lachuil, at Haven the Live Edition, on Vert Lord Parka Kiana, Burns agus Cahalan, agus Aharahis Natusahe Homa, on Vert de Hosna Clihain, John O'Shokru, agus Dan McCoin, near Hosneder, on Laudernach, agus Lantasahe, Marachele, Iga Corkig. Agus an son fuidan híróin ina harú a bháine ha a bhuidansa an Laudernach Neil McReynolds sa chúl as sé Colm Spears a ha sa chúl ina áit agus iad a bra Conor Clark agus Michael Donaghy chun cosanta dhéanamh dóibh mo lár na párca Harry Og Conlon ha anna chluistir fad agus Conan Grugan an énach leis Thomas Canavan iad na hat slot Magda Stevie agus na Lantas a anna bigar fad an siúr agus Stephen Tierney, John McCullough agus Ronan O'Neill istig sa chúine anna gain séarach at fad.
Yeah, those are today's teams for the minor match. Coming up very shortly here at Croke Park. Colin Rourke, just looking back to those semi-finals again and coming through it. I mean, down in Galway, we're wondering how a Galway team can score 5 goals and actually lose the match. But then I suppose that's credit to the opposition.
Yeah, well, we had 2 very attractive semi-finals in a slightly different way. I suppose that Cork-Galway game was all about attacking football with goals galore and poor defending, good attacking. And the Tyrone-Mayo game was more open, I'd say, than Tyrone would have wanted it to be. So, but the standard of football and individual play, I thought, was very good in this year's minor championship. We've had a lot of poor semi-finals over the years. This would appear as if we have 2 right good teams.
Oh, sure, no doubt. Yeah.
Why this?
Yeah. Sorry, Pat, I'll come back to you on that, but of course we're also joined here for this special day by Taoiseach Brian Cowan and his wife Mary, and they are accompanied by the Director General of the GAA, Pádraig Duffy, and his wife Vera. You can pick up.
And Ish Garden on Taoiseach.
It's a bit quick now because they usually throw them out. Yes, the Taoiseach and Pádraig Duffy and their wives Mary and Vera looking forward to this minor match. Patrick, you're going to say there?
Well, can I say something about this Cork team? I mean, they weren't highly rated at the start of the year. They've had 3 1-point victories and 2 3-point victories, and what they have is fierce spirit and determination. Never say die spirit. They came from 4 points down against Clare. They came from 9 points down the last day. They scored a last-minute goal against Armagh, a last-minute goal against Kerry to win a match. Great spirit, great never say die attitude, and they have 3 new defenders that they hadn't the last day, so they will be better defensively than the last day.
They will. And the other thing about it is, looking at the Tyrone side of it, Colin O'Rourke, they're very, very much in the mould of the kind of the Mickey Hart design, if you like.
Yeah, well, all Tyrone teams play basically the same, and they'll funnel back into defence quickly. It seemed as if in the semi-final, as if they believed their own publicity a bit and didn't start playing until they saw that they were in big trouble. Cork have a big chance in this game. It's not as one-sided, I think, as people would feel. I think Brian Hurley, the Cork corner forward, has been exceptional, and Damien Cahalan has been very good, and I think Ron O'Neill, a corner forward for Tyrone, is one to look out for as well.
Quick word from Joe Brawley before we hand over, and the rain is coming down here now, unfortunately, Joe, in Croke Park. Who's going to win it?
I think Cork will give them their full of it, but if you just look at the progress of the teams, you know, I mean, Tyrone conceded 5 points against Armagh, Cork conceded 19. The worry for Cork is that they're open defensively because of the abandon with which they play, and you would imagine that sooner or later in the game that'll catch up with them. A lot depends on 20 minutes, I think.
All right, lads, thanks for that. It's back to the commentary box then for the first half of this encounter between Cork and Tyrone. Now, Coleman Goggins now joins Micheál O'Shea to describe the action.
Good morning, agus Sinead Há, Michael Duffy, so Ertin Khadija Havanard, agus Coleman, Anna Royd and it so.
Ja, gan da ga furnace stoka honig 3 de Clehi Lachrave vi biogan in dain sherach dovi der tefele shachulin Tyrone ni chulin Kirk agus han der Bertarash con Clehi avuk and so Talula Anna equivalent on ga furnace.
Marsin and Katanard agus tos current leis glohi canish agus Tyrone Derek Dollar in on say Anna Happiger Fat Bulte Istech and son goody John McCullough and Heidige John McCullough Amach goody Lord na Poitke goody Conan Grogan Istech John Khonemal will Ronan O'Neill Fachtige Ronan O'Neill or Tossi godo Esho Anna Chreener Fad Acha on Counson Mehemach Sheer Harish and Lina and son agus kick Cook Weather agus chief hit Evegown the hero Deshikun hit score on.
Yeah, on Blach and Shin, on a quid over on Blach or Shach and Shin. Akistoka and the similar Honig and Shin on or a Honig and Lear the Stacks a K Roger, go John McCullough, near Russia on and Lear the Gramu Tushkan and I'm sure Tiva Moin Shin, because Shin comfort to play a new freshen.
Martin, Richard Donnelly, agus Deshike and hit score on and so agus Marklishan Manistuid issued agus Peter Heidige Homa Yimid Lishnamenuid Siblin Ravilagus a Hoch agus Shahun Richard Donnelly Martin RT and Council a Hogant the heroine on Vaishe on hit score Richard de Bolan a Kaide Stach agus Welte Roada it have no love clay Eddie the free agus right me overach bedet.
Yeah, me og and out Anna Jacker Lamar and you kicking the shin I'm sure ach Iraq racing to watch just Hanig sé trasnal score on cool just like a no me there noch in my macher for and shin ach two smaho Tyrone.
Martin David Hanrahan och Lashton Fiersig Var na Hemerian Savoide in Echer Le Douglas mach ben baat gimeritche ach shahe inish Council Bultige Amachan Lord na Poitke agus Gramahe go hall in fad Amach Lord na Poitke son Bulte Eraig agus Shachuin John O'Ruit Nihacha Shachun Kevin Hallisey in Nina Cookweather agus Staha the Stachalars League di James Burns and Modire agus Will College dented son needed in Maltoid Michael Donaghy Martin the Sheriff na Kaide Bert no Tour team played Trasna na Poitkin Sogadi Niles Ludden agus Tyrone Cousin Goma Allah na Huide Yunan Dini Leha Huil Weltige Shoot agus am Lawn Holy Connor Clark Machanish and so Eraig agus Stephen Tierney Fachta go Gloter Fadan son agus amachgadi Thomas Canavan and Modirach Ronan O'Neill Anna Choshichtdal and Vartilton Baltason aga Alan Cronin agus on Lawn Matthew O'Shea and son on Lawn Holy agus Cousin Fa and son Ege Corkig agus Damien Cahalan McDonald Hokig Council Shachun Damien Cookweather is Dahad amach on avoid the Henig Gal Moore Fada Prab Hick Pultige agus Keyog Shansige Michael Donaghy Shans Homa Hege Matt Shugru Ashiga Shugru Pultige Cloach Stachti Brian Hurley Anna Fellow de Farsa Hurley Eredalov Bhfuilte ile chuúil ríistige amach go dtí Dan McCowan. McCowan Rai go dtí Tom Hegarty. Hegarty, Count Morar, the stand, the sticks, Carno Higginson, Martin Kickamacha Vegown, and Miale Cork Givessa Carno Higginson.
Yeah, me are going to go back on a lyric command the August and Chance of Crew and Shin, a rush to the Park let Tyrone and Joe.
Martin, Tyrone, a direct dollar Edenun seeds, Richard Donnelly. Richard Donnelly, Foes the Sheriff the Kaide, Wiltestach, Richard Donnelly, and Saudi Thomas Canavan, Van the Taloon, John McCullough, Shohe John the Gualestach. Agus sin dienta go maithe John Godísach a bhfuil Ronan O'Neill in is Count Glótar fad trasna na páirce agus anna dhéise go Tyrone an chiad scór a bhuachta dúsa agus dienta go nafaisiach ige Tyrone an son mar sin sé Miles Studden a fuirin counts and dóibh agus Tyrone curach an cínige.
That's on the score sin anna pass trasna na park ó Ronan O'Neill an sin con Niall Studden a aimsú agus rinne sé go mach an score a aimsú é féin an sin ach anna pass trasna na park con an score sin a chruthú agus anna chréach ó Niall Studden sin an 5 a Cork a cumad súil na imróí ón lína le chúla teachsús na park a Tyrone.
David Hanrahan amach go dtí Lord na páirce Nardalú mo Lord na páirce agus scuran na caide tithe le Corcaigh. Wiltestach son nach iad mí hábarach an Baltas an fachtan son ige Michael Donaghy Wiltestach lá ó bhuine go daine agus an Raige Council Joe Tevlin a Raig le Corcaigh Council mar sin agus dianta go maithe Damien Cahalan bhuilte go glóta go tappa isteach lá slín son ige agus Gaidí Norde an Baltas an bhí Dan McCowan an chaidige Dan Fevroux Dan Fós Fevroux mach lady John O'Ruit Ganis Lena Goran trasna go dtí Brian Hurley an farsa Cree nach Keoige Council Nordaló fachna go glótar fad ige Conor Clark agus seohé inis Stephen Tierney meach na ruachar a dtíar ige stop Alan Cronin Stephen Tierney agus í Curavaras ige go dtí Thomas Canavan Lena Goran stachal á slí Tyrone a cosan goma agus seohinn farlá páirce Harry Oak Conlon Bertnú Chúr Timplaid Harry Oak Níana sé an bhartar a díanaig I meach leis Ceann breá fada stachlí Ronan O'Neill anna geisi go Ronan a díana sé gansa Bert Timplaid Ronan fós a Sheriff na caide bhfuilte Lena Goran an isgurí John McCullough anna geisi go John McCullough gara leis isteach a dúra sé fé túraigh bhfuilte go hálan agus an tarna pointe go Tyrone Túsmach go Tyrone coman.
Yeah, Túsmach as a rís scóíonnta an sin ó John McCullough anna chuid obair a rís ó Ronan O'Neill an sin chun a líor a thuirt trasnú go John McCullough agus rinne sé go hanma cé go raibh sé fé brú ó Kevin Fulignati an sin an scóra aimsú. Is tóca 5 atá Corky ná tuis go bhfuil sé gimmert fear breise tíh hir don líor tá Tyrone an teachsús na parca lena líorí gar a thuirtómh céile chun an seansa cruthú agus sin 5 a cai siad réite go héh an fágan tú feartíh hir nó an chéin tú suas le gachfar.
Mar sin an chaid bhfuilte amach go dtí Lord na páirce fachta muthad go Jamie Burns a pasáil na caide a Raig sa agus seohé Conor O'Sullivan ceann breá fadach disin saige Conan Grogan seohé Grogan Lena Goran a Raig go dtí Ryan Devlin inis bhfuilte stachal á slí go siúd agus Stecha John Chúine mar bhfuil John McCullough fachta go John a gimmert goma far dain séar a meachta sé steach seansa ge a chudadá bhfuil go glóta go Alan Cronin Tu go harnáisteach seohé Richard Donnelly go dtí John McCullough agus an bhartíontar an Baltas a Jamie Wall a teachta meachta sé gaid na Chorcaigh seohé Jamie meachta sé ruachar déanamh go má go díosa stoppa hin sanna go Thomas Canavan ach chalíos díontar agus kicsair gnóthaige bhfuilte ilithe chúil isteach sa go dtí Tomás Clancy bhfuilte i Raig ige siúd agus seansan sa ige Jamie Wall Jamie meach leis go fóil Arcar a gohiige, Ósa meach leis, ó ceann glóta isteach sa go dtí Brian Hurley an bhaid sé ní bhaid róada agus roiint mí ábharach an son a bhí Corcaigh.
Yeah, Brandon Corky beagání mí compórach leis an fear breise seo taú tíh hir den immert bhí ar bhhad níos fear nóir a bhí gachtain an láhanna gimmert ó héhann in san áit ceart ar an park ach cai siad oibre ar sin agus mátá siad an anseachtasteach le beagání le Damien Cahalan agus Jamie Burns timpeall na park a ba si cearca leir le Brian Hurley tíbhis ó héh scórna aimsú.
Colm Spears mar sin ó bhaile na móna an countsa bhuitige go dtí Lord na páirce Gaidí Norde an son bhí Harry Oak Conlon an chaidtithe agus bhuilte i Raig rís John McCullough an bhartíonta go glóte an Baltas an son ige Jamie Wall Jamie teachtamach leis a gaid Wiltige Jamie, Lena Horan, Trasnatsa, Goody Kevin Fullagnati, Eraiganish, Alan Cronin, the Visna Tussahan Laudernach, Alan Cronin, Trasna the Potke, and so Goody Jamie Burns, Winterga, Fakahin a Yaugige, Agus Marshin, Deshinish, Ege Tyrone, Dolidin on Sea, Agus Shahe, and so Niles Ludden, Fos the Shell of the Kaidi, which he can hero Adiga, Winterga, Glotige, Matt Sugru, Fana Talon. Shahe Sugru Fos. Well, Trasnan Sunagagadi, Damien Callahan, College Denter, Damien, Dixert no Hege, Eide Hanna Happiger Fad. Agus Bulte good glow, Tacha, Abidin, Roa the Stach, Fachta Stig and Sunaga, Column Spears, Bulte Amahagis, Stephen Tierney, Cossent, Yeramasna Cossentori, Ryan Devlin, Homa, there's not Tussahe. Gimmert Anna the Sheer and Sunagas Shahe, Conan Grogan, and Fatlaw Park, College Denter, Chased and Heide, Builtige, on another Holing She, Agus Dish, Ege, Tyrone, Pointe Elle, a score all a common.
Yeah, Agus by she dance sauce, Selection Ballach will she trace Husnu, we Raymond Monroe, Grashin, Gorkashi just chucked the sacks to Clay Shaw, Agus Germany, Enever, and Clay Lachray, Bohaven, and Ballach in the Nimmersheed and Lash, and Octashid Braysoon to sauce, or by she Raysoon to sauce, Selection Ballach will the Gimmert Failar.
Marshin, Ronan O'Neill, Dishige. Onacha, Wiltige Ronan, Nivashishin, Mahagohin, Fachta Ganafisha, get Moss Clancy, Lena Horan, Alan Cronin, Oginigudin Inish, Trasna the Podke, and Sugadi Kevin Hattie. The Dalach I had clean a soul Darno, Agashahe, Matthew O'Shea, Wiltige Shoot, Kevin Fullagnati, reached. Agus Lena Horan, Damien Callahan, Damien the Machteruhar, Mahalor the Podke. Wilterig Damien Agus V. John O'Rourke Fevru, a Tachta Gaudin, Damien Hennig, Stachsa Hunig, glow to the Brian Hurley, Hakashik Zavarsa, Hakolon, Hashekrina, Habert Temple, Linico Union Dini, Agus and Vachtiga Union, Agus Kixer Nohege, Wiltige, Lehuil, Fachta Harnashiga Union Hennig, Union Lena Horan, Inish, Homa, Harnashinson, Goody Shame Garrity, Aha, Mehemach, Harisha Devline. Agus Kickschlasse, Ebegaun, and Baltasa. Agus Kay Hawking in Council. Cosudach dead, give Michael Donaghy, Masha. Hatcher, whoa, Nishawai, Kevin Fullagnati, and a Waller Fatsonair, on son, again Harry O'Conlon, Walter Stacha John Hoonige, Alan Cronin at the end of Gamacha, you could have done well, Fachta John McCullough, Nish, Agus Eric Schlee, Rahudo Hennig. Agus Eloric na Kaide Harnash, Vachtige, Kaunana, Loter Fat, British Dachanson, Gagadi, Ronan O'Neill, Trasna, Gavard, Sorheg, David Hanrahan, David Leonor, the Alan Cronin, Farnimo, Bolan na Kaide Gohishel, Vanatalon, D. Kevin Hallasey, Vachtige Kevin, Kongrochten Devline, Kevin Bertimplin, Dienta Gadasige, Shahe Fosa Macklash Ruhar, Lena Ketoik, Trasna the Potke, Avelin Berbida, Roada, Jano Ruetkegas, Wintergo, Stigenson, Quantamach Trechaun, Jansiga Korkik, Dolidin Unsi, Reistenson, Jamie Wall, Erai Goody, Tom Hagerty, Plastic the Lord, the Potke Goody, Damien Callahan, in the Holy Heat School. Agus me heroa da multoid over Dian Anna
Yen and Shin Branish Shin Biogan in Crua Damien Callahan and Shin. Ach just Neil Kirklin on Chak to Jackson Clay and Elaine the Greg Laura Ganlira Tashi Braher Brian Hurley and Tomer Fad nor Tashi there Nunsi.
Marshin, Thomas Canavin, Trasna the Park reached the Derek Ronan O'Neill, I'm sure. Hongracht Devline, Vachtige Ronan O'Neill, Coravaras again, Goody, John McCullough. Wiltige Shoot, the Stachel Ashley, Vachtige Ronan O'Neill, Agus Inish and Weig, Richard Donnelly Council, Begoin Kuidemer, Nivaig, Schlaune Hemach, Marshin, Fuishiva Council, the Horkig, Agus Connor O'Sullivan, Honey Council, O'Hogant. Connor O'Sullivan, Visha Shoot, Gortahille, Hugvi, Bishadoldi, Mary I, Wilte, Fanatevline, Agus Vachtige, John O'Ruet, Ganachashich, the Dianavagama, Fanatevline. John O'Rourke, Glenachetoy, Cal Moore, David Ord, Yogi Council. Well, Diantagamahaga, Dan McCohen is Shellif Nakaide, Congrachtan Devline, Dirigas Top, Connor Clark, Dan McCohen, Gaffalash Digda, Agus, Roada, Rish, Multos, Michael Duffy, Anna Ian, and the Cork Week.
Yeah, I can't tell. Brandon Beider go around, Marco Cushcame Black, because we didn't egg in a Strachas and Roma, Brandon Mudera Rish, Kian, Bert Strohr, Vilaver, Grimman, Shin Beider. Yeah, Vikalish and out.
Yeah. Marshin, Shahid, Tyrone, Richard Donnelly, Mishtachanish off Akadi, Jamie Wall. Jamie Wall am Aklish Ruharana Yaran, Anna Hoshiach down, Shahune, Imrinche, College Gron, at the Antedegas, Saramoni, Jamie Wall Homa, Marshin, Serkik, the Horkik, Coman.
Yeah, near in your Shay, near Rockton Shochan and Lero Dimmer to my brand new Mirror Reach, Tagachay Trasna Letter Hus and Shin, struck fell like Shin, August Bachor Hart, the Buya, I'm sure August Bishi, Conashina, all gone out.
Shnee Richard Donnelly, August and Heat Hart, the Buy, and son, the heroine. Marshin, off into Atra, Agasot is a drama, Reach, Damien Cahalan, August Ni Worshe in Serkik, Shahe Inish, Thomas Canavan, Staka Glow to get John McCullough, Erelina Tree Weather Dia, John McCullough, Yavana Kaide. Well, to count more guard, I count Gloater Fadding and John McCullough. Saw find to the heroine and son, Coman.
Yeah.
Rev College did the mother, Damien Cahalan.
Yeah, Tommy, I kept the Beja Gorau Fellish Rivishin, knock two St. Clair show by Gachtin, a Glowert Free Ronan O'Neill, and Chunker Tiger and Furren Shock. Guji shows a John McCullough Tug, Tarrington Furren Show, Rai, Sacrave Show. Raw scoring took fight check with Guji shows a Clair. A reach na 5 and a tug, Kirky Neil, Lumbercadine, Gluragan Leerod, August Nuratan, and Imror Leshan Leerod, Neil Rawa Agachan near the Cur is Jack o score Brian Hurley agus Neil Shea Gaimshu Gachrod.
Marshin John McCullough is a Iltigamahagan and Hol Mcginn moved to it. Conor O'Sullivan, Conor Council, Hogan to Horkig. Damien Cahalan a bit, Trasna the Potkinsa, Agus Bachta bit Glotensa, Kevin Hallisey, Machtlish, Machta Ruhar, Dirgest up, Michael Donaghy, Kevin Anna Hashik down, Anna Yeshigan, me over Hudson, Trasna, I give away. Before the tour fan of faint to captain.
Yeah, gone down Pedro Grosche, Gary, Tiva Mid of Rogue, because a lyric occur her and Traston. And Diver Sheshaw when you Nagalia basically a lachrave nor a Visha dig Dollar Unsel Biogani Lewis is Marshin the Kashit score, I'm Sugalu and Shummer, just a titchamas and Clayach, Leshin Roch and Van Borham, Mona will make knee winter contussi, le nome the one fog here and Clug when you're on Foreign Show.
Brian Cuthbert, I say, me hosta, Lishik Elson and son, K Hokochede, last war, the Hokochede, Weltermachensa. Agus Nordelo Fachtage gloated Soga Conan Grugan Goody Unandini Machlesha Ruhan Count Bra Fada Bultige Ishke York Shelivitsa Chansagas na Korkui Skurran the Kaide Titihele Korkik Dianta Gadasa Sonaga Alan Cronin Bultamachagas Kevin Fulignati Edadevsa on board Kevin Osa Machtlish, Anna Vertich Dianta Kevin Inishagas Shahin, Conor O'Sullivan, Gri John O'Ruet, Gatwell, Comana Mahased in Washington, Vaishia the Kid scored, Trasnan Sogari, Conor O'Sullivan, Lena Kitoy, Weltiga Conor O'Sullivan, Nacharish, me Albrach.
Yeah, ach Biogani Nis Fiaro Corky and Shane, and Orshin, Vidini, Chak there and Hool and a Gluragan Lear, because Bishi the non brewer I Nis Fidula Shane, Beja Gafor and Imror, Mish Artistoke, Conor O'Sullivan on Shans Fijera, Nachra Imror and on. Imran Tusahan on Chance a Glock and Shin Beidir Gross Chance Rivishin John O'Rourke and a Chance Fain a Glocku. Okay, Conor Sullivan a 4 eggs are 4 eel on 3 Ocean Stoke against Dodger Shaw.
Marshin, Colum Spears, Hunna Council, of Wallamach the heroine. Machlish a guide, Giddy Lord the Potke. Titihan Talon, Skiran the Kaide Fachtage, son Conan Grugan. Trasna Giddy Michael Donaghy, Giddy Unandini, Unan Amachta Ruhar, Shansiga Unan, Hook Vedras Dahat, Shansiga Mahagan Sheffield score, Bultiga Unandini, Agaska, Holland and Pod, Harisha Drasnon, Kirifinte as a Kale, Egetino in Neil Corkwick Tusna Hifosco.
No, Neil Tyrone, Tusna, as a Dridgermanawa, score on Niall Sludden, Nanomadi Lu and Shin, as an Isho Union Dean, and Anna Rissus, no Fork and Shin, as Anna Creek Lesh and Haran Traston, for Shay Sunk Yogsa Grim Shuller Vulche on Lero Dak Fos, Dan Shay Lesh, as Kershay Haran Traston, as Tashi the Gimmer go Fear Wahak, as Kaha Kirk Rudag and the end of Conchactus Jack Seclesha.
Marshin, Keyoga Council, Machleg, a Lord Napoitke. Agus I did it all. Fachta unsa agus Stephen Tierney. Stephen agus sé Thomas Canavan Hokwig Council. Anna Chosul Lena Uncle Peter Canavan. Wurtestachan Sohige Goody Richard Donnelly. Richard Anna Choshich Versa. Har Nash Goodin Ganavonach Thomas Canavan. Agus College Dienta Thomas Canavan and son. Kevin Hallisey. Marshin. Chance Eile unsa Tyrone. Marna a Viadu Coman.
Yes, Stoker on Rachel Rogrosh, Strachas, Ganzi and Shin, you know, Honecker River Shin and Lyle Norvi and Lyric Dan McKeown for she songs the Grimagus near Ryan Kicks Air Brunta Nor Shin. Beja will Tyrone, a Gaim Shoe, Ryan Quidden, a Kinna and Show, Sakade Lock, Chancery Shaku Con and Bjarnish in a Made of Bugani Nella.
Stíl céanna bhí Peter, bhí Hogan Tona, Wacklin agus bheachar sin go hálan ar fad nach Peter Canavan bheith móchtas a gelt.
An stíl céin agus an críoch céin mar a feicimid ó Peter lán chuid orintanta tíbhiste seo Bork an Croke anna críoch, ba si sásta go leir nuair atá si de gaimsin na kicking sin agus Tomás Canavan anna chrí nó scór an chúil na kicking sin agus fear sásta an sin Raymond Munro.
Mar sin David Hanrahan agus well reáis an loch le Cork gin hiad scór aáil. Jogi hiad scór eile an wachter Tyrone láhar na huide Thomas Canavan ile chúil dí Conan Grogan dí Conor Clark ar nas ige siúd agus an son an lecholaí láid Michael Donaghy Michael Fevreau dianta go maithan soige John O'Ruick John O'Ruick inis cad dhéanana sé gáin dianta go hálan it sanna gemecht leis a rúhar mar sé fós amecht dianta bar lína chúg vedar a stahad háid súr cehar timplaid amach an sogadí Damien Cahalan ó díirecha go Damien nach ní rubide sé an susan dóid agus sinné an son Stephen Tierney meas na gos an tóirí bhuiilteisteach a lás líige bachta har naisian soige Niall Sludden Niall for sé pointe an bhaid sé ceann eile steach an sogadí Ryan Devlin Seo Ronan O'Neill, an ein séach sean sa chláán a bhert i gáart cól! Ein sé an sa ige Harry O'Conlon an Parlár Poirce agus an lasar sa bhanach inis ó héim Corcaí.
Well an lá hanna bhí drochlách Harry O'Connell bunad an Parque rihan dara leach an tá sé trééis tosnú bhhad níos fear anna hábhar an sin sa céad áit ó David agus an ní ágar hit an líir a ras I love Harry O'Connell chun an críoch sin líir ó dhéanta agus Jack O'Ronan O'Neill ribh sin anna hábhal ó David Hanrahan ach Harry O'Gan an líir a fiocas suas agus an chúla aimsú brenn ar an pas sin is Jack an anna hábhal ach an sin an críoch cear chun chúlaíonta go hórte Tyrone.
Mar sin anna an taobh ar fád a láthar na huide Thomas Canavan ríist agus séir kick steach ríist léthe sciran na caide an báutasa fachta ige Matthew O'Shea bhfuilte isteachchanis tí Jamie Burns seo hé Jamie raig an sogadí Conor O'Sullivan inis go dtí Jamie Wall aistigh an líle chuig vedar a start seo hé Jamie anna bhíanach a Jamie gháil isteach agus séir kickathe an de chorping.
Nuair atá si den an rithe a ghuine chosantóirí Tyrone, tá si den an chansan nach cruthú, cá si é sinna chamáí dhéine sinna bheith a ríis agus a ríis eilech. Just go dtí seo níl si de chaspáint a nuchras agus tócha chun é sinna dhéanamh.
Brian Hurley trífithe héan go dtí agus dhéanfáid trífithe dóráin is sin ceanálinn agus snéhí tastáil ó chorping. Nis a dúra sé sin an sppracha an dúra sé an inspiráideid tá siad seach go líní an dédig coman.
Well bhfuil míon níos fearraigh na kicking na séire nílas agamach sin críochíontach bá agus scóiríontach tábhachtach a Corcaí. Just chun iad a chur suas ar an chlár scóran sin agus iad a bug a raibh beagáin. Cá siad oibrú níos cruúatíh am hin sin, thospáint beagán níos mó a bhfuil taspáintach go dtí seo. Tá siad fósa cléthe seo, tá is a gin catá an tá siad in anhéanamh agus cá siad hosnúis.
Agus sné Ronan O'Neill an son an tá sí sfear dá bhfuil ige Tyrone cór leiis a chur ar siúd asúla go goducha sé chuige hen, tá cuid goducha sé chuige hen, bhfuil beag steachs na hasnaíocha agus takathe chuige hen mar sin ciceamach a bheith ann an sa de Tyrone an chiad scór fachta an son agus dar nó beag an ceann mór agin le thuirte sé trí Corcaí go ríis tá dheachant le chunta an dúin chéige bheith a lá steachad a rá Ceansa mach go dtí lána an náda go glúta Richard Donnelly fachta go cumas a chuige Richard steach a lá slídí Niall Sludden Niall le dalamh an bhar dianta ga caite go míoh liste nach Dúnan Dini mar sin séir kick a bheith antas na Corcaí agus seo hé Damien Cahalan í hé a heile ach Brian Hurley an fear fuid a puinte ó chéanamh dóibh is sin bhaid sé an ceansa má chaon iadach Corcaig teachtar náis beagán ar beagán mar a dhéanana catas go dáin bhuiilteige a ríist taobh na láimhid isise mí ábharach a ríist an son coman.
Ní a ríist nuair chuann siad na chosantóirí faoi bhrú tá siad in an seansan nach cruthú agus cá siad an obair sin agus an nuchras sin na chamáda a spáint amachchan sin. Ag bra umrach ar Brian Hurley gan dat Duk níos móg tastal ó Damien Cahalan an sin agus Beidir ó Mark Sugrú. Tá si just níl siad a haspáint an level aibrachéine a bhfuil Tyrone agus spáint go dtí seo sa cléthe.
Sun fér agus sun de fiscintir chlár a scóid Conor Clark an sa bhfuilte amach go dtí Stephen Tierney ar a meas na gos an tóidí fanna chuidir fad agus tá sé seo go beú a híidir a féna fuil Damien Cahalan dianta go cumas a haige Damien and son Shahe Damien the backlist to sloga bia fada well to good glory stachel Ashley and so again agus Anna Hansa could score a goal and so well to go Holland and son get down the goal agus beshad Anna Hostelation bin Anna Luashach the son komen
yeah and Kate Luash again I'm she'd score my own Emerton shin a reach Damien Cahalan of him lure fig will Clehamore Castleway Honig Shay or Ruher a reach Lear the Stock and Shin go G Brian Hurley a Ringo Gahanwa Shin and over Tommy Gloward feet in Egan a Damien Cahalan a Buchan to Nero nor not will then Gart again Shinny enough
Marshin an Harna Luidahe against the Corky agus an Spluckheim Shefero Nishakuk Degaturach son Mishnachto Vertiro in Fos well near the Hanuchter Nilena Aurus Mariola Shin Ach Shaho in the Corky direct Tachter Nash Matthew O'Shea Corrida Willie After her Nashig Matthew Canavana Hadir against them Gidi Jamie Burns Winterai get Jamie Burns agus Shahe Kevin Hennessy and the Hashik to Versa Ashe Machtlish agus Conan Grogan the against them a Calais did to get Conan Grogan agus Anish and see chance to get Brian Hurley on the EFSA
Look on Rud Kane and Tamer father vi han or Tashi did non re in 9 a Cosentori shot Tashi did non chance in a Crowe Risha Spawn and Chin nor a chain to a win in a Cosentori shot Neil she'd sauce just Fanach lad Tashi did yen a foul now agus Tashi the hurt chance in the Brian Hurley agus Cahashi needs Modash in his band
Martin Brian Hurley agus the ground so the hittige cancer Sturu idir na Kueli a chef yachen did a spottado in a mind trasna went to go gloter fadige agus Corkige tachta bash the gone talk of the Christian
Kevin has been taking the Corky and will she the Macas Cleha Cave scoring a will she thief here Tashi said Kupla no me Jarnock and shot Tashi tries really Astrid people Biogani agus ta Biogani then Kredovich hack the stocks in Immertonish
Martin Hain, she had Tyrone, the Hanuchter at Godisa, agus Nate Brian Hurley, agus Anna Hoster Fad, Lena will deal to Godisa again, or Leon Barachan, Brian Hurley, Darno, agus Dimmer Shane Lydig, Wickshire Crave, Fabian, agus Fihit in Lena, Morsesha Hena Shea, Starry Aldigana, Wall, Lord Parking, Jamie Burns, agus Anish, Damien Cahalan, Adra Callan, Sarah Henson, Richard Donnelly, agus Shahun, Canavanach, Thomas Canavan, the hero. Will to get trust na John McCullough I should tin it a reckon so the Lord no way and a hummus at Fadi Conan Grogan then the Katoik Faraleha go will tin it a reckon Ronan O'Neill Bertin Play the understand Varto or a Parker Ohege a direct Thomas Canavan a rhyme shoe Canavan Corrida will a good glow to get full ignati will to get shoe trust the Jamie Wall and I giddy Matthew O'Shea Matthew at a dollar there is knowledge and son again Richard Donnelly Martin Sir kick the Corky.
And you're aiming with me Carter and Gula knocked the dog shell of his Chachani in Horton Fjell the Corky.
Martin Jamie Burns and son agus a dear guest up Ryan Devlin a Wilter Fanna Devlin again agus Mehemach Schlauna Hemach Harasha Devlin. Kick Schlasse the heroine Wilter against Stephen Tierney. The topic agus Wachtenish and son again Michael Donaghy. She's scoring the Mahan Lahel and Balta Dernach Lahel can she bark Croke near Woodchen Council. It's not a hastig we gave all the dear. After the distance and the Alan Cronin. Agus well in Cork the Mahan Farsa her share and Asta Gossip Toidi. He says that to him Larderna. Agus she hit Cork again Lucius agus Damien Cahalan. Niha Mark Shugru Maclish Sugru Gafoil. Agus Calais did their Sugru Lashtig than Lena Cookweather agus Dahad. John O'Ruitt, Hawking, well, another better go for Fisher, Brian Hurley.
Yeah, because a reach and sell it, I should trace Ruddy a bugger right Biogani norm or Honig Mercade Fehanobin and Shin, because Chancel like Brian Hurley and Bjarnish in a light of Biogani.
And Council, Ovidin is staying it, off into Godisa again, and Vaishen Trio Count, on the ear of the fan, Star kick, Harrison Raston against Brian Hurley, Agazinish, she had a terrifying to continue.
Shinner out our father Brian Hurley. Forsha Cooley known now kicking the Sarah and Lahana and Shoshin 3 Kina will fight again Nish agus Gakian Cochrane Lash and Kiana V Rivishin. Ian Waho Brian Hurley.
Yachanish Brian Cuthbert of Wigge, Crave na Hayden, Lish na Manoid and Nidiak noch a tree, agus a Nisa Hostanish na Vio Yenivin. Fos Nidian Chestic Lashin, Laman Wachter Fos a get Tyrone, agus Double Skoidika, agus Corlaisha Horror Mark Sugru. And son nach Rasha Cartgalo, Martin, Kikimach a began the heroine, Colum Spears, agus Edir Naquilli in over not Mark McReynolds, a Hagorte, agus Colum, Edianam Gama, and any like a Hishtach Godis again. And or the Yadik Jamie Burns and son nach Facht against Stephen Tierney. Winter go hafach agus Shohé an so Mark Sugru Hallis din der Mark agus na Cork tachtar as Dre Chéile John O'Ruit Ginish Agad Shane Council Dacha Jonah Carnoige Sha Modidach Ruit Trasna an son Dan McCoy Hachtige Dan Hadiana Shele Wilte Amachige Dan Gidi Brian Hurley County Ishel Fana Talon Gidi Kevin Fullagnati Here Cowell Fullagnati It a devil on board Not Shele with it Stoma Machgadi Brian Hurley Winnigadini Yannick Toy Count Morard 18 that's a Joe and a block on chance to score Windiga hard and again Kevin Hallisey Agazivico Nilapra in full avoid
Brandon ní raon raibh Brian Hurley ach an líor a chur an go score an cool an sin for Kevin Hallisey agus d'oibre sé an score sin aimimsú an sin nach Honnig mar cléthe lech raibh Tyrone bhí anna hús acu agus sin hiidir amachchas an cléthe agus tháinig muola scór na seachín as a céile bhór siad an is tá cúig fáite Corcaí agus tá siad go mór a rasis teach sa cléthe seo.
Cúig as a céile rud a chéalaí ná fáiletarach an lascabháin den gaid agus Kevin Hallisey I gné sin ach Corlais a chur an so Shane McGarrity take a hich mar sin an bhaid géim taobh scór cinúna chuidir seo agus le haum sin ceist gaidí an áidir is Jamie Burns an ád scuir na caide an son ag Ewan Dini agus Tyrone dierig dulid in únsaí trasna an so godi Michael Donaghy Smeála seo dulid Michael Donaghy a bhfuilte go glótar fada stechan ag godi Ronan O'Neill ó gine go daine seansad son ag Michael Donaghy agus an rud agin teach le canis scór eile bachta an so ag Michael Donaghy.
Ja, scór má agus tábhacht go genóid ó daimse siad scór agus le Michael Donaghy go tháinig suas na parca d'oibre sé leis le Ronan O'Neill an tam sin agus daimse sé an scór má cean tábhachtach.
Ninsana Michael Donaghy agus nóma a bháin brise cadathe ag an réitúid an so agus cheide faointe inis idir na fórne. Tyrone bhí go mór an uachtar sa chéad fé nóma té Corcaigh take ar náis Dre Chéile agus cheide faointe atar inis agus sin go glótaige Kevin Hallisey bhfuilte ar aigen so ag gadi Conor O'Sullivan seo Conor ar náis inis tí Brian Hurley Har Nash godi Conor O'Sullivan chance ag cá tarna ceann churamúg Conor míábrach óman.
Míábrach ach Branner ar a ruúthar inne Brian Hurley an tam sin nuair a bhí an líród ag Conor O'Sullivan an tam sin bhí Brian Hurley ag teachtar a gúlan an sin ag glóra an líród agus bhí beidir dombeoch sin an pass a hort bhí leis an school an sin nach an cinna mí cheart ó héh an éireach sin gáchín chutha ar fórí le Conor O'Sullivan ba chódó bheith géir Brian Hurley aimsúna duine eile in na tosathe.
Mar sin héin cheide faointe atra agus ina dída Tyrone ní ina dída Corcaigh Tom Hagerty fágan na páirce agus Daniel Fitzgerald an captaín an láidearnach ó chuiscéin bhí gimartir na hatslaat takeach an páirce. An chiad aharú mar sin ag Brian Cuthbert agus well níor bhúgá dhéanamh go dtíon tarna le cóman ach sné mar há anachta níor déanta go Corcaigh ná.
Ja, gan dail fiche nómad is teach sa cléthe bhíad ar taobh hir cool agus coolín a gan éon scór acu ach daimse Brian Hurley roinnt kicking is air agus cúpla scór an imirtó Dan McKeown agus tar nó Kevin Hallisey an sin agus arás is teach sa cléthe agus ba siad beganí ní sásta dullas teach ag le hamanis.
Agus sné mar há chun scór ag le ham Tyrone chan cín héna sé nád a cúig ag Corcaigh.
And thanks to Micheál and Coleman for the moment. Pat Spillane, quick comment for you before the break. Tyrone sauntered into a nice lead in that, but Cork have been coming into it a bit.
Yeah, first 20 minutes we saw classic Tyrone football, an exhibition of it, you know, with bodies back in defence, then breaking at pace from the halfbacks, from midfields, great movement in the forwards. I mean, their midfielder has scored a goal. The entire half-back line has scored a point each, and it was excellent football. 1-5 up to no score after 20 minutes. They were playing excellent football. John McCulloch at full forward, excellent points. Cork, terrible 20 minutes, but in fairness, what I said before, this Cork team have a never-to-say-die spirit. 8 points down in an All-Ireland final for young lads, it's very easy to throw in the towel, but they didn't. They reacted well when they went the 8 points down, and they came back to a goal.
They seem to be better when they're behind in matches.
They are. I mean, they will look at. Yeah, they do. They certainly seem to play better. But I mean, what they will look at is they scored 2 points from play. They went 20 minutes with no score. A lot of naive defending of players marking space and unaware of who to pick up. And in the attack, just carrying the ball into that packed and blanket defence. But do you know, they've learned in the last 2 years it's going to be a competitive second half, I think.
I think it just might. We're going to take a short break at this stage here in the programme. Back with more on the first half of this minor final straight after that.
Allen with possession. Can he give the leadership? He lays it on inside, and it's gone over the bar. The crowning moment in a year of brilliant memories as the Munster and League champions Cork complete the clean sweep.
With your passion, no one can stop you.
Have to, get them into line. Boot camp.
I'm really bad at it.
The ICA Boot Camp, Tuesday at 10 on RTE2.
For the power to stop a pounding headache, take Anadin Maximum Strength. Anadin, the power to stop pain.
Thurles, 1884. An idea was born. It took hold of people's hearts and helped all of us grasp one simple and enduring fact. When something really matters, it matters forever. Ulster Bank, proud sponsor of the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship.
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
The second half of the All-Ireland minor final coming up shortly, but we're also looking ahead to the main event of the day, this year's senior final between Down and Cork, and that game throws in at 3:30. But for the moment, it's half-time in the minor football final between Cork and Tyrone. Tyrone leading 1 goal and 6 points to 5 points. Joe Brawley, Colin Morgan and Pat Spillane here with me in studio. Joe, I was saying to Pat just before the break there, Tyrone got off to a really nice start. Some good points and well-taken points by fellas like McCulloch, and then Richard Donnelly got a point.
There's a difference in the know-how between the teams. Tyrone are playing with a sweeper and they know how to do that, and their half-forward line's disappearing. Cork have decided to keep their own half-backs in position and to play their own sweeper. Because they don't know exactly how to do it, they're struggling a bit. Tyrone will be very happy at half-time not having conceded a goal against a team that rely on goals. They've scored 10 before today. And you'll see that whereas Tyrone's half-backs are attacking against Cork's sweepers, and all of them have scored, and a midfielder has scored a goal, Cork's are staying in position, so it's very difficult. Cork are really, the only mechanism by which they're getting scores is through frees, and a couple of them were pretty soft frees, I thought. And which is something that Mickey Duffy's always liable to do. Yeah. And I mean, in general, you would have just thought that Tyrone would be pretty contented at half-time. Although I think that their performance went down a wee bit when they scored the goal, because I think they maybe thought, well, the game's over now.
We were talking about the sweeper situation, Colin O'Rourke. You can see the Cork player and the shots that the points that were scored. They're kind of standing there like, didn't seem to be doing anything in particular.
No, because Cork have played the whole year with sort of man-to-man marking, and now they have decided that they can't afford to do that because of the number of goals they've been giving away. But it's very difficult, especially with young fellas, to say for one game of the year we're going to play completely different than we've been playing up to now. And I suppose maybe they would say, well, we've only given away 1 goal, normally we're giving away a few, 3 or 4 or 5, but at the same time the system is something that you nearly have to practice game after game after game. It's not something you can really just throw at a fella for one game.
Let's have a look at the goal that they did give away, Pat.
Oh, this was a superb goal. Lovely long ball. Now, I suppose maybe, and this is the great thing about Tyrone play, when they do get the ball. Remember I was talking about Cork at the start of the game, seniors, and their slow, ponderous build-up. This is Tyrone play at the best, where they break quickly out of defence, and there's always fellas up in support. And the goal, classic, long, direct ball. Now, defender ball watching. Good save by the goalie, you know, David Hanlon. Good initial save, but a good follow through by Harry O'Connor. But look, I'm always saying this, you know, the shortest. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and you can't beat a long direct kick into the danger area. And if you, I mean, in that instance, you had poor defending on the point of who was it? It was Alan Cronin who was goal side, but well finished by young Conlon.
His man hadn't followed him back either. Like, you know, your midfielder in behind everybody, you'd be saying to yourself, where is the man that's supposed to be marking him, his midfielder? But
this is what's happening. You can see those Cork fellas in the defence, and they're looking around because they don't know whether to pick up a man or whether to. They have no idea.
You're absolutely right. But that said, there's no doubt that it's slowing up Tyrone, because what Tyrone want to do is they want Tyrone to play man-to-man football, and then they'll have it all their own way, because they'll be defending in numbers, and then they'll counter-attack into space themselves, and Ronan O'Neill and all those boys will have space. As it is, although they're not doing it as effectively as they could be, they're cutting down Tyrone's space, and the rate of Tyrone's scores has been slowed considerably. I mean, considering Tyrone were totally dominant, they only managed to put 1-6 on the board, you know.
And Cork got a goal chance themselves, Colin.
They did, yeah. Well, one thing, as Pat was saying earlier, Cork are a spirited group, and this is a way to get around. And put the ball across high in front of the goals, and if you have big men in there, you can do a bit of damage. I don't know why other teams don't do it, because, you know, it's still the best way to get a goal, especially, you know, there's nothing happening out there in the corner. Let the ball across, and you can see eventually it's going to break down here to Kevin Hallisey, and, you know,
it was a half chance.
It had to be into the roof of the net. But again, what it's showing is at least that Cork are not going to lie down in this game, and they're going to come out full of spirit the second half, because they've finished the stronger.
Half chance isn't bad in All-Ireland final.
Yeah, but what's surprising is, I mean, they made a substitution there at the final whistle, which was baffling. But if in all the games previous to this, they brought on young O'Mahony at full forward, who's a big, strong, strapping 6'4", and he turned the game on all occasions. And I think this was what they should have done: bring in a big, strong target man, and for Brian Hurley and Kevin Hallisey to play off him.
Yeah, I suppose the conditions are going. We have to mention the conditions here again, both for this minor match and presumably for the senior match
normally
later on. It's very slippy out there.
Very slippy, and there's been a sort of a constant drizzle, and normally that lends itself to low scoring, messy type games with a lot of breaking ball. Some people would say that it would argue a more physical team, because there's so many breaking balls, you're going to have bigger opportunities for physical collisions. Now, the other side of that is it will suit some nippy forwards, like the likes of Daniel Hughes, who will get a ball and will turn, and he'll be gone by his man in the senior match, or Coulter as well. So, you know, different people, good skillful players will play well on the sort of conditions that you have.
In actual fact, Pat Spillane, before the play started here today, we arrived this morning, the groundman here in Croke Park was very concerned about this canal end goal down here and the condition of it.
Can't understand why, because we've had ideal conditions coming up, weather conditions coming up to the game. And in fairness, remember, for years we sat here criticising the surface and how they made a bags of it, you know, and over the last 12 months, 2 years, it's an outstanding playing surface.
I walked out on the pitch there today. It's absolutely magnificent. It will take a stud. In the old days, you had a very hard surface, and when it rained on top, then it was absolutely, you know, you would need to be Nureyev to stand up on it. Now today, you will be able to get a cog into it, and there should be nobody making any excuses in any shape or form for the surface.
All right, gentlemen, thanks for that. Well, both teams are back out here. Tyrone are leaders in the match, and hoping they can drive on now to an All-Ireland title. Let's see what happens as we head back to the commentary box to rejoin Micheál O'Shea and Coleman Goggins.
Gramahagut agus darno na Cherikeen Dirnach Groud around the Clohi Canish Butte Tyrone agus na Tsikeen Dirnach Grev Corkigown Butte a Cohen Homa and Count Dirnach Siblian Ravili get Corkig and Count Dirnach get Tyrone a couple of Blianohin Siblian Ravili agus a Hocht agus Roman Kestolatze a Wohig Clohisa.
Jackal Rahonigus Nola Leary Macher and Bark and Shin of Asia Gimmerta Gavila nor Avu Corka and Clehamine or so Vedic will Shin on the Acasta Chimpel Bugani done foreign show. Jackal Roke will and Kuna Cleha Shaw and Goffer and Fos come more to Cleha Shock. Vedic will Bugani Nis Mo Krinisek Tyrone, you know, Nivun Shin Clehidi and Tamer Fad.
She had a bear hostnig Corka Gasana Hachtanir, Diantaka, Agus Barna the Kiriki in the Fuinti after an ish and Hat Katanar Degas Tuskor Lesha Tarnala, Agus Tyrone Ernon say. Und so, Schnee, Conan Grugan, Wollte Stach geschoot, John McCullough, Stach die Ronan O'Neill, Ronan O'Neill, John McCullough, Dianta Godasan Sunnigan, Idiot Alan Cronin the Hurda. Agus gaffalash digda John McCullough, Lena Horan, Wiltiga John McCullough, Agus Shin Anna Fuinte, and son O Ila Anna Year Connor.
Anna Croke and Shin, Ranish Row, Wahanor Visha, Chaktis Jackon, Lena and Shin, Agus Haran Trasna, Lena Horan, Nilak. Chiana Wan Curher 4 like Tyrone Gaji Shosa Clare, Agus a Rika Sponsia, Crinaso score on cool, my Brandy Malera Rish, Haran Trasna and Shin Keg, Rashe Garden, Tullan Shin, Fos, Ushe Trasna, 3 Coolin Nish, Gafeg, John McCullough.
She Keeniga John McCullough, Marshin, on Gardner Mia the Higgy, Cook Fuinte, Agus, Head, Edit Olive, Tiro in a Sheliv, Agus, Shane, Stephen Tierney. Agus Kalish Rish Dianta John McCullough. John McCullough Dian of Scris in the Upcall.
Yes, Chris Dormer and Shin Sakailan Shin Gactineg Tanula, Clehamora, Ronan O'Neill, Nilane's Cork Fightek, Ronan Gajiso, Sakle, say John McCullough, Yenavan Scris, Tivis J, Kickser Vucheg, as Bader Chance and Shohag Ronan O'Neill, Kuna Anamachur and Score Clore.
Sha Ronan O'Neill, Agus Dish and Sahige, and Council, Harasha Drasna, Agus Animachur at Chlorascoid. Wiltiga Ronan O'Neill, Agus a Cork Glote, Istachad na Quilly, Agus Tiny with Chlorascoid, did it and so.
Husband Brian Hurley's a Kaidla, Keiko Mahas a Toshe, Gooside on Week on a Lyric or Haran Trastan and Shin, or Rish Husband Ronan O'Neill and Skill Kane and Scotia, I'm sure. Two's mother Tyrone, Rish and Shosta Tarala.
Shag and Auris, Margo Gaki the Pointy, Scarone the Vorne, O'Haley Nish, and Fort Govin Slown, Cofron Bosch D. Titum, Quisach Traum. Wiltamachatsa, Anna Wallenson reached Harry O'Connell nach wie College the remission again. So Draum saw Wiltistach Max Sugru, Stachet and Sugri Daniel Fitzgerald, Raigi shot in Ishgri, Matthew O'Shea, Ashtachel Ashley, Agus Fachta again Unandini, Strasna and Ishgri Stephen Tierney, with the Unandini, Ishtachri Conan Grugan. Conan Grugan, Goody Ryan Devlin, Imachlish, Glushacht, Anna Hoimerton Sunuka, Agus Anna, Walla Fachtaga Unandini, Agus, well, near Evan Raytour, Sauce the Lishin. Went to the topic, Agus Sarhigas the Corkig, Agus, well, Barhidoing on to Corlaishacht, Ido Shne Unandini, Unandini at a dollar, but Sunchish, Wallison.
Yeah, Simul Brenner, Shinarish, Vuche, Pedro Vuche, and Cork Pedro Bugani, this mountain. Leron Goulin and Shin, Nachana Will and Shin. Planning Shin Kerkalor, Ben Sauce Galore Shin, Ben Sauce Galore Shin Crave.
Bench Bras Hostel Shin, the Graf Shake, Glistenach, Walla Gola. Aha, the Martian of Nicoreto, they don't know. Martian Corpiga Cousins Mark Shogrun, Vaishen Council, Hak Sautis the Drome of Mark Martian, Sir Kick the Corpig. Nish, Kadayanik na Corkig, Damien Cahalan. Hagadik Damien the Council, Stacho the Carnoig, I said a lot of Gustigit. With the Stachs the Carnoig, Achta Gadasson, Afaka Shame Garrity, and Son Gadi Unandini, Achdinson nach Damien Cahalan, Agus Damien is Liggin Clehe, Martian, Kickschlasse, with the topic, Stach and Sohige, Gadi, John O'Ruid. Machlish is Conor O'Sullivan. Me Albrach le Conor, Nafil.
Yeah, me Marador Sakailan Shin and Trio Kiana will Curher 4 like Conor Kegwich, Yanavan Rud Carto have Cowra Horst and a Tussa Bajer just go Pordo, Lurk Dinner and a Tussa Conan score. I'm sure gone down Toshe Guybru Gahan Crew Goran Foreign.
Martin, Kikimach a Vegan, the heroine. Tyrone and Wachter. Agus Gomor an Wachter at Chlorascoid, a Will Tachtani Rally Gorkig, Damien Cahalan, Fachtige Kevin Fulignati, Laston the Portke, Machtlish, and Horan, Derek Jamie Burns, the Reimshoe, Fachta Offach and Zug and Mark Shugru, and Nashti Kevin Fulignati, had the Yannick Kevin Fulignati, Dinner Shesta, the Yarltig, and Ike Yarini, Dolan got Hosna Show, Hin Godino. So here the Nisho, Winnigadi, Dan McCoy, Hurik Dan Fay, Lianikato, Count Morar, the Gashin Count, and Sprodach, the Hortvig and Son, again Dan McCoy.
Agus cad mar ar sin de fragra trí dina dhéag a bhíag Tyrone taobh hir den léir an sin a géar a brúchar ar na Corcaíach a brenar Dan McKeown an seo is go maith go bhfuil kick mór agus thar an trasnan le duine teachtasteach an sin breithníise gur Richard Donnelly ag teachtasteach a gur an blach ach anna kick an sin ó Dan McKeown agus an dara chúlína bhfuil aimse heige sa clé seo.
Se fear a hosna gan aige chláid ach níor hosna sé ó héine agus be sé ógáin chanimar a ríiste bléite chuin. Mar sin, Colm Spears, Cágad is sin Council, Green Díirich a Joe Lár na Páitce. Agus skippa an Dalah ag an Niles Ludden. Mar sin, Daniel Fitzgerald, an captain, Ládernach ó Chuiscéim. Agus anis, bhfuil rud éigean dianta as a slí ansa ag an Gorcaíoch an Fearlár Páitce Jamie Burns.
Brenna sé gur chuir sé láh híos an sin a Harry O'Connell ílim clínte chad a bhí ar siúil ag a cartán seo an dawr.
Orta buí mar sin an son agus Harry O'Connell ar a Dalah agus dólam go muigean óil tinós a chuir an réiteúid an sahara margheallar sin caiise sin Arden Council.
Agus is tócha taspanna sé sin beag an mín chlisteach ó heibh Jamie Burns an sin bhí kicks ar brunta búta acu agus tugann sé bhaile le rud Míchílvar an sin.
Ach seo hé Damien Cahalán, Damien amach leis, Os a Shellif na Caide, go deasta steach go dtí John O'Ruit, túra sé fé, bhfuilteige John agus an gar na líide a ríist agus na Corcaí, John O'Ruit.
Anna fór an sin ó John O'Rourke, fear over ó Damien Cahalán, a rí sé dul leis an léir agus an sin casan sé, thuann sé an léir a ras go dtí an fearhfuil sa spás an sin agus John O'Rourke an rud ceart mar thusa thar an trasnan. Sin ba chóir ba Corcaí anamh an tamar fáid, just lurg an fearhfuil séir agus bhfuil an anna scóna sin aimsiú.
Dyn nhw dig, agus sy'n le na chlwb, be sé siúd a dol gyda olsgol limine. Se chwyn, Colm Spears, ma ha Jo Lár na Páitce, agus sgyr na Caide, tithe leis a Gorcaíoch a báutasa, agus sné Maxú Grús, sgypathe an Dalah, cópathe an Dalah ag marc, agus mar sin, sér cic da híróid.
Na ma fechmid sin a ríis brandní sé gur a gachrú di gart.
Mar sin, Stephen Tierney, agus anna bhartaíoch diantaige Richard Donnelly, isteach go dtí Conan Grogan, go glúirtanson go dtí Stephen Tierney go dtí Richard Donnelly, isteach a lár slí, har nascha go héin, léana ghoran, isteach a Joe Stephen Tierney, seo hé Stephen, hir a mes na gosantóirí for a bhór náma, idir nún sínis, Conan Grogan, ón Damien Cahalán, sláwnathe, agus deisig an lán cholaí Conor Clark, túirt fé, ach, well, snémar bhfuil an cosantóirí, báltaí edúidirh Coleman.
Gan dawr cinna mícheart an sin, tháinig sé isteach sin imar bachordó, just isteach sin imar lurid duine den na tusathe chun an scóra aimsiú, ach a rís an sin bhí ceithre duine dhéag a Corcaí díobh hir den léró, so is go maithe an gáfar an go sé Jackar an seo scóna aimsiú má tá an gachrúd mála haibh na seansan na scóna chruthú.
Se, bhuiig sé seo, télagus am ánaíocht léana chluban ag an chruibh, ó nó má, bhfuil tamach go dtí Lár na Páitce, bachta go deasaige Kevin Fullagnati, dianta go maithaige, agus sné Jamie Burns, trasnan sa dtí John O'Ruit, go bhaid sé puinte linis, bhfuilta go glúirta go dtí Jamie Burns, seanta gáis, sgána go bhuiig, agus Conan Grogan sa bhar na buil, an bhart dianta sunnaige Ewan Deenan, seo hé Ewan Deenan har nás ach cartige agus cartige be mílistanach go dtí Conan Grogan mar sin bruntamas na Corcaí.
Chad mar geallar an seans ribh sin ó héh an chúil ag teach tríd, is tóchan nuair tá tú óg ar an gachtain a leat nuair tá an parks le nach ar frab ar an líród. Rinne sé an rud mícheart ó héh dulas teach ar an chúil agus cála ar an seans an sinach. Na sin rá a seans scór eile fuaid teachar tuiscan an
agus cort de buí an san áhrunna i dtír na Hugh Pat McGeary. Se, mar sin Brian Hurley, deisige an bharna a lídú, go dtí éon chóla bháin in ahuair mar a bhíag le hám. Bhfuilteige Brian agus bhfuil batú trúipris an san ó Brian í deisige an bharna lídú ach ní raidig leis.
Annig seans an sin a Brian Hurley, bhí gachtain cheappa gnúch sé sin thar an trasna, is beidir go cheap sé féin go sé dul thar an trasna, so rinne sé ní rá gachar de cheart ó héh an stíl nó an techníc a bhfuil aige.
Mar sin Michael Donaghy a fágan na Páitce i gcéad Tyrone agus a techan Páitce Padraig McNulty. Sin a harú dianta agus Michael Faragin cosint bághóibh agus a fuid pointe góibh ach mar sin héad fiscorid Bertúr a gairí le chéile agus Tyrone idir nún saí Conan Grogan Lena Kituig, trust on the pot, Giggity, John McCullough, Shahe John, will to get John about the sucker hard and will she out, Neen. Oh, sticking at David Hanrahan. Will to Amakuma Hanson, Giggity, Jamie Wall, Giggity Alan Cronin. I say, Ruher Harnashti, Jamie Wall, a Garlish, good gloat to Eragan Sadi, John O'Ruit, John on the Hashik down, on a Yarrow, Lena Kituig, and the Yannick. On more the Joe, the Carnoige. She will get Shirley the door here. Yentagama Hanson, Agus Fachtagadas, Dan McCoy. Oh, pass Mahansa, Goody Jano, Goody Kevin Hallisey, and a Hashif the Kevin. Kevin Lenakatoy. Stacha Joe, the Carnoige, Baltava Nelly. Fachtagadas, Stigger, Harry O'Conlon. Harry O, Winnigadini, Goody Unandini. Cousin Kuma, Harry O'Conlon, Harnashinish, Stephen Tierney, Lena Goran, Goody Harry O'Conlon, Dianta good glow to Fadiga Tyrone, Agus Shahe Thomas Canavan, Thomas Canavan, Machtlish, Stachan Sugary, Ronan O'Neill, will College Dinted, Begawell, went to get glow to Rankas on the hands of Saga Ryan Devlin. Will to get Ryan Nagas a point to talk with him on the Wash of the Fadiga Tyrone.
Shin scoring to go can the Porker Lesh and Lear and Shin, Gactin a yen of an Rudcart Lesh and Lear, passing the Intoquahan Tamer Fad, Can Intoquahan show, Jackwig, Ryan Devlin, Bejagra Lashans Cool, and Kinnecart Gentagux and Lear Har and Trastan, can the Porker Lesh and Lear Chin, scoring to watch it Tyrone.
Martian Kevin Fullignati and son and Corcoich, Agus Cord Laisha. Sinead Kevin agus Yaul Roch or Crumpa Cushy bedded a all on Schliha Cord Laisha on Sunday the Yasawig Corcoich Agus Mimerifiach to Henry Raymond Monroe Agus in the Ele Tachan Potke and so again Corcoich Luke Connolly Agus Anot Mark Shogru Yaul Roch Martian Corcoich RT Ahru Ele Yanam Mark Shogru, Matthew John Tabline, Agus Luke Connolly, or Rena Henemo, a Tachan Potkin, Schnee, Mark Shogru. Marchen, Kikamach of Vegan, Agus. Here Feinte, no cook Feinte, Scar on the board, no Hele, Lord no Wedding. I'd put to Markety, Lord the Potkin. Bachta Umohan and Sonaga Thomas Canavan. Went to Joe John McCullough, he's newig about the so, but College Denton, again Jamie Burns, Agus Serkick, no hit, again John McCullough, Agus Conan Grugan, a Hokig and Council, on Fat Lord Poetke, Agus Dimid Ahershoot, Liam, and Nadia Hochtau, Solim, Agus Nadia Hochtau, Sheho, Mahagwala Stachansa, Conan Grugan, Machtlish, Lenakatoik, Shenana, Yarach, father, will she own, Shenana fainted. Pointe and son Agus Vecha ahead Ortus has a Gounson.
Gone out by Anna score and Shin River Shin Hershey pass glow to trust in the Porker husband Craig O'Creen and the Wilshin in a Husclay and Tam Shin on a score by Yain in the sauce and a Shin Shin.
Martin David O'Donovan the stick Kevin Fullignati Imihich Nick Kevin Fullignati a fog in the Potke David O'Donovan Takahistachana out the Horking. I'd put to go on the Potke a reach to get Fachtige Portrick McNulty Tunadui. Agus Count Tochtach and so Wittige Agus Thomas Canavan a Hokig and Council. All whole either the Ford Inish and a Huid Agus will Cortabui Cortabui and son the John O'Ruit. Thomas Canavan, one in the Kaidiga topic, Ishtach and so Fachte Istige Richard Donnelly. Richard Favreau, Bert Temple, Anna Vertichtiantiga Richard, Bert Corgohege, good close to Eraigatsa and Sungadi, Ryan Devlin, Anna Hossintiga Corkig, Matthew O'Shea, Amachan Sodi, John O'Ruit, Frost in the Portkit and Sodi, Jamie Wall, Amatlish, Anna Hoshich the Jamie, Derek Harry O'Conlon the Horda, Anna Vertichtiantiga Harry O'Conlon, Pachtiga Harry O'Conlon, Shelley Wintergo, D. Holloway, Wilta Gashud, Elehul D. Unandini. And Ishkari Connor Clark and Long Holy, Trust in the Potke and so Stephen Tierney, Stachalosh Lady Thomas Canavan, Ilehul like a Shahe Unandini, Scope Fashion again and a Machtlish of Washach the Mahalor the Potke, Harakadi Gansa, Agasarish, John McCullough, Loyach the Himmer, Loyach Loy, Shahe. Dúra sé fé. Bhuilte go count even Edmond. Ná bhíráile tríomhíocha sin.
Well, gléitú sin I gceart léic na himar sin an ceithre cúlín bhfuil fáite John McCullough agus gach anna chrín agus anna snasta agus é dul thar an trasnan.
Tinid a chrecin, bhuilte go duine a go David Hanrahan an san go dí Alan Cronin, stechal áslí agus bús bheith chorcaig Jamie Burns in isbrio. Caiisiad scóracha ní hecha Más Clancy, caiisiad scóracha ar chlár aimsiú Jamie Wall. Más áilethe teachtar náiste ghéanamh David O'Donovan an tinadaí dít Más Clancy. Trasna na páirce go dtí Matthew O'Shea, aig go dtí Kevin Hallisey, buinte go Kevin á fach. An bhaise Stephen Tierney anna chosantá dhéanamh aige. Richard Donnelly an fear breise go bidú agus caléisteanta Richard. Chéista I bhóla ó náitin ar húling sí mar sin. Ruhiráis le Tyrone gan an áras inis, Coman.
Yeah, tá si dá ansásta le John McCullough mar fear ag lura an léir don tamar fad.
Fuidir an dúine teachta soch an páirce agus, well, ní léon chlutha canis cailte agus go dísa a de hárlóig inú. Stechad a rá. Ach, seohiad na manúid. Stephen Tierney a dalabhad so, cór leiseach ar Stephen Tierney. Mar sin, beag tamil ar a dóg for an counsa. Stephen Tierney, sin éon sanna a dalabh. An antar cór leis o aragal chiaráin an fersa agus gimmert de mesna gos an tóidí. Scoil na mráthar seo agus choran bheith ruaí buite ige. Mar sin, séir chic agus an ferlár páirce Conan Grúnin go tapigin sa go dtí an lán cholaí Conor Clark ar náistí Conan Grúgan leanna chetú. Chóim mar anna chóhiscint an san idir Tyrone, na faoi.
Gan daut ach bachor go muchtin ag an seasa bachor an duine le bhfuil chun an kick séir sin a bhúlach tugann sé seans do Conor Grúgan an cean tapi a hort agus é ála ras agus bhí sé an chrín a ríis scór an cúil an dara chulaí
fáite. Anna Tyrone, Liam Girvin a teachtasteach, Ryan Devlin a fágan na páirce do Tyrone. Ryan Devlin imithe mar sin agus Liam Girvin tacathe isteach. Mar sin na máte nimmartig an dáhéamh na banistóidí ach láthar na huide. Raymond Monroe a nuachtar, sné an san Damien Cahalan dianta go maithige agus bhuilte inis fachta ag John O'Ruitk. John O'Ruitk dianamh dhíhil das na Corcaig, diarige a thutar náis sa chluthe, trasna an sa inis dí Conor O'Sullivan, bhuilte steach sa chúine dí Brian Hurley, a sí gan bharceart ach cad a dhéana sé le, Brian Hurley mus sa chúine an san Shea Garrity, diarig súla teagach meadar go dtí bhuilte ar náistí Kevin Hallisey, túra sé fé leanna chetúig, bhuilte go Kevin, bhuilte go háda go Kevin ach taobh na láimh diise agus corcaig mí ábharach ó heh deise na scórála nachfuil.
Ja, just níl siad an léireil ceart a thuirt de Brian Hurley an tamar fad a fáin sé léire tá sé amach ná an tíomhlín agus tá buisnú tróró sa cór ó heh scórna imseo.
Ina dtí a chorcaig Conor O'Sullivan a fágan na páirce Stephen O'Mahony a teachtar náis agus tóthgus na tusathe i gimideog Stephen is dólam mar lánta sach beidir mar spricuigus na Corcaig. Agus beidir go dúra díist bhail caiisiad athrathe eile dhéanamh an sanach sné Conor a fágan na páirce Stephen O'Mahony imithe isteach sa lína lánta sach mar san inas bhail tá sé sin dianta hanige. Gaidí an áde amó agus Corcaig inis an bhuiile sé Jamie Wall an bhuiile sé an chaideár isteach aige ní dhéana go báltasa chaidíisiil achta go dasan san ige Dan McCoy. Dan Fós an a bheartaíocht dianta go Dan go glúte an san go dtí David O'Donovan. Trasna na páirce go dtí Kevin Hallisey anna blokáil ar fad dianta an san ige Niall Snudden. Úncail siúd an réiteúir nachcha.
Ach anna blachan sin ó Harry O'Conlon a ras go tapi chun an choscachar ar imróí Kirky an scóir sin a aimsiú mar Branny Majer ríis Branny ar Harry O'g teach trasta chun an bhlocha aimsiú an sin agus amach le Niall Snudden leis an léród.
Se Niall aideithe na hasamh má se agus cór leis corid. Thomas Canavan trasna na páirce an so go dtí Stephen Tierney, Stephen amach leis. Stechal áslí go dtí inadaí Liam Girvin. Liam Girvin a glúiseacht. There's two team blab, dianta go dasan san agus na Corcaig, Jamie Wall a teach amach leis a gaid go dtí Damien Cahalan. Nis mar sin a bheith tíalara, Damien Cahalan amach leis a ruachar. Ó gine go daine nis agus na Corcaig, scór a tastáil ruacha. Well, ní hé sin an sort críoch cheapadar dhéanadís Luke Connolly an son ní raibhetáis.
Ach just níl siad cochraín le
Harry O'Conlon an son an antar cór leis an ferlár páirce Coman. an aimimsir fású an spéide glanna agus dar nó ceart go meach ard a muocht go deo agin sa chluithe tíir idir a dún agus na Corcaigh agus láthar na huide Harry O'Conlan an fear lápáidce an son agus cór leiseach chuid ó naomh muide an fersa ach sin faoid an phróiste Eden Dark agus dólam an club próiste stiga nón ganan se agus sinné an son an Banistúid Raymond Monroe agus well bed nafar se hútla tuisce deach táim siúrála go bhfuil fersa sásta le sé cóman.
Ja, agus tóca an bailachan in imríon an foran Corcaigh seo tá muid a dhrúil go teocha siad a rais beagáin agus go dtí seo tá siad ná na cluthe búchant le coolna déanaach a aimimsú so níl sé chríoch na
Níl, bhíad ar na buintach an dédig an aig na galí och cína láthar na huide bhfuil teachtaníar eile únta agus calaísteanta am hansan go David O'Donovan agus mar sin le Tyrone an Council. Agus beag seilib na caiide fíorthachtacha samach don dáthebh Thomas Canavan bhfuil teisteach go sleanna hensan nó Alan Cronin agus céalach John McCullough. Gúneafaisiach os ciúna bhfuile Liam Girvin acha Bhíon déana duine son amach harise de bhlíine cicsleasa de Alan Cronin. Jamie Waller aga acha ní bhfuile sé chuig idir Alan Cronin. An mach go méidir go mulaach sé ceann Gerrid. Alan Cronin. Snéha diantaige anna Gerrid ar fad go dtí Matthew sé. Agus séir kick de Corcaigh Alan Cronin ceann eile mar sin. Agus gan fácan is gach 9 matí ha siad 8 pointach an dédig agus seo hen tinna dí Daniel Fitzgerald. Daniel Fitzgerald nasgurí Alan Cronin. An Croninach bertúr choráigh go leanna gáran go deastasteach a láslí agus Harry O'Conlan tang bháil dianta leis a gaiide a dálamige mar sin deisigus na Corcaigh Damien Cahalane bhuiilta go deasa go Damien an san go dtíon ina dí Luke Connolly. Stachalásli, Hanson, John O'Ruit go gáilisteach. Húla tasnáile ó Corcaigh ghólafachtaige churadá bhfuil go listanach agus seachún Tyrone anna chosantaige Tyrone. Tachtamach leis a gaiidan so go dtí Stephen Tierney, sneanna heidir hóin agus tanga bháil leidir gaid snéan tarna báta sa chéile ach ní ábharach a bhí Tyrone agus Stephen Tierney an son an báta.
Ní an sin de cháil sé a chusa agus hit sé ar an talamh agus leag sé lábhéir an líró don sin a níos sin. Look, tá tror imrá mór a Corcaigh sin is Stephen O'Mahony Dan McKeown Burtachu. Cáil siad an líró a churisteach áir ar cligan duine in an imróí sin. Ag tanú beidir go bris an líró a héobh cúla aimimsú agus tá sé sin ag tastáil go géirhfuil Corcaigh inis.
Go dtíireach an módíireach tastáil wathe. Agus cím Dara Donnelly an faragin scris láidir nach artí teach an páidce decha Jonah Carnoige. Seansan sa ige Corcaigh. Hagan siad a dírid. Dan McCoy agus pointe fachta go dean an bhar na líideige an faragin scris an so sin tríú ceannig an faragin scris an so an lá dearnach Dara Donnelly saclam gan é bheith fiscithe go dtíine sigin. Tá cíimi did a daobh líne
Ba Dan McKeown sásta go mór leis an bailach bhfuil si trééis immartaniu ní ra sé an beidir cúla aimimsú an sin bach an ceartag an cúlín a ghlacha. Ach má tá Corcaigh an cúpla líra a buchan timp Lorna Park agus é a seolaisteach os cór Stephen O'Mahony nó Dan McKeown gach seans go mai Brian Hurley an brise aimimsú agus cúla.
Sné Stephen Tierney nu heach sné Dara Donnelly techt agus Stephen Tierney san fágan na páidce do híúin. Dara Donnelly gin sé siút scris sa chluthe lechanis ar tháina sé an páidce. Catán an dún sa go ceann splici 7 pointach an cíine há Tyrone láthar na huide. Mach leis a gaiid go dtí láthar na páidce an háir le Harry O'Conlan titithe agus seachún Corcaigh agus Luke Connolly. Luke go an saí ceann mór áard an módíireach is decha Joel na Carnoige fachtaistigh go Brian Hurley. Ganas cóil a go Brian Hurley an lasar savarach. Corcaigh a bhfuil siad ar is slí ar eis. Sin báide agus ceidir faointe nó be Kevin Hallisey aimimse an líon táin sé an dá. Kevin Hallisey leanaice tóig ísisiil fanna talún isteach sa chuoine agus Corcaigh go tréan ar eis.
A chaladúir mar Stephen O'Mahony a chur an líró síos go Brian Hurley tugad sé pass íon Dr. Kevin Hallisey agus cad mai arla seo a Croke Branir na malach chamadan sé an léir ísle léir an talamh úsáidan sé sleann na parcha chun an léireach seolas teach sa líonán agus Corca fós a cléthe seo agus tháinig mar hána bhfuil siad sásta go leir teachtarás le ní cholín chun deire so féidir mai siad an é anamh ríis.
Ceidir faoin teachtar in isnúíomh das na Corcaí Kevin Hallisey an lecha bhuid a cóil leanna go tú ceann mór ardaréis an módíide John Carnoy an áda le Doran Stephen O'Mahony uberhisteach an sa Good Daniel Fitzgerald agus sin pointe eile agus fan dar na líirithe níl afara ach im das go bháin tíos de John O'Ruit go ceantan na chur Harris a drasnáin.
Na ríos ag teachtarás ag teach go láidir an seo beidir go a leis an líir a thuirteteach an sin chuig Daniel Fitzgerald ach chríicna sé thar an trasan agus trí cholín idir na fór na cúig nóid ar an clog cábhas an isis.
Nis nuaíomh is bheith tíal ar a dá Hen na noile hen na dó dhéag an lasar sa bharach a gart Brian Cuthbertson ná leis an bheithtaí an bhar Raymond Monroe an uachtar go dísa mar sin Colm Spears a count sa bhfuilte maiige go dtí lár na páirce Damien Cahalan go háir go dtí Jamie Burns a teach na gaud an sunir Daniel Fitzgerald I mé hebhuaig agus seo hé Tyrone Kevin Hallisey tarcha le lena catóig agus le Tyrone in cansa ní ha le Cork go cansa Michael Witcham after Reem Gwynne go bhainte Tyrone Daniel Fitzgerald in iscudi Damien Cahalan a hopig in cansa roid an na hochtach at fadan is Ceog Shelley Ceog a chiad scoil an hardaló Dan McCoin chance go Dan fós go Dan lena catóig agus níl after a lá bhainte Réide céile an scodána I higan gatad so.
Thulamar hana Dan the man ach an seo sé Dan Corcaíoch atá gaimsú na pládat an seo scóíontach eile Dan McKeown an cúicha a bhfuil fáite ag an iste cléir an carú cean annach réic an seo a bhíhall.
Se agus fear an na láid a Dan McCoin bhfuilte machanis Ceog Shelley congracht an Dublíne tíirtach amach Harris a Dublíne ag a Conan Grogan mí ábharach a bhí a Parchíróin an Baltasan mar sin deise go Corcaig dul ar an ón saí. Lúnach sí númatí fácha tá hí go bheith an dédig le pointe bháin a bhdar sí cíntach loí tá hí go teachtar náisios na maidid Damien Cahalan ceann mór ard stecha John Carnoige réist an ard a lótsa an a hansad sa go John O'Ruit agus ní leachtar a pointe bháin dochtaite an teachtanéir a há diantagus na Corcaí agus tá goil na seoltain is cuman.
A chúl agus trí cholíní as a chéile chun bheith chuir just puinte bháin in na fórna seo John O'Ruit ar an trasna Níl Tyrone an daile leis an líród mór ord is teach ar an párcún seo.
Agus loch takeíocht do Corcaí agus iad atá laistíar dóid a láthar na huide agus cétá iad a dalab atá fear híróin a lár na páitce ngámtar cór leis Brian Ronan O'Neill, Eirihin na hasab, Gwynnedas na loiachra, scórála, haka, agus in isnúíomh, in isise bheith tíalir a dáhéomh, cén mianach a haúnta, machna se gaid, gydí lár na páirce, lár de lú, leanna an Damien Cahalan, a dul I lethe chúil an sa Liam Girvin, an chaidig a Liam, haka leistiantar Liam, agus séfkick a haún da híróin. Mar sin, na nómatí sleanú lú, na gaunnas a na gaun, agus well cadíoh fáile sin cuman
ní rimar sin léir a chur a bheith ris tíach is teach an sin Liam Girvin son cinenne cheart an réiteach look da a seach nóid ar an clog bhí an scór cool agus gá cholín déag do Tyrone níach seach cholín fáite Corcaí brenn ar an scórlein in is nílach cholín idir na fórna Corca trí heachtarráis an sin le annach chuid scór na héna trí as a chéile agus gach seans acu is chun an clé seo a chur a chóscór.
Dan McCoin in sun agus cárta buí mar geall ar an galí sin a gin sin ar Liam Girvin agus an chiad scór eile anna cinú na chad fad a bhí Tyrone I gceanú Corcaig an canabánach an san go dtí Conan Grogan bit Corcaí chan a sellif cinnithe anad ar fadige pachta har náise go hé bhfuiltid sanige go dtí Liam Girvin de halláslí pachta go glótid sa again Harry O'Conlan, chance again Harry O'Conlan on the hammer ach seo Ronan O'Neill agus bega b'néan pínta cinúnach bega b'néan bula marachan na mitce Ronan O'Neill agus pínta fíorthachta ach cadé mar hábháil go David Hanrahan.
Anna hábháil ribh sin ar aus ar fad Harry O'Conlan ag teach tríd brenn ar an cool boir an dara sábha líonta go bhfuil gente ag David Hanrahan Dan sé na order tá sé Branwer Harry O'Connell an Tamer fad an a Havolona
agus Ronan O'Neill inis agus Corta Bui a Horta Ronan O'Neill agus Stola mar John O'Ruitt gortathe John O'Ruitt takehe chuige agus cím John McCullough a Dalov an son Crompa Cushe well tána planan na ann chuna táma belt.
Yeah, look, gone down. Look, bhí mar a bratha fannach de Ronan O'Neill chun scór na aimsú chuig nóid ar an clog an sin an céad scór aimsí an sé an immert níl ach gachín fáite go ceann ó kicks ar agus an cean sin an immert ach cé go tábhaach agus an mai an scór sin.
Well, tá támhaistigh tá tuaide chluigeistigh agus Kevin Sheehan a déadach talan páirce dus na Corcaí. Agus tá John O'Ruitt a fágad na páirce John O'Ruitt gortathe dar nó chus céim bhacha dheonn Kevin Sheehan takaisteach a bhfuil sé mós díanach le nómad le cos na huide I mé agus animile dul le leabhar bhiltóir an sa Richard Donnelly dul le leabhar an bhiltóir an sa agus Corta Bui a súd chomá mar sin.
Cúlaigh taistáil a Mícheál.
Se áfaintear ar na fórne. Ge yo có bhfuil sí mehamach sé mehamach go mé ábharach an Kevin Hallasey agus béga bine Cork cinúnach na himara mar sé Tyrone a hanhaachtar áfainte paraspáidecha. Áinúmad eile cadathe ag an réitúid an sa agus tá ceann methe hana hain. Steach leis a gaid, imil na carnóige. Sciar a fachta go Alan Cronin a bula araig agus seachain Corpaig a déadach dola ar an ónsaí go dtíon lán hóla chus dóid Matthew O'Shea léana gáir an trasna na páirce inis go dtí Kevin Hallasey léana chatóig fachta go glóirte ar fad an sanna go Dan McCowan go háir agus níl atara ach an bhearna is ló éon puinte bháin as garún ta láthar na huide.
Well, am I seanach go an scór Deire nach aimsú chun cóscóir a thuirt a rís Dan McCowan ar a tagan an líród ordasteach tá sé nána aimsú agus é seola ar an trasnan ach beidir bhfuil an clogan a gcuine inis.
Seachuin, well, costa inis, dólam sa go bhfuil beidir nómad goile ar a líad fáca fós, Colm Spears leis ag amach an ceannas táchta I fá Shelib ar isio, Nordalú. I'n Shelib again a fós, Corcaig a Shelib na caide agus sinné Kevin Hallasey. Trasnan sagad I Jamie Wall, Beryl Vnall ar a hafíon chadskipathe an Dalab ag go mé ábharach. Mar sin, Tyrone ar an ónsaí, siad gáfaintach an céin, agus ní léon de hinnas ar a canaheb gomach. Les bháid a hóca chore, seohé Conan Grogan, go glóirtar fad, trasnan na páirce an son, ach a méthe ó Dara Donnelly. An adóg séite gan Multóid, agus a siad Tyrone na Corrie, go bhfuil Coran tamach gan buitecha. Cúcín buite in isige Tyrone in na meach áblion díag agus Corcaig listach rúoch.
Ní féidir lech rá bhfuil sé tilteag Tyrone gá nóid éige dimar ar an seosa dar leach an scór a chur a bheith go dtí go Ronan O'Neill an scór cinúnach sin is tócha ach anna chuid imreacht ó Corcaíoch beidir taobhthír cúil agus dó é chúlín a gine seach chúlín ach tháinig ar ais le héna cachar chun an bhearna leidir go dtí chúlín amháin gan dátá sé tilteag Tyrone ach anna géireacht ó Corcaí an sin a Mícheál.
Mar sin, Tyrone lúgáideach agus cógáidechas thóchríile agus bheith Raymond Monroe a gáidíad san canaheb ná bheith buitecha leis an mearna is lú ar fad agus an son Kevin Hallasey críomhriste agus canaheb ná bheith chomá agus muintir Tyrone na Ceilúra agus a gaidí har barla ho fé ís an sa Brian Cuthberte tres lú ó chrí léana éireann agus snémarthá an scórdernach an sa a barca Croke Tyrone héna trídíag Corcaig héna dóíag.
The train goes by, and I'm afraid the chance went by for Cork in that minor final. And commentary on today's minor match by Mícheál O'Shea and Coleman Goggins. Joe Brawley, Colin O'Rourke and Pat Spillane here in studio with us. But gentlemen, Cork nearly did it again.
Yeah, look, ran out on them, Michael. You can't give away big leads every match and hope that they got caught today. They gave an 8-point lead away in the first half, an 8-point lead away in the second half, and bar 10 minutes of dominance in the first half and 6 minutes of dominance there. Tyrone were the better team over there, Michael. They had the intensity, they had the work rate, and they just had a better game plan than Cork. Cork were a little bit naive.
They should have adopted your suggestion much
earlier.
Sorry,
I said that. I mean, I've watched Cork in all their matches this year, and I've watched Stephen O'Mahony and he come on against Kerry, come on against Armagh, come on the last day, and again today. He's a big, strong full forward. He's a great target man. He's a great ball winner, and not alone that, but he's a good distributor, and he always brings in Brian Hurley and Kevin Hallisey into the play. And that's when I can't understand when he was so good in the previous matches, why he didn't get selected and why he was brought on so late.
Well, it was really when Dan McKeown went into the full forward along with O'Mahony there, they had the capacity to kick in high ball. It just shows like that with all the science in the world of working the ball over back, the traditional route to goal is still the simplest and the most effective. The other point I would like to make is, you know, the referee played 2 minutes of injury time. There should have been 5 minutes of injury time there.
There might have been a little bit more, there's no doubt about that. Let's have a look at the Cork goal, Joe. This is the one that brought them right back into the match.
Well, I mean, for 25 minutes they were making no headway at all against the blanket defence. They were doing, you know, what the Cork senior team normally do. And then when they brought the big fella on, they kicked 4 balls in, and they got 1-3 in 4 minutes from the 55th minute. And I mean, 1-4 from 5 high balls was a massive gain, and
it was a brilliant finish.
It was a great finish, but I mean, it was just what Cork needed.
And a great handoff by Brian Hurley. You know, the hand pass off was beautiful. Look how quick he gets the ball into his hands, vision to see a man, and then the only place he could really put it across the goalkeeper into the
But Michael,
corner.
that's what Gaelic football, that's how it should be played. We're overcoaching. We have too many development squads with short hand passing games, possession football, and a bit of negativity and fear.
And there's Shane McGarrity, the Tyrone captain, a delighted young man this afternoon. Of course, they have clinched this title, and in fairness, as we did say earlier on the day, Tyrone have played some wonderful football through this summer and survived the scare of that Cork big finish in it. And that, unfortunately, is the other side of the All-Ireland finals, but they wouldn't be worth winning if there wasn't pain in losing.
But I think the point that needs to be made with Tyrone is Tyrone's victories at underage are not by chance. You know, other counties appear in All-Ireland finals. They have a system in place. They have very good schools like Oma CBS, and they have St Pat's Dungannon, and where Peter Canavan is there in Cookstown. And the point is, they have a structure for coaching within the county and bringing the players on, and they play the same way the whole way up. So it's not by chance. Other counties could adopt it with the same amount of success.
All right, lads, thanks for the moment. We're going to take a short break here in the programme. Stay with us as we're live here at Croke Park on All-Ireland Football Final Day.
Tyrone are the All-Ireland champions from 1994. They won it in 1960, 1961, 1968, 1991, and their record in finals is unblemished. 5 out of 5.
My dad's his mom's brother. My ma is his dad's sister.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
Andrew Maxwell and Bloded Coffee go head-to-head as all-new Celebrity Bannister returns. Tonight at 6:30 on RTE1.
We don't know how to write a #1 bestseller. We don't know how to build stupendous skyscrapers. We don't know how to paint a Venetian masterpiece, or how to reconfigure the inner workings of the modern-day laptop. But we do know how to make a brilliant burger. The M, with 100% beef, Emmental cheese, and a delicious stone-baked roll. The M, with or without bacon.
Arthur.
To Arthur. To Martha. To Martha. To farmers. To farmers. To Martians. Yeah. To Martians. Chihuahua. To Boston.
Join the Arthur's Day celebration at 17:59 on the 23rd of September.
Away.
What counts is waking up your savings with a market-leading rate of 3.6% gross per annum over 5 months. Now that's really on the money. EBS, where family counts.
When heartburn rages like fire, you need Rennie Dual Action. Dual power to combat heartburn.
With your passion, no one can stop you.
Welcome back again to Croke Park. It's the All-Ireland Football Final of 2010. Cork are back, hoping to atone for last year's defeat, and Down hoping to take Sam Maguire across the border. Well, we're guaranteed new winners today, but we've also had many an eventful story along the way with big collisions and controversial decisions.
To the boots, to the back of the net. Kerry are the Munster champions. McCullough is calling for it. Kavanagh gets the icing on the cake. Listen to the cheers if this goes on. Roscommon have won their provincial title. On the line somehow, Seamus Kenny had the chance, and it's in the back of the net. It's a chance for Poland. It's the back of the net. Outside of the back comes down to O'Gara. He's kicked another one. 3 against 1. This must be a goal. James Kavanagh. Oh, lovely Salah. Brilliant goal. Dublin against Cork, and there is the scene. It looks absolutely magnificent. Dragged down, Ross McConnell giving the penalty away. Goal for Cork. They're back again. It is a chance for Down and Kildare to play in the All-Ireland final. Chance here. It's another ball. Here comes the shot. Kelly goes through. Hits up the crossbar. Down are through to the All-Ireland football final.
It's been some seasons so far when you look back on it, and I suspect, gentlemen, we could have more drama today, Colin.
Well, I would hope that we don't have any of the drama down here at the Canal Line goal that we've had in a few of the games. I think, you know, I mentioned before there must have been some sort of a fairy fort there in the old days. It was dug up because of the amount of controversy that we've had here this year. But, you know, even with the last day with Benny Coulter putting the ball into the net when he was obviously in the square. So it has changed the whole face of the championship, the Canal Line goals. But, you know, we've had brilliant football up to now. I think it's been a great year for football. And the minor game and the two semi-finals and the final have shown, you know, Gaelic football in a better light than probably for a decade, and hopefully we'll get a senior game that will brighten up a very dull, damp day.
Well, it is dull and damp, but I suppose it hasn't gotten any worse. It's gotten slightly better weather-wise, but there's still a bit of a mist hanging around there. Joe, one of the things about it, we're now hearing that Graham Canty definitely won't play for Cork.
Yeah, it's not in the least bit surprising, because, I mean, if Owen O'Gara had been able to take advantage against the Dubs that day, I mean, Dublin would most certainly have won the game. They would have been so far ahead coming near the end, you know, and Graham was virtually a passenger throughout the game. And as you saw from the Henry Shefflin thing, first of all, it can be a huge distraction to a team, but secondly, nothing can prepare you for the intensity of this. I mean, I remember in the All-Ireland, you know, or big championship matches, you know yourself, lads, the ball's thrown in, you feel you can't breathe for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and 5 minutes in you're thinking, there's no way I'm going to be able to survive this because of the absolutely high octane intensity, and you just can't protect injuries in that situation.
OK, let's hear from one of the Down players hoping to collect an All-Ireland winners medal today. That's wing forward Danny Hughes.
Danny Hughes, past the 13, onto the left boot and over the bar.
It's fantastic to be here, and it's where I suppose ultimately every Down footballer wants to be. You know, a lot of us do remember the 91 and 94 teams, and obviously we'll go on and on at the 60s teams as well. And the likes of Paddy Doherty and Sean O'Neill's of this world will still be at the games and still be talking them after. So, you know, those guys are legends, and we just hope to write our own wee bit of history now. we had a good National League, albeit we were beat by Armagh in the final in Croke Park, but it was a good National League. We went through the league, the rounds of it unbeaten. You know, our promotion to Division 1 is where you want to be and playing your football. So I suppose, you know, when you go home to your family, and my own father, who would be a bit of a critic too, he would say, listen, there's definitely something in that team, and you're going well. So I guess the people that you trust would obviously say, yes, you see a difference in the team and you see potentials. I suppose our record's impeccable because we haven't been there that much. But yes, as a player, I don't want to be the first to take away from our record. When it comes to a final, there's pressure of any degree. You have to go and win a final. That's what they're there for, to win. Nice, ugly, whatever way you want to put it. For my family, it would be, you can't describe it, you know, it would be the proudest moment of my life. Something that I want to do as well, because nobody from Salva's ever won an All-Ireland before, so I want to make sure I take Sam home to Salva as well. Somebody says to me, what's pressure? And you know, I suppose pressure is something you put in tires, but that's maybe the way we look at it. But there's always nerves, but you know, I would like to think that it spurs me on a wee bit more, and after the first 2 or 3 minutes, it wouldn't be long sorting out in Croke Park. I really look forward to the game, and it's where I want to be, and I just know where all the old boys want to be at this time of the year, and it's great to be there.
As Porrick Joy said here on this programme a little bit earlier, pressure is for tyres. You were talking about the transformation in Danny Hughes since last year.
Well, I mean, people for years have been describing him as a footer and a solo runner. I mean, I remember against Wicklow last year, they just looked a total rabble, and it shows you the difference when you've got a manager who's got a very clear vision. Now, you see Danny Hughes, he plays the do-her role for Down. He knows exactly what his job is. He's very happy and he's thriving at that. He's tackling back. He understands exactly what his role is. So now, whenever a player doesn't know what his role is, the tendency is to just try harder and to be sort of aimless on the field. You watch Down 12 months ago, you would say there's absolutely no chance in the world they'll win another.
Yeah.
Yet a manager comes in, introduces a platform that allows the players to play.
A manager and his backroom team, like Brian McIver, former Donegal manager, is there with him as well, and a highly regarded coach.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course Paddy Talley, who trained Tyrone to win the All-Ireland as well. So, like what James McCartan has done, and what every good manager should do, is they bring in talented people to help them, especially in the speciality areas like physical fitness and, you know, in terms of player organisation. So the best managers are not afraid to give people who they think that are better than themselves a role in the team. The bad manager wants to do everything.
The whole lot himself, yeah. And in fairness to Conor Coonahan, he's in the same sort of light as that.
He has, but you know, the only thing about it is that, I mean, a psychologist would have a field day today here, because you have a team full of self-belief when they arrive at the big stage and Down, and you have a team like Cork who arrive at the big stage with self-doubt, and that's what seems to permeate their play all throughout this championship. It's like the shackles of fear, the fear of losing, the fear of never winning in All-Ireland. That's why they've adopted this game plan this year, this sort of negative in a way, but this safety first possession football, and it's born out of fear. And you know, sometimes I just think that a lot of the management in the J world, the coaches in the J world, you know, if they were with Christopher Columbus sailing to America, you know, they'd have landed at the Azores and they'd say, look, we've got far enough, you know, we won't take a chance going further. You saw it with the Cork miners there, who got rid of the fear, got rid of the inhibition for the last couple of minutes and gave it a lash, you know. Dr. Eamon O'Shea, the Tipperary coach, he says, you know, about the Tipperary team, he said, don't feed them with too much information. Let the players express themselves. And if Cork are allowed to express themselves today, they'll win it.
Yeah, and in fairness to Christopher Columbus, he got off the boat to hello people of India. Let's off to Joanne Cantwell. She is down pitchside with some people to talk to.
Thank you very much, Michael. Well, Kevin Walsh and Mickey Ned O'Sullivan are here with me. They've come down pitchside, even though their hearts were broken by Cork and Down this summer. Now, many people might think that it was the Dublin match that Cork nearly came a cropper in, but it was actually Limerick who pushed them closer, and Mickey Ned. So, Mickey Ned, what is the key to beating Cork?
Well, I think it's going to be a very, very tactical game. Down have developed a very, very efficient defensive system. The moment they lose the ball, their two wing forwards, their two midfielders close down the space in front of the full back line, which they want to protect. Now, if Cork have got to win today, they've got to forget playing the ball across the field. They've got to bypass it, get the ball in directly into the full forward line, where they have the full forward line that will trouble the Down full back line. I think, secondly, they must get their matchups right. The right person on Benny Coulter and the right person on Marty Clark. And I think Cork will do it.
Who are the right people for Marty Clark and Benny Coulter?
I think Shields and Owen Cadigan.
Okay, well, Kevin, everybody assumed that when your Sligo team went out of the hands of Down, that most of it was to do with the fact that you were still overcoming the Connacht final defeat. Did you know then, though, when you saw Down play so impressively against you, that they were potential All-Ireland champions?
Yeah, well, I go back to the league. I think they got 13 out of 14 points in the league against very good opposition. You know, I think they lost here then to Armagh in the league final, and you know, I think they found themselves 8 points to 3 up against Tyrone, playing against the breeze, and wherever they went to maybe a little bit defensive, was it lack of belief or whatever. But I've been watching them all year, and I just think that they're improving, and getting over the last 2 hurls is a huge thing for them. And I think coming into today, they'll have absolutely no fear whatsoever.
Do you think Down are going to win today?
I do. I think that their half forward line in particular, you know, there's not much said about them. And most kickouts, they like to win the breaking ball facing their own goal, and they're quite good at it. So the minute they get that, they're gone, and they're putting on the back foot straight away. So I expect Down to come through today by 2 or 3 points.
Mickey, now you don't agree?
Well, I think it's an intriguing match because you have the forum team of the championship Down against the most consistent team of the year, Cork. I would go for Cork because of their consistency, because they have greater depth and strength in the panel, which will be decisive 15 minutes into the second half.
Okay, thanks a lot, lads. And take note, by the way, that both these men have tipped the teams that knocked their sides out of the championship.
That's absolutely right. Joanne Cantwell, thank you very much for that. OK, we're going to take you to a commercial break here at the moment. I need to take a break. I have to work out the Christopher Columbus thing.
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
Celebrity Bannister returns for a 3rd series, and this year it's tougher than ever. 8 new celebrities. Challenge of managing an intermediate GAA football team from their home county. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will be crowned champion? The all-new series of Celebrity Bannister, tonight at 6:30 on RTE1.
With the help of ESB, Croke Park reduced the amount of electricity it used last year by 11%. And supporters from all over Ireland have made over 74,000 carbon-saving pledges, all helping to make Croke Park one of the first carbon-neutral stadiums in the world. Let's keep up the support. Visit coolgreen.ie and pledge your carbon savings.
Check this one out. Look this one.
Seen it.
Mingers.
Seen it.
Oh my God.
Now you can get free internet on your phone and free Meteor texts. Meteor, your social network.
What does it mean to be Irish? It means knowing what's precious and how to bring colour to the world. It means making sure we're all doing as well as can be. And living life to the full. What does it mean to be guaranteed Irish? It means everyone knows what you stand for and what to expect. Excellence.
Baby, you don't know how much that I wanna go with you all the time inside my dirty mind. Yeah, you and me, I know it's crazy.
Deep River Rock, natural mineral water, sourced in Ireland.
Just taught me everything he knows.
Never taught me anything about football.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
Welcome back again to Croke Park as we look forward to this year's All-Ireland football final between Down and Cork. Now, earlier we heard from the Down forward Danny Hughes, but next we're going to hear from a man hoping to keep the Down attack from scoring any goals today. That's Cork's giant goalkeeper, Alan Quirke. Well, now one of the veterans of the team, he spoke recently to Ger Canning about the highs and the lows of Cork football over those years.
And the All-Ireland football final gets underway. Great penetrating run. Oh, an impossible angle, and he's kicked it over the bar. Kerry win the All-Ireland. Sam Maguire goes back to Kerry.
Heartbreaking yet again.
Yeah, we're very disappointed, but you know, fair play to Kerry. They were the victors on the day, and you know, we gave it a good enough shot, but it wasn't good enough.
Something obviously that hurt us deeply, and it took a long time over the winter to get over it, but in fairness, I missed the National League, but all the young guys in particular knuckled down very early on in the year, and I suppose answered in the best manner possible by winning the National League, and that was probably the best way of getting that defeat out of our system, so we could kind of start the championship with a bit of freshness, and it's been going well enough for us so far. You know, at the start of the championship, we were hell-bent on winning the Munster Championship and taking, the more direct route. Probably should have won in Killarney. We had our chances, particularly in the second half, and maybe we're hanging on a bit towards the end. Game in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, we started very well, and then after half-time they came back into it strong and probably, pushed on and went extra time, and it was tit for tat. It seems like nearly last season at this stage is so long ago. We certainly learnt a lot of lessons in the qualifiers. We were lucky to get through one or two of the matches.
I'm sure you've been met with the criticism. Cork won, yes, but they didn't play all that terribly well. Yeah,
I suppose it's a fair enough, comment to make on us this year. We haven't really been playing brilliantly. It's a sports-crazy county, and people of Cork expect results and they expect success. And when you don't deliver it, then you come in for a certain amount of criticism, which is fine. It's just part of the whole thing. Teams tend to study it. We kind of came up with a game plan last year, and teams are more equipped to deal with that this year. Plus, that expectation going out in most matches favourites this year, it is tough to deal with sometimes. And, I think realistic expectation out there, like that we should be winning games by more, and I think that probably is being disrespectful to the opposition. Dublin, for example, were brilliant in this year's championship. The fact we're in an All-Ireland final, that was our goal after losing last year's final, to get there regardless of who we're playing. These chances don't come around that often, and we realise that we need to take this chance. But Down are going to be saying the exact same things to themselves. They're playing up in Ulster every year, very hard to get out of there, and then if they go the backdoor route, it's a bit of a minefield as well. So we're treating this as a once-off game, and if we prepare properly and we produce a good performance on the day, we feel that we're going to win.
That's the Cork goalkeeper Alan Quirke. Seen a couple of bad days here at Croke Park. Hopefully he's going to see, from his point of view, a good one today. One of the things about Colin O'Rourke is, you can't get away from the fact that you talk about the fact that Cork, and Pat was saying earlier on, the fear factor in their play and all that, but they were here last year. They've had this experience, and there's nothing like playing in All-Ireland, as you know yourself, to come out the next year and say, listen, we know what the day is all about. Now, Down don't have that, no matter what you say about how they play.
That's right, and Cork, of course, in fairness, in 89, 88 and 89 lost finals and came back the following 2 years, and a lot of the players would say, that the bad experiences drove them on to have the good experiences of the years that they won. And, Down always come here and play with this great swagger and self-confidence, but, sometimes that self-confidence can be skin deep as well, because we want to see Down under pressure today, to see Cork in front and what really Down are about, because Cork need a good start, and Down have been sort of steamrolling opposition early on, so it would be interesting to see if Down were behind, what would be, in the locker, because normally what happens is, if the team is coming into a first final and things start going wrong for them, they go wrong for the whole game.
It is interesting, Pat Spillane, that, People are saying if Down get a good start, then Cork might crumble. But then people are saying if Cork get a good start, as Colin has been saying.
I don't think any of the two teams will crumble. But I mean, Down, it's hard to get a real handle on this Down team. There's no doubt about it. Since they hammered Sligo, beat Kerry, beat Kildare, they've been the most impressive team in the championship over the last 8-10 weeks. And there's no doubt about it. James Carton has got them well organised, very good defensively, and of course the missing piece of the jigsaw was Marty Clark in the link role he's playing. Then at the back of your head you start to say, this is also the same Down team, pretty much the same Down team who got beaten by Wicklow in last year's championship, who stumbled over the line against Donegal up in Ballybofey, who were horrid and absolutely awful in the second half against Tyrone, And you start to say, how good are they? And then I look at maybe the last 15 minutes against Kildare, and they were really hanging on by the threads now. So while they are the forum team, I could still pick a load of faults in them,
Yeah, but one thing about it is, Joe, like they've done this historically down through the years. Won All-Ireland in 1968, we didn't see them again for years and years, and they come along in 1991 and go the full distance.
There's a belief, that whenever they've got a good team, they're ready to rock, they're ready to go, and people in Down believe that. They believe it, and heritage does mean something. Your father passes it down to you, and you pass it down to your children, and it's in there deep. It's why whenever Kerry step out into Croke Park, that Cork seem to shrink in front of them. And it's why, when Tyrone now and Ulster step out against opposition, good opposition like Monaghan, for example, they're beaten before the game starts.
Yes.
And so, there's no doubt that confidence plays a part in it. But the big transformation this year for Down has been defence.
Yes.
They were leaking scores. I mean, geez, Wicklow must have scored 16 or 17 points against them last year. They've conceded roughly about 11 points a game through their run so far, and so that has been the big difference, because that's what breeds confidence in.
All right, now a mention of a special event which took place a little earlier here at Croke Park. That was the introduction of the Down football team, which won the All-Ireland 50 years ago. And I suppose it is fitting that on the 50th anniversary of that historic event, Down also play in this year's final. But these are the heroes of yesteryear, the first Ulster team to take the Sam Maguire across the border. They did so by beating Kerry in the final 2-10 to 8 points. The Down goals coming from James McCartan and the Paddy Doherty penalty, leaving the way clear for Kevin Musson to lead his victorious team up the steps of the Hogan stand. Our Jubilee team is the Down football team of 1960.
It gives me great pleasure on behalf of everybody in Cumbernauld Glasgow, not alone here in Croke Park today, but throughout the world, to pay particular tribute to Micheál Muckenig, the one and only Kerry man. He has given distinguished service to our association over 7 decades. He's unique, the passion that he has brought to our games, and the wonderful way he has sold our association in his commentaries throughout the world has been truly immense. Micheál, we salute you. God a mille magat.
And there is the man who has seen Jubilee teams, All-Ireland winners and so many big match occasions at Croke Park over the past 62 years. The master of radio commentaries, Micheál O'Mara-Herty, who today is being honoured by the GAA for his sterling service to 2 Gaelic games in this country and indeed on many foreign fields for over half a century. Well, Micheál, of course, retiring after today's football final. OK, let's move on then. This time to get the considered thoughts now of the Down manager, James McCartan, a famous name in Down football. An All-Ireland winner himself as a player, and now wee James is hoping to guide the county to their 6th All-Ireland title.
Here's Mickey Linden. Here's a goal chance. James McCartan rolls it in.
Well, I suppose if you're making a list of all the pros and the cons and the reasons to do it and the reasons not to do it, the reasons not to do it would have been a lot longer of a list. But I suppose whenever there's red and black in you and you get the opportunity, you just take it. We didn't know where we really stood. We felt with some good players in the county. We've always felt with good players within this county. And wondered, did we have enough?
Ball inside. It's a chance for Poland. It's the back of the net.
As the year went on, look, we've grown slowly. Obviously, probably the biggest leaps we've taken, were the Sligo performance and the Kerry and performances in Croke Park, because before that, I'm sure nobody was thinking of us for an Ireland final. Possibly the game against Sligo came at the right time for us, in the fact that You know, they were on a downer, and it's hugely difficult. It's an unfair system, but that's a debate for another day. And we took advantage of that, but it gave our guys that wee bit of belief that they needed against a quality team, that you know, they could do it. Now, we got no credit for that game, and then we went in against Kerry and we got no credit for that game, and we went in against Kildare and we won that by accident as well. So I just hope the accidents keep occurring. Anybody that sees Down playing football well, the tactic's fairly simple. Try and get the ball into the scoring zone relatively quickly, and that's the way we've always played. I suppose I'm not sure if you do your stats how much kick passing we do, and as opposed to hand passing, but we try and kick the ball if it's possible to kick it, and cut out, you know, these sweepers and extra men back if possible. If we can't, we'll look up and we'll give it short, and then we'll reassess it again. But look, we try and get the ball into danger early, and that's a tactic probably most teams have. It is difficult coming up to the All-Ireland final. You can't really let your guard down and relax and enjoy it, because you're always, you know, checking yourself, because there's some box that you haven't covered or ticked, and there's some angle that you just can't let your guard down, and you can't get carried away with all the hype. The only people really are enjoying it are the supporters. You know, even the players. You tell them to relax and try and enjoy it, but you just wonder how much they're able to. I'm absolutely nervous from start to finish. I don't know, maybe it does show, but yeah, there's times the nerves are jangling through me. There's no doubt about that before the game, during the game, and certainly whenever Kildare are about to take a 14-yard free kick and with 10 men along the line. Yeah, I was nervous that time too.
It's off the crossbar!
Goodness, you know, it's something you do let yourself. I know Benny Coulter said in the press conference he's been dreaming about it for 10 years, getting to an All-Ireland final. Well, I haven't really been dreaming about managing Down in an All-Ireland final, but certainly over the last couple of weeks, the thought of being able to bring Sam Maguire back to the county, and you know, obviously every player and every part of the management team is a close family, but I suppose my own, obviously, you know, the history of GA in it would be nice to keep that history going, and yeah, like, I can't really express how much it would mean.
Those are the thoughts of the Down manager, James McCartan. Well, this year's All-Ireland final is a new experience for this present Down team, but for Cork, well, they went through this experience 12 months ago, and clearly their manager, Conor Coonahan, is hoping that it has a happier ending than it did back then. 3 years into the manager's post, the big prize has yet to be landed, but when Gerard Canning met him recently, well, he found him in a relaxed mood.
3 years seems a long time away now. Very conscious of where we were coming from. 2007, that particular All-Ireland, the final defeat was pretty crushing. You know, there was events after that, you know, a certain amount of damage done. This year, you know, it's probably been an upward curve again, in the sense of that, you know, we actually won the Division 1 title, and we're here now in an All-Ireland final. You know, it's where everyone wants to be.
Is there some psychological baggage that you'd be concerned about having lost to?
No, I think, look, you know, if you look at any of the sports, you know, there are occasions when you are obviously beaten by better teams, and you know, I firmly believe the best team wins all the time, and there was times maybe we weren't good enough. I think it shows great character in a team that can come back from those type of defeats, and you know, I think our lads have shown that in abundance. From our point of view, you know, experience is quite invaluable in these days of All-Ireland finals, and you know, there's certainly no doubt that, you know, in days gone by, particularly in relation to Kerry, they had an abundance of experience which, you know, played a major part. Hopefully the last few years that we've gained that experience, and we can bring that to bear on Sunday. We were never, as I saw it, the hot favourites that other people might have perceived us to be. I think, you know, maybe some people got carried away, be it media, pundits or whatever, but, you know, I would certainly have seen that it was always going to be a battle. All-Irelands are very hard won by, and, you know, some people had put us up there on that pedestal, and, you know, they're the same people that are probably now asking questions about us. People have set themselves up in a particular way, to maybe counteract us, and you know, while some might say they would have done well in that, the reality is we still overcame those obstacles. It doesn't allow us to play with the same flair or whatever that people might like, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, you're saying to me about playing the best football last year. You know, the reality is I'd much prefer to be remembered for being the All-Ireland champions for last year. one thing I'd have learned again from my own playing days was, there isn't much point in getting excited, until 3:30, from a player's perspective, and you're trying to tell them that. Plus, look, the reality is on occasions like this, if guys are looking out to you on the sideline, then the show is over. Once they cross that white line, they know they need to be ready to do the job. Any guy you put out in front of 82,000 or 84, he's got to be able to stand up on his own 2 feet and make the big calls. It's all about getting the result at this stage.
That's the Cork manager, Conor Coonahan, and this is the Down team out onto the pitch here at Croke Park for their big day, taking part in the All-Ireland football final of 2010. And the beginning of the year and beginning of the season, people say, who do you think is going to win this year's All-Ireland? And we all make our predictions and we try and do the best of it, but who would have said that Down were going to be in the All-Ireland final this year? Well, they obviously believed in themselves, beaten earlier in the championship by Tyrone, but have bounced back big time. And here is the colour all the way down from the morn for this big final. And I suppose we'll know, gentlemen, in a few minutes' time, in a little over 20 minutes, as to whether this belief that we have, that they have the belief, will actually stand up to the pressure.
Yeah, well, the first rule of war, I think, is that, in the first skirmish, all the planning that was made in advance goes out the window, and players in a big game like this will be the same thing. They'll have plotted and planned for weeks and weeks on end, and once the players go on the field, it takes a life of its own.
Yeah.
And in that sort of scenario, always the cream comes to the top and the brilliant players stand out. And that's why over the last 10 years we've had Gooch and Peter Canavan and Sean Kavanagh and players like that, Darragh O'Shea, who dominate finals. It will be the same today. Cork need a hero, and they're searching for him for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and they haven't found him yet in the big day in Croke Park. Maybe this is the day for Paul Kerrigan or Daniel Goulding or Paddy Kelly to become the hero and steer Cork home, because it would look, if you're looking at the flair players, that Down have Benny Coulter, Danny Hughes, and of course Marty Clark. So it's going to be a test. Who's going to be the star? Who's going to guide his team home?
You don't give any credence at all to the way the team sets up, like the system or the pattern of play or anything like that. You think that's irrelevant?
Well, you know
what I mean?
No, I do. But Pat made the comment earlier that he thought Cork were a bit more composed this year. That'd be the last word I used with Cork.
I said it in the last 15-20 minutes against Dublin. It was the first time in vital games that they did show composure, that they did show leadership in that last 20 minutes.
But I think that it was purely by chance that they won that game. But the other thing about it is, you make the point that sort of Cork are a bit disorganised. Now, I don't agree with that either. You can't get to All-Ireland finals year after year and beat all the teams, bar Kerry, without having a certain plan, a certain organisation. So it's somewhere between the two.
I think that they're a very powerful team. They're brilliant at winning the ball and recycling the ball and all of that. But the difficulty is, it was highlighted against the Dubs that whenever you play against that sort of organised defence, you need to know specifically what it is you're doing, and which is why they floundered so badly against the Dubs. And I suppose Dublin and Down is that Down have a greater variety of scorers and a greater variety of skills in their team. And when you couple that with the systematic way that they've been playing, you think that it's going to be even more difficult for Cork today. You make this point about heroes, but magical performances don't just materialise.
All right, lads, let's go down pitch side to find out who Marty Morrissey has with him right now.
Thank you very much, Michael. I've been to both dressing rooms before they emerged onto the pitch. No changes on the Down team, but I've been told 99.99 Graham Canty will not start this All-Ireland final, and the man that will take his place is John Miskela. Well, I'm joined by two players who played against each other, marked each other in the All-Ireland semi-final of 1994, Niall Cahalan and Mickey Linden. Fond memories of that match, I believe, Niall, for you.
I didn't get this close to him, I can assure you that day. It was a torturous outing for me, Marty, I assure you. Probably the beginning and the end.
Niall, talk to me about the absence of Graham Canty. The lads in the studio with Mike were talking about looking for a hero. Yeah. Graham Canty has been a hero in the past.
Yeah, Graham Canty, as I have said in the past, over the last decade, has been certainly the leading light in Cork football. Is he going to be a loss? Yes, there's no doubt about it. But I also think that it isn't in the last 2 hours or in the last 24 hours that Cork have decided that Graham Canty is out. You know what I mean? I think that when I see the team named during the week, I just felt there was no way.
Will it upset the balance?
I would say not, because I think they've planned without it before now.
Mickey Linden, obviously this has been an incredible journey led by James McCartan, but Ambrose Rogers, it looks like he's able to play if required, I've been told. How true is that, or how accurate is that?
I know he played for 35 minutes in a training game last weekend and played fairly well in it. But whether he's able to come up to the speed and the intensity of an All-Ireland final, it's very doubtful at this stage. If things were going very well in the last 10 minutes or something, there might be a chance of him introduced, but I can't really see him introduced apart from that. But let's see how it goes. First of all, it's nice to see that he's out there anyway. He led the team out.
And just a very quick comment from both of you. They talk about Cork's squad. You have Nicholas Murphy, Declan, Derek Kavanagh to be introduced. Is that a fear and apprehension in Down? Too many big guns?
Yeah, well, I would have said some of those fellas maybe should have started the team. I'd have feared Nicholas Murphy on the team rather than the midfield they have at the minute. But I think our midfield is going to compete very well today. I don't see any reason why Peter Fitzpatrick and Callum King can't break 50-50 or even better in that sector. And obviously the power and strength of the Cork half-back line coming through, that would worry me probably a wee bit more than their midfield.
Very briefly, because we're running out of time, Cork to win this, considering that squad that you've mentioned to me in the past?
I would think, yes, if we're within any 2 or 3 points of Down with 20 minutes to go, I think game, set and match.
Okay, Mickey Linden, Niall Callahan, thank you very much for joining us. And indeed, we send our best wishes to your dad. This is his first All-Ireland final. That's John Callahan down in Castlehaven in West Cork. Hope you enjoyed the All-Ireland final. Let's get the scene set from our big match commentator, Ger Canning.
Thanks very much indeed, Marty. When these two counties met in the under-21 final last year, Down were 2 points ahead with time almost up, but Cork got a last-minute goal to snatch the victory and to break young Down hearts. You can be sure that if Down are 2 points up today, as the clock counts down, senior goalkeeper Brendan McVeigh will be doing his level best to keep his goal intact. Playing behind a full backline that now has Dan Gordon as its focal point at number 3, just his 6th game playing there. The half-back line is anchored by Burren's Kevin McKernan, who managed to get forward and score 2 points against Kildare. It's as you were in midfield, with Peter Fitzpatrick again replacing Ambrose Rogers from the outset. The half-forward line is also settled with Mark Poland, flanked by Danny Hughes and Benny Coulter. They'll inevitably be joined by Marty Clark, who'll prompt from a deep position, leaving John Clark and Paul McComiskey inside, although the latter will switch with Coulter from time to time. Let's get the thoughts of Martin Carney.
Well, Jared Dunn have given a vote of confidence to the team that beat Kildare the last time out, and to be honest with you, I think it's a team that has thrived in the qualifiers. The defence is now, I think, much better with the return of Daniel McCartan, and the repositioning of Kevin McKernan as centre half back, I think, has been a big success. Up front, I think Marty Clark, to me, has been the ace in the pack. His stealth, his vision, his leadership have been instrumental, basically, in getting Down to this All-Ireland Sunday.
Yeah, he's a terrific player, and like Down, it's Cork's 8th game in this year's championship, and they're in the fortunate position of having the experienced Alan Quirke between the posts, playing in his 3rd All-Ireland final. The full back line shows Owen Cadigan from Douglas selected to get his first start in the championship and wearing number 2. With team captain Graham Canty ruled out with a hamstring injury, his place in defence goes to John Miskela. The midfield consists of Alan O'Connor and Aidan Walsh, the 6th time they've been paired together in this year's championship. Has been moved out to right half forward, and if he plays there, it was his position at under-21 level last year. But of course it wouldn't surprise if Donegal O'Connor, listed at full forward, made the swap at some stage during today's final. Martin, your thoughts?
Well, league champions Cork, I think, in spite of the detractors, are here on merit share. The labels athletic and powerful, I think, are justified, but right through the team, they have skill in abundance. Paddy Cassan, I think, is very effective for them in defence. O'Connor and Walsh, I think, will gain ascendancy at midfield, but up front I would expect Pat Kelly. He's been consistently very good all year. I'd expect him to give the leadership. Maybe that has been lacking sometimes this summer. And if the ball goes through quickly, and that is a big imperative, I think the inside forwards can thrive.
Thanks indeed, Martin. So the countdown continues to the 121st All-Ireland football final, and the first ever between Down and Cork. Michael.
Thanks, Ger. Conor Conahan, the Cork manager, getting ready for the action about to unfold. As we often say on occasions like this, of course, we're being watched all over the world, and greetings to everybody watching us, and greetings especially to some people in St Benedict's Irish Club in Ealing in London. Hello to you all there. Unfortunately, our one loyal member isn't with you today, of course, Jim Lester, but I have no doubt Jim is looking down from someplace above. One fascinating or interesting thing, Pat, about today's match, of course, is the teams playing in a changed strip, both Down and Cork, and if Graham Canty doesn't play, as it looks like he won't play, 2 stand-in captains as well.
Yeah, and actually something very unique as well. Well, not unique, but I mean the managers today, whichever team wins, they will join a very select band of fellas to have managed and won as a player All-Ireland medals. Yeah. I think it's 6 already. There's Paddy O'Shea and Mick O'Dwyer of Kerry, Kevin Heffernan, Pat O'Neill, and somebody else from Dublin. I'm missing somebody. Kevin Heffernan, Pat O'Neill, and Tony Hanaho, and Billy Morgan. So
and Billy, yes, yeah.
But I'm sure, you know, change of colours. They'll have been training all weekend indoors with those white jerseys, and they will have been playing. The opposition will have been wearing that yellow jersey. So look, it's so intriguing. Like
I remember those white jerseys winning All Ireland back in 1973 against Galway.
Absolutely.
That's right.
And should be Barry Murphy. Didn't do them any harm that day.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Jimmy scored a great goal down there at the railway end near the end of that. It was a very high scoring game. But you know, it is a change of colour. It'll be a winner in the red, and I suppose also there's the President of Ireland, Mary McAleese, and the President of GEA. There'll be fair divided loyalties down there too. One shouting for Down and one shouting for Cork. So I suppose maybe they'll have to have a diplomatic silence in the Ard Corla.
In the group at the moment, Joe Bradley, you were making the point that, you know, Cork are kind of set up for this kind of not defensive game, but
they're not. They play, but they would be brilliant, I think, at that defensive game, because, you know, they've got 2 brilliant link men in Kerrigan and Pat Kelly, who've got terrific engines, who'd be absolutely brilliant playing that sort of Brian McGuigan role, and then leaving a 2-man full forward line. I mean, one of the problems that they've had is that there's no longer enough room in the modern game for 3 full forwards, but they persist with 3 full forwards, and there's just not enough room. You know, a team's now counter-attack out of their defence, they have a 2-man full forward line, players running at the diagonal. What you often found in the Dublin game was that the 3 Cork full forwards were standing in behind the blanket defence where you couldn't see them, and there was no room for anyone to move into, which led to all sorts of problems, you know, which is one of the reasons, Pat, why Cork were hand passing back and forward across the cordon.
In a way, you've probably just highlighted the reason why Cork haven't won in All-Ireland over the last number of years, and that is in the forwards. And there's no real class forward. There's no forward that's unmarkable on his day there, and there's no real leader in that forward line as well, you know. And the other thing about it, I mean, you see that half forward line are very good going forward, but this year they've played too often back in defence and contributing little in attack.
Yeah, no, I'm more on the point that the full forward line tends to be starved of good possession. They don't get the ball in dangerous positions. I mean, you watch Down, for example, or even the Dubs the last day. You know, in spite of the fact that they were very reliant on Brogan, the number of near shaves that Cork had where a ball was given in and it could have been in the net. You know, players were left 1-on-1 against their man, whereas up the other end, Cork were facing a wall of blue jerseys.
What they need to do is kick the ball long, but not just straight up and down the field. They need to use the diagonal ball. And they have big forwards who will have a height advantage over some of their markers, and the ball is going to be dry. The sun is out here now. It's time to use the high ball in.
I just noticed a second ago there, Pat Spillane, Graham Canty putting in his gum shield. Now, you don't need the gum shield if you're sitting up in the stand, or is that just habit?
I don't know, isn't it crazy, Michael? I just can't I can't buy into this will he, won't he, whatever like that, you know. Like I said, I'm from the old school where you say this is the 15 we're starting with, no gimmicks, no whatever like that. Beat us if you can. I
do remember Steve Davis chalking his cue after being beaten in the World Snooker Championship by Dennis Taylor.
So it was an involuntary spasm.
Well, they'll want Canty out there, I suppose.
Look, he provides leadership.
He's the captain. To be out there to meet the president and things like that. If he starts, it'll be a shock, because if there's 10 minutes in Canty, it would be better 10 minutes at the end rather than at the start.
Yeah, okay. The guest of honour, as usual, here at Croke Park for today's All-Ireland Senior Football Final is the President of Ireland, Mary McAleese, and she is accompanied by her husband Martin and by the GA President, Christy Cooney.
So Her Excellency, President Mary McAleese, now comes along to meet the players in today's final, accompanied by GEA President Christy Cooney, both of them having to be neutral, or as neutral as a proud Ulster woman with strong allegiance to Down can be right now, alongside an equally proud Cork man. And the Down captain on the field today, Benny Coulter, scorer of over 100 championship points, when you include his 19 goals in that tally. He's certainly been a model of consistency over the years, yet never honoured with an All-Star, which won't cause him a thought, I'm sure, if he wins the far more important, elusive All-Ireland medal right now. Introducing Mark Poland, and there is Paul McComiskey, John Clark and his brother Marty Clark, about whom there's been so much talk in the build-up to this particular match. So many wish the very best. The referee is David Coldrick from Meath, his second final. His linesman will be Garrett O'Canova from Angallup and Maurice Teagan from Laois. Sil Doyle of Wexford is the sideline official. And the umpires today are Tony Carney and John Coldrick from Blackall Kells, James Matthews from Corktown and Stephen O'Hara from Sidon. So they are now being introduced to President McAleese. Now it's the turn of Cork's stand-in captain today, Michael Shields. Michael, who also led the side here when they won the National League Division 1. Graham Canty was also out injured that day when they played against Mayo. So introducing his men, Aidan Walsh there, playing in midfield. Big Pierce O'Neill, all 6'5" of him. Daniel Goulding. And the final man is Paul Kerrigan from Nemo Rangers. So the President wishes Michael Shields the very best, and the two presidents make their way off. The introductions now complete, and the first ever All-Ireland GAA football final between Down and Cork is just a matter of minutes away.
McAleese, born in Belfast, in Antrim, but spent many of her childhood years in Rostrevor in County Down, so I suppose we do know where her loyalties will be today. And Liam Mulvihill, former Orstúrthór of Cumluc Lascale, and former Taoiseach Bertie Ahern, also looking forward to this game here with us today. Final thoughts, Joe Brody?
Well, I just think that Down are a thoroughly modern team. You know, they're built for speed. They're playing along the Tyrone lines. You know, they've worked very hard at getting it right this year. They've improved from game to game. It's clearly a thinking sideline. They're a very happy team. That's why you see them playing in the groove. Zippy, you know, a bit of the oil electrifying sort of atmosphere about them. And I think they'll win the game today, barring unforeseen events.
Well, I think the definition of stupidity is if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, and that's why I think that Cork can't do the same as they've been doing in a lot of games this year with their hand passing. I expect a different approach. I think they have power and pace. They've been around a long time. They have the experience. They were brilliant early in the year when they won the league. If they're able to reproduce that sort of form, I think they'll win.
What you did say about the minor match, where the minor Cork players changed their tactics a bit. You can't do the same thing all year and then expect to change it for one day.
Well, they've had a month. And I'm sure when they went back into training on the Tuesday night after they were fortuitous winners over Dublin, they said, we're going to change our style of play and we're going to let the ball in high.
And the high ball will trouble Down, there's no doubt about that.
There's a lot to recommend and to tip Down, because they are the foreign team. But I just think if Cork can play the game more direct, play the game at pace, put the Down full back line under pressure, I think they are vulnerable. And on top of that, Cork have the experience and the subs bench to tip them over the line. I think Cork are going to win it.
Well, fortunately the gods are shining on Croke Park for this All-Ireland final, because as you can see from our pictures, the rain has cleared away and the sun has come out. But who will the gods be shining on in the final itself? All-Ireland football final of 2010, and it's back to our big match commentators, Ger Canning and Martin Carney.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Well, they may not be wearing it, but red is the predominant colour all around Croke Park. What a setting. Absolutely brilliant. And as you say, Michael, the gods are smiling down upon us right now because the rain has eased. It's a pleasant evening, just a little windy, great sense of anticipation. And as usual on All-Ireland final day, Croke Park bristling with anticipation at the end of another eventful and memorable championship. After which, of course, the two left standing have made it here on football's biggest day of the year. You've got to be the best to get to the final, they say, and let's see if these two are the best. They should be. There's always a certain timelessness, I think, associated with the parade before the All-Ireland football final. It marks a particular time in the year for football fans, and it draws in followers from the four corners of the earth, wherever Irish people can gather, where there's a TV with a picture beamed from Croke Park. And with more of our people abroad this year, the football final is truly an invitation to share with us now in how the 2010 championship reaches its conclusion. For the winner, it will be the time of their lives. For the loser, utter desolation. The bookmakers have installed Cork as favourites. I wonder if they got it right. Were they to lose a third final in 4 years, well, for Cork, it would very likely be that case of the supporters' patience at breaking point. Win and they'll be heroes. That's the kind of pressure they're under. Martin Carney, your thoughts?
Well, looking at the two teams, I think, Ger, one of the things I think Colin alluded to a couple of moments ago, if Cork indulged in the same hand-passing, overindulgence that they did the last day, I think they're going to get the same results. They're going to be, very, very indirect. I think they've got to let the ball in quickly. I think they've a very good full forward line if they get early ball. Down at the other hand, I'd be very interested to see how they have dealt with the build-up. It can be distracting, it can be daunting somewhat, given the fact that it's their first final. Okay, they're synonymous with imaginative football, with sweeping forward play, with dash and movement and all of those kind of things, and I would expect that from them. But I do believe that the experience over the last couple of years that Cork have endured, we'll put it, should stand at them today. And today is Atonement Day in the Jewish calendar, and I feel myself it's a great day for Cork to make atonement for what happened over the last couple of years and come out with a win.
Well, Cork have won the toss, and they're lined up, as you can see there, on their own 45-metre line, and they're going to play with the aid of a light breeze behind them for the opening 35 minutes. Donegal O'Connor there on the right. Alongside him was Ray Carey. Moving along the line, the tall man, Pierce O'Neill, will be at centre, half forward. They're in their change strip. The last time they wore white in a final was 1973. They won it. So the sky's clearing over Croke Park, cloud there as well, a nice mixture nonetheless, and we're hoping for a dry evening and a good game as everybody stands now for our reveal. Versus South, down against Cork in the 2010 GAA All-Ireland Football Final. Is it to be a repeat of 1990 when Cork last triumphed in football, or 1991 when Tip won in hurling and down took Sam Maguire back over the border, back to the Mourns? A couple of switches with Kieran Sheehan and Daniel Goulding switching their positions, and Sheehan's got into top of the left. Well, they'll be moving and switching, and the marking alignment's got to be interesting as well, just to see who's picking up whom.
Well, actually, Owen Cadigan, I think, has been earmarked to take up Marty Clark at the moment. Whether that will result with Clarkins out the field is another thing.
That's the big prize. Sam Maguire, the most famous trophy in Irish sport. David Coldrick from Meath gets the final underway, and straight away it's Cork who tried to mount their first attack. Down there as far as Donegal O'Connor, releasing it to Alan O'Connor, his namesake, and he's to the left, and he's missed the opening opportunity. That was a good chance, a little bit more composure required.
Well, his early moments, and again, lovely little layoff, great support running at a good angle, but snatched at the shot. He had much more room actually in front of him had he gone on another bit.
Well, they had 13 wides in their semi-final, and 9 of those in the first half against Dublin. Brendan McVeigh from Onriocht kicking this one to the centre of the field. O'Connor rising up for it again and taking it down magnificently. Held there by Paddy Kissan, winning the free kick as he was being fouled. Straight away into the inside forwards it goes towards Sheehan, broken down to Donegal O'Connor, then back to Sheehan. Goal chance, well saved, and it's put in the back. No, it's not. Somehow it stays out. Great defending by Down. And a missed opportunity, a gilt-edged opportunity for Cork to have snatched the goal there. There should be a goal and a point up at this stage. Still no score. Miskala driving it back once more. Down under ferocious pressure. Pa Kelly now trying to make something out of Cork's third attack. and he's held, and it's going to be a free in. So they have a chance of getting a point. By now there should be 4 points up for the goalkeeper. Brendan McVeigh denied Cork. Just watch it again.
Yeah, Kieran Sheehan this time, good awareness on his part. No, I think he went for the shot first. Great save by McVeigh, and again a good follow-up by Daniel McCartan to take the ball off the line, but Cork should have scored a goal.
Daniel Goulding eventually raises the Cork cheers with his first point of this match. So Cork go in front, 3 attacks, finally producing something. Here it was again, this was the save. Now watch the follow-up, somehow taken off that line. Great defending there by Dan McCartan.
Certainly was great anticipation by Dan McCartan that time, but that's twice that the downfall backline has been ripped to shreds in the first couple of minutes.
The 2 down cornerbacks, by the way, have switched their positions. Goulding's been picked up by Dan McCartan, so he's playing left corner back. Again, a kick out, one in the middle of the park by Cork, and Aidan Walsh. Down, held again by Donnacha O'Connor. He's gone 45 metres out from the target. Paul Kerrigan pursued by Kevin McKernan. It's Old Cork in the opening minutes. Down get the possession back, however, through McKernan's persistence. Now Marty Clark, as anticipated, has gone way out the field there. Wins the free kick. Linking up here with Calum King. Here's Danny Hughes. He's had a great season so far, Danny Hughes. Kenny sets off. Now Benny Coulter. Shields being the one who was marking Benny Coulter. Back once again to Danny Hughes, trying to get a scoring opportunity for one of his colleagues. It's Coulter who has a go. He's going to drop to the left, and he's put the ball wide. Down's first attack of the match. So much will depend on this man, Benny Coulter. Nervous start for James McCartan's team.
Yeah, but an interesting attack that time again. They're going to have more joy, I think, by going down the flanks. Okay, the end result that time was very poor, but Cork have gone through the middle twice. Down with their only attack have gone down the flanks. I think they'll be trying to do that continuously today.
First kick out of the match then for Alan Quirk. It'll be interesting to see how Cork do on their own kick-outs now. He's gone towards the wings, and it's won there by Peter Fitzpatrick, beating his opposite number, Alan O'Connor, to it. Taken by Mark Poland. Rolled up towards John Clark. What will be expected of John Clark today to try and provide a menacing figure in front of the Cork full back line. They need a presence in there. Kerrigan back once again here. Miskela feeding it back towards the Nemo Rangers player. Out quickly for it there was Dan McCartan. Here's Kevin McKernan. Again it's Mark Poland. Coulter. Shields trying to get tight. Out once again came McComiskey. Back towards Marty Clark. Final shot by Danny Hughes, and Danny Hughes puts this one over the bar. First point of the match for Down, and that will settle down this Down challenge very, very, very much. They needed a score here, and it is Danny Hughes who produces it for them.
Yeah, and a lovely bit of patient build up that time. Clark's vision, though, was exemplary.
Great catch again by Aidan Walsh. If there were a mark in the game, that was it. Fouled anyway, so he's leaving it here for Paudie Cassan to take the return. Back out towards the Kanturk man once again, the 20-year-old. Now he's got a bit of latitude here. Kieran taking it in, trying to make progress. He does well. Oh, he's gone well ahead, and he loses his control and lost his way, and Down got a lot of players back, and the ball was handled on the ground in the end by Sheehan, and it's a free out. That should have been another scoring opportunity for Cork. They've spurned at least 3 so far.
Yeah, but that's one of the problems actually about the surface today. It has rained very heavily throughout the minor game and all morning. The surface is still very wet, and to hop the ball is a disaster really for players. Sheehan should have kept that ball in hand and got for his point.
From McVeigh's free for Down. Good running by Danny Hughes. But he's got a lot of work to do from a deep position here. Oh, Declan Rooney slipped. Doesn't come back to a Down player. Comes to Pa Kelly instead. Kelly, who engineered the free from which Cork got their only points so far. Back with Mark Poland. Very industrious, very hard-working man on the 40. Well, notionally anyway. From Rooney. Forward here again as far as Peter Fitzpatrick. And the 22-year-old fouled, leaving the free kick to Mark Poland. Marty Clark comes running, takes his man with him. On that occasion it was Noel O'Leary who came out. Now Benny Coulter. Clever ball. McComiskey trying to get in on the blind side of the defender was Ray Carey. Now trying to make an angle, going this way and that. Onto his right. It's a tricky angle, just a little bit too acute on this occasion. Good young player. Paul McComiskey scored a goal and 3 here back in the 2005 minor final, I remember. Didn't get man of the match that day when they beat Mayo. It was Marty Clark got that. But he got his All-Ireland minor medal. Looking for a senior this afternoon with 7 minutes gone and the game level at a point apiece. Should be Down's possession. Colin King again releasing it quickly to Mark Poland. The big men in the middle just win possession, lay it off smartly. It's a simple and effective philosophy. Benny Coulter against Shields. Again it goes left, and again a missed opportunity. Third wide for Down. Coulter solos very confidently here. Big task for Michael Shields.
Yeah, big task. I'm surprised at Michael Shields marking him in one way, and I'm more surprised actually by Noel O'Leary marking Marty Clark, because I think whoever marks Marty Clark needs to be very disciplined, and sometimes that is a particular moniker you don't associate with Noel O'Leary.
Because Clark is a central figure in everything that Down have been doing this year. Only 22 years of age, great football brain, back from Collingwood, who play next weekend, by the way, in the grand final in Australia. That's won by Cork, and it's Shields from the knockdown. Quick look up now. Difficult one there for Donegal O'Connor. Won instead by Dan Gordon. Back out here as far as Poland again. Slipping it out as far as Conor Garvey. Setting it off. Showing too much of that. In came Park Kelly. But again, there's an opportunity to run at the Cork defence. Declan Rooney this time. Recycling it back as far as Damien Rafferty, the Newry Shamrocks player. Very experienced man. Fitzpatrick laying it in here, broken down on as far as Paul McComiskey. Scoring chance for McComiskey. Lovely economical style. His first point. And Down go in front in the All-Ireland final after 9 minutes.
Yes, that's a beautifully worked score again. McComiskey got on the end of a very good move that time. Leapfrogged over one player, shot a very good score, but the Down ability to get the ball down the wings at the moment is causing Cork trouble. And
credit John Clark that time for knocking it down for McComiskey. Did well. Now what can Cork do in the counter-attack? They can lay it back to Park Kelly from Donegal O'Connor. Here's John Miskela. Worst kept secret, I think, in Gaelic games was that Miskela was going to start this match and that Graham Canty was not because of the injury. It's another wasted opportunity. As per usual, Conor Coonahan there alongside Terry O'Neill on his right as we see it. The manager and selector starting the game up in the stands, getting an overview of proceedings. Cork have done better in the second half. I'm sure that's down to what he has observed and been able to implement during the halftime team talk in particular. McVeigh's kick out reaches Marty Clark, quickly laid off. This is beautiful. Hughes jinking, staying balanced, staying in control, but very poorly. Well, he'll be disappointed with that one. That wasn't his best effort.
Yeah, that was very simple actually. A lovely kick out, break well run by Down. Again, Danny Hughes that time had much more time than he realised. He should have finished that off with a score.
The wides mounting up for Down as Owen Cadigan bursts forward. First start for him in the championship in football. It goes via Sheehan as far as Noel O'Leary. Back here to Paul Kerrigan. Well, it's midway between the corner flag and the goal post. Not terribly good. Cork haven't scored now for some 9 minutes.
Reminds me a little bit about with last year's All-Ireland final when Cork were shooting into that goals against Kerry. They started to shoot from distance again, somewhat recklessly. At the moment they've lost the shape in their full forward line somewhat, and there's not enough movement going on in there. And I think rather than shots like that, they need to work the ball in quicker, and maybe the full forwards and getting it out to half forwards coming through in the burst.
Brendan McVeigh Again, the battle for supremacy in the middle of the park, claimed brilliantly by Alan O'Connor. Back to Michael Shields, today's on-field captain. Paul Kerrigan now, who had that miss, taking off past Kevin McKernan. This is good by Kerrigan, and he's won a free in. So a chance for Cork to draw level. Their only point, of course, coming from the boot of Daniel Goulding from a free kick. This was good pace, good penetration by Paul Kerrigan, drawing the foul. So once again, Daniel Goulding ready to hit this. He's on 7 goals and 77 points so far, which is 98 points in all. And he's put this one over, so it's 99 for his tally, and Cork draw level.
Yeah, both teams have settled very well into the game. I think Down in particular, for a team that are in the first All-Ireland since 1994, are doing very, very well. I know it's new players and all of that, but they're very much at home on the occasion today. They're showing no inhibitions whatsoever. They're full of confidence and playing some very good football.
And they have this unbeaten record in finals that's been much spoken about, of course. 5 final appearances, 5 final victories. Clark pushed by Noel O'Leary. That's that curious match-up, and the referee will bring the ball forward 13 metres because Cork are deemed not to have been that distance from the ball, but I think they're complaining that the free was hit into the back of a Cork player as he was walking away from it. Just have a look at this again. Did they have their backs to it? Yeah, you see Noel O'Leary was walking away from it, and it hit him in the back.
Yeah, I just get the feeling actually the referee might have actually been moving it forward before that. Maybe there was some dissent on the part of the Cork team.
It's quite possible. Marty Clark then looking for his first point of this match and to put his team back in front again. From about 43 metres out, it's an easy enough kick for him by his high standards. And Down lead by 3 points to 2. Well, it's a Down team beaten by Tyrone earlier on in the championship, in the Ulster Championship at that, but they learned an awful lot as a result of that defeat, I think, and they implemented the lessons from that, which is to the credit of the management.
Very much so, and I think in particular putting Kevin McKernan into centre half back has brought them on an awful lot since then. And also actually the recall of Daniel McCartan from suspension. He was sent off in the League 2 division final here against Armagh, but he has tightened things up immensely at the back.
Alan Quirk slips as he kicks this one out, and again it is Down who are winning the Cork kick-outs and cleverly setting up a chance here. John Clark, his 4th time to play in Croke Park this season, and he scored eventually. Didn't score in the Division 2 League final or in the other championship matches here, but it's got a point in the all-important All-Ireland final, and Down lead by double scores, 4 points to 2. It was very much down to the individual skill of John Clark, older brother of Marty.
Yeah, and I think there was an unfortunate slip on the part of a Cork defender at that time, which made it that little bit easier. But Cork were in the middle of the field. They're not getting the possession that I expected them to get.
Well, Cork's only scored so far 2 pointed frees. Maybe it's that missed goal opportunity in the opening minutes that has unsettled them somewhat for starters, but now they're very much rattled and riled by the persistence of Down and the way in which Down are harassing them and tackling and pressurising them and forcing them into making errors. Cadigan this time.
Well, that typifies the Down attitude today. They're full of spirit, full of verve, and again going for everything. But Cork disappointed, as I said, that their big players around the middle of the park are not winning kickouts, and I would feel myself that Alan Quirk needs to drive the ball out long rather than placing it to the wings, because I think around the middle they have a decided height advantage.
Well, this should be absolutely ideal for Marty Clark, kicking with the left boot, curling it in, no real trouble, over the bar, and another for Down. And everybody in the full forward line has now scored, 4 points between them. That's good going. As you say, they have settled. Nothing to do with this first time out in an All-Ireland final. It hasn't worried them one little bit. They always say that when Down get to a final, they bring a certain swagger, a certain confidence with them, and that's been demonstrated out there right now. By comparison, Cork full of effort, but there's a degree of hesitation as well, and maybe just looking for a break or two. Aidan Walsh kicked it poorly. Out came Dan Gordon. Very much a stopgap fullback, preferred to be playing in midfield, I'm sure. Benny Coulter, he'll play anywhere. Left half forward at this stage, holding it, waiting for Kevin McKernan to come onto. Looking to add to the All-Ireland medal his dad got here back in '91, as that's kicked by Peter Fitzpatrick, and he's missed the opportunity and he's put it wide. Well, he was man of the match in that under-21 final that was played last year. Didn't win the All-Ireland medal that day, but he gave a terrific performance.
He'll be very disappointed with that, because once more I think it was Daniel Hughes got loose from his marker. Fitzpatrick coming up on the overlap got the opportunity but shot a bad wide. Downer really on top or on the middle of the park at the moment.
Cork looking to try and win this kick out, and they just might get the break this time. It's Aidan Walsh who gets away. Nicely forward here by John Miskela. Miskela looking to shoot himself. It's going to drop short. Easy one for Brendan McVeigh to take. Held onto by Kevin McKernan. Slipping it outside to Peter Fitzpatrick. And the midfielder just waits. There's no pressure on him. Great ball. Brilliant ball. Poland gets free. Gets inside the marker. Gets inside Kisan. Now, or sorry, Miskela rather. Back once again towards McComiskey. Looking to shoot under pressure. And he's put it over the bar. And it's a great start to this match for Down. They weathered the early pressure against Cork. They got lucky with the goal that Cork might have scored. They've come back confidently, and they're all scoring freely. And they're looking very, very confident. Look at this for a pass. It was absolutely brilliant. Perfect delivery. You could see Miskela, who had been up the other end, chasing back after it.
Yeah, the foot passing is excellent. Peter Fitzpatrick that time it was who executed it, but the movement I think at the moment of the down forward line is just outstanding. It's causing huge problems for the Cork defence. They're finding it very difficult to track their markers. On top of that, the likes of Pierce O'Neill, who's been spoken to at the moment, hasn't touched the ball yet, hasn't really got into it from the first moment. And they need leaders at the moment. They seem to be diffident, they seem to be lacking in confidence and inhibited, and that surprises me about a team who's been here a number of occasions over the last couple of years.
Well, Cork's record in All-Ireland finals is rather abysmal. This is their 25th time to play in an All-Ireland final. They've won only 6 so far of the previous 24 finals. I think if there were a building firm, they'd probably be in Nama at this stage. That's kicked out into the middle, and it's fisted back by Peter Fitzpatrick. Here comes John Miskela, pursued by Mark Poland. Fouled. Free kick. The big players, as you say, Martin, have got to get into this game for Cork if they're to put in a sustained challenge. That's prodded forward by Kieran Sheehan, trying to get the better there of his marker, who's Rafferty. Sheehan still, everybody claiming it, and the linesman on this near side saying that's going to be a line ball to Down, playing in the change strip.
Yes, that's a good call actually by the linesman, but equally so it's a second good call, because I think Daniel McCartan that time took the ball from inside the boundary line, so it's a throw up 13 metres from the sideline.
Let's just have a look at this again here.
Yes, it came off Kieran Sheehan, so the first call is right, and subsequent call was correct also by the linesman. Well done.
So this throw 13 metres in from the near sideline, and that time the referee seems to indict Pierce O'Neill. And Down have the possession, and they can start again. That's a poor kick away by Brendan McVeigh. Should have been taken by Shields, but he did enough on it anyway to get it to Miskela. Now Goulding. Held on to here by Aidan Walsh, but it's 50 metres out from the target. A little bit of movement ahead here from Paul Kerrigan, but really into the corner. And there's a lot of work to do from here just to try and create a scoring chance. And Cork, as you can see, are 4 points behind. Here's Paudie Kassan. Great pressure from Down. Excellent defensive work. They're working as a unit, working as a team. Brilliant play. Declan Rooney feeding it out here as far as Danny Hughes. Points so far for the 28-year-old from Saville. Slipped back in here to Poland. Everything seems to go through him. Marty Clark playing further forward than I've seen in recent championship matches. He's tended to play very, very deep on occasions, but he's a real threat, a real menace for Cork. Or he was looking there for Paul McComiskey, but it was well defended by Ray Carey. That needed his intervention. Goalkeeper trying to set up Paudie Kassan here, trying to urge him to carry it forward. Cork go lateral, and that time Miskela fouled by McComiskey, and Cork have the opportunity with Ray Carey here, linking up with Alan O'Connor. Waiting for movement, and it's coming back again. Cork static in that inside forward line. need more people creating more of a menace in there, and Down are comfortably able to handle all of the threats so far presented.
Yes, Down are first to every ball at the moment. The likes of, for example, Donnacha O'Connor hasn't got into the game at all. He seems strangely subdued, not going hard for it, and it's very untypical.
Here's Pearse O'Neill playing it back here again. This shot has gone to the left and this one has gone wide, and it's a wasted opportunity, and certainly the management team must be very, very displeased with what they've seen so far. This was fed back out here as far as Paul Kerrigan. That's the one that went astray there, and that's yet another wide for Cork. That is their fourth so far.
Yeah, but you must credit the pressure that the Down defence are putting on the Cork attackers. They're not giving them any room. The pressure around the middle of the field is immense, and at the moment Down seems so comfortable by comparison with Cork.
10 minutes since Cork scored, and they've now restructured their forward line, and Sheehan has now gone back to right half forward. Paul Kerrigan's gone back to top of the left. It's as they were programmed, in other words. So another attack. Down have had their spell of dominance. Cork now look for scores from Pa Kelly's pass. O'Connor has lost it. That's great defending again. Good, simple and effective defending, that time by Rooney, just slipping in the right hand, dispossessing the forward, doing everything right so far. Peter Fitzpatrick. That's too long, that's too ambitious, and it's easy for Cadogan to come, or should have been. Manages to get it back as far as Miskela. Now Aidan Walsh, about to be challenged. Overhits the pass, an elementary mistake, and Down will take the opportunity now once again, but McComiskey trying to set up. Coulter has moved inside, this time won by Shields, and Cork have it back again. That's Owen Cadogan, hurler come footballer. Kerrigan just trying to steal a march on Damien Rafferty, and the referee saw what was going on and saw the push on the Newry Shamrocks player. Free to Down.
Yeah, dare I say it, Ger, but at the moment I think Cork look like a team that are overtrained. They look very tired, they look very slow going to the ball, devoid of energy, whereas Down are full of verve, full of imagination, managing to get their big players into the game. Just at the moment the leadership is absent from the Cork team that I would have expected to be manifest at this stage.
And Paul Kerrigan has got himself a yellow card, one foul too many, I'm afraid, from his point of view, and David Coldrick from Meath has showed him the card. Down goes short from the free kick. Conor Garvey slipping it ahead to McKernan. I've already got those two tremendous points against Kildare in the semi-final. That pass was just too far ahead of him. So line ball to Cork. Cork crowd getting a bit edgy. Only 2 points for them so far, both of them from free kicks. There's a Down player on the ground. That's Conor Garvey. And the referee, I think, not buying what Garvey was obviously intimating, that he was being fouled, so he told him get up, and Garvey did. Carey down as far as Pearse O'Neill, back once again to the man who took that sideline kick. Now Kissan. Two wing backs have been pinned back here, really, Noel O'Leary and Kissan. Now let's see what the forwards can do with this one as O'Connor tries to break it. Pearse O'Neill slips out the right leg. It comes eventually to Pa Kelly, who's been in very good form this year. And they go back to the middle of the park. Now look for an opening. Miskela had one shot that dropped short earlier on, and this one has gone away to the left. They are looking like a side really lacking in confidence.
Lacking in confidence, rudderless, being rushed in all the time. Down by contrast are way sharper than Cork. This surprises me hugely, because I thought maybe they stuttered into the final, you could say Cork did, but I'd expected today that they would have got rid of a lot of the errors that there had been there beforehand and come up with a big performance today. So far it's missing.
Scoring chances so far, you can see Down creating 3 more than Cork, and they've got a free kick from their own 65-metre line. Slipping it out here to Danny Hughes. Now what can he do? 2 Cork men out there to challenge, to try and take it from him. The Cork team beaten in the All-Ireland final by Kerry in 2007, beaten again in 2009. That's a lovely pass back to Hughes. Scoring chance here, might even be a goal chance. Oh, it's up and it's over the bar. Danny Hughes. Well, he seemed to be summing up his options there as he was coming forward into the angle, and the Down fans happy enough that he took the point eventually. Fisted it over just for a moment. I think they probably thought it was going to drop short and into the net, and it wouldn't have counted.
It was so simple though, a lovely bit of slick movement by a nippy player who's been outstanding all year, thinking quicker than Cork are at the moment. Downer got the opportunity and took it. Probably took the percentages. He had Clark open for a goal possibility, but did the right thing and put it over.
Well, the physios are out attending to Paddy Kassan here, who's been one of the most consistent players in the championship this season for Cork, attended there by Colin Lane and Michael O'Leary, the assistant physio. Well, they're still sitting there in the stand. I often wonder, I know you've expressed your view that it's a good idea to sit up in the stand and take an overview, but they are now 27 minutes into the game. I like to see managers down on the side of the field, I have to say, urging, cajoling, maybe criticising. There's a presence there at least.
Well, there's a presence, but I would still agree with what Conor Coonahan is doing by, getting this overview of the game from a more elevated position. But just going back to the Down situation at the moment, okay, maybe they're buoyed up by their legacy of never been beaten in an All-Ireland final, but there's no doubt about it, they're way less fearful today than Cork are. Cork are hamstrung at the moment with fear right throughout their team.
Alan Quirk kicking it, and there was some pushing this time by a Down defender, and it's Caleb King. So the free kick taken. King bends his back, couldn't take it the first time, needs a little support. Oop, they fumbled it there, but they were lucky enough to get it back, and Benny Coulter feeds it in. Marty Clark pushed from behind by Noel O'Leary. And Noel O'Leary is certainly having his hands full in this matchup with Marty Clark. As you said earlier, Martin, it wasn't the matchup we were anticipating. Here's John Clark, 5 years older than his brother, back towards McComiskey. John Clark, having scored earlier on, having felt confident, lets it in. Alan Quirk does well, gets his fist to it, it goes behind, and it's the game's first 45. Well, he had to come out that time, and you can see by the body language there, Alan Quirk isn't one bit pleased with himself. The 33-year-old came out here, was left isolated, had to concede the 45, but there's not a great deal happening in front of him.
No, there's not a great deal happening, but I think what's happening with Benny Coulter at the moment is that he may have jarred his knee during that particular event, and I'd say he'd be requiring treatment. Just hope from a Down point of view it isn't serious.
Yeah, he'd be a huge loss, just as Graham Canty is a huge loss for Cork. They were hoping that they might be able to get some minutes out of Graham Canty. They're going to need him, just as Down certainly need Benny Coulter. Back on his feet anyway. Marty Clark to take the resultant 45. He scored 2 points from frees already. Drills this one, but hits it to the right, and he's put it wide. Well, he's the man who scored a goal and 17 when he was a schoolboy, only in 5th class in his school in a college's match. An amazing tally over 60 minutes. Paddy Kassan pinned back. Alan Quirk now. Disappointing final so far for neutrals, and certainly for the Cork fans who've travelled here in big numbers, but everything going right for Down. Can they keep it going? Kerrigan is fouled by Damien Rafferty. Free into Cork. Cork's last score was in the 12th minute, so we've gone a good 17-18 minutes, and 2 frees. Their only return so far, a rather miserable return from a first half where they haven't really played as they are able to, but credit Down, they didn't leave them. Donnacha O'Connor is going to take this. Well, he needs a score just to try and get his confidence going. Cork need a score as well just to give them a boost. And curls, but yes, it curls just inside, just about made it. A point for Cork then, cutting into the deficit, and it's 7 points to 3. All of Cork's scores from frees.
Yeah, and beautifully struck. Just came in at the last minute, and that'll do Donnacha O'Connor a lot of good, because he's been very quiet up to now and hasn't been able to break loose from the clutches of Dan Gordon, who's playing him very cleverly.
But 5 minutes to go to the break. So far so good for Down, but again from their own kick out, it's Cork who are winning those. It's rather a strange situation, because Down have been doing well on the Cork kick-outs. Miskela laying it in towards O'Connor, released to Pierce O'Neill. Again, look at the number of Down players who close in and back out towards Goulding. setting his foot through this and putting it over the bar. His third point, his 100th in the championship. More importantly today, however, Cork's first point from play comes at the 32nd minute, would you believe? And it's put 3 between them. And even though Cork haven't played at all in this first half, as they're usually able to, they're back in the game with 2 in a row.
Very true, Ger. That's the amazing thing about it. Down completely in the ascendancy, but yet in the scoreboard there's only a miserable 3 points between them.
And Miskela now is beginning to win a lot of ball there around the half-back line. Distribution here just a little poor, however. Over-ambitious hit to Paul Kerrigan. Kerrigan, the only player with a yellow card against his name in the match. Line ball kicked in as far as Marty Clark. Again, O'Leary chases after him. But really he's just chasing and trying to limit his effectiveness, not really winning an awful lot of ball against Marty Clark. Rooney, back as far as Rafferty. Slipped back into Poland. They hold, nothing silly, and then they wait for a decent run forward, and there are players up there like Danny Hughes who can get on the ball and get out ahead of the defender, look smart, release it back towards Kevin McKernan. Big ambitious one in. Benny's ready to jump for it. He's got it as well, and down he goes, and it's going to be a free in. Magnificent play by Benny Coulter, the 28-year-old from Mayo Bridge. Well, he's tormented so many backlines in the past. Good to see him here in an All-Ireland final, getting his chance. He's one of those players, I feel, had he been around in the 90s, he'd have an All-Ireland medal to his name at this stage.
That was a majestic piece of fielding that time. It reminded me of a photograph I saw in yesterday's paper with, was it Shawnee Walsh and Brian Mullins going up for a ball. That was wonderful to witness. Great catch, and the reward now is an opportunity for Marty Clark.
And Marty Clark puts it over. 3 points, all of them coming from frees after the mercurial Benny Coulter won it in the air and was fouled, and it's 8 points to 4. 34 minutes into the All-Ireland final, the 121st. Alan Quirk just looking around, summing up to see where can he kick this one and where can Cork try and retain the possession. Cork's winning kickouts has come in the main from the down kickouts. This time they win their own. Pierce O'Neill, Paddy Kassan, Aidan Walsh. Well, Cork in the second half of their matches have brought on their big subs. They brought on the Nicholas Murphys and the Colm O'Neills and Derek Kavanagh to try and turn the game, and that may well be in the mind of the managers, I would imagine, as we head towards half-time. Meanwhile, Donnacha O'Connor, who scored from a free, has scored now from play. He wheeled around brilliantly that time and makes it 8 points to 5, and Cyril Kavanagh there, the Mexican fan, is delighted with that one. Not so pleased James McCartan, who saw his man there, his fullback Dan Gordon, allowed Donnacha O'Connor get too much room. And Donnacha O'Connor is now pumped up and full of confidence.
With that passivity you saw earlier from O'Connor now has been replaced with a lovely piece of dynamism that time. That was a wonderful score by Donnacha O'Connor.
The game may be turning around. It was all down for a long, long time. And the question I was asking Conor Coonahan last week in the interview was, you know, the mental baggage of having lost 2 finals, is it there? 1 minute of added time as Cadogan goes back. Came on as a substitute last year in the football final. Miskela swung around, free kick to Cork, down leading as we're into additional time. Here's Kieran Sheehan setting off, youngest player in today's final, down towards Paul Kerrigan, trying to take on Damien Rafferty, succeeding, coming in from the angle, ball running away from him. It's gone for a 45. Probably about as much as he could have done because he had got into such an acute angle there. I don't think it's sufficient latitude to try and pull it back for Donnacha O'Connor. That was probably in his mind. Knew he couldn't beat the goalkeeper from such a tight angle. But here he is from the reverse angle here. And the keeper did well, put out his right hand and decided, let's see what happens from the 45.
He certainly did do very well, because that was a wonderful piece of play by I think both players actually, by Paul Kerrigan in trying to get in along the end line, but disciplined tackling by Damien Rafferty. But credit also Brendan McVeigh for his positioning that time, because quite honestly I thought the ball was going wide, but it hit off him and out for a 45.
Well, a down player, as you can see, requiring the attention this time of the physio Noel Rice. And it's Kevin McKernan from Burren being attended to by Rice. And Noel Rice, the physio, his wife Udell, and you, baby Joseph, watching this, I understand. Goalkeeper did really well that time, because that could have been a very dangerous situation had he just decided to palm it down, because Donnacha O'Connor would probably have pounced. This might be the last kick of the first half. Daniel Goulding drops it, and it's dropped into the hands of a down defender, Dan Gordon, as the referee calls for the ball, blows for half-time. Well, Cork started well and had opportunities, didn't take them, but Down came back strongly and played all or nearly all of the good football in the first half. The Down fans will be happy. Paul Kerrigan trotting off at half-time here, didn't score. Cork came back with a couple of scores, but it took them a long time to get their first from play. Down will be the happier, but there are only 3 points between the teams as they come in, and the Down management team there with McCartan and his selectors considering what they'll do, because at half-time it's Down 8 points, Cork 5 points. Michael.
And thank you for the moment to Ger Canning and Martin Carney. Back here in our Croke Park studio, we have Joe Brodley, Colin O'Rourke and Pat Spillane. Colin, might get a quick comment from you before the break.
Well, it's been a very enjoyable half of football, and I think Down have played the better football. Cork have had plenty of possession, but they seem to be the same as they have been all year. They don't seem to know where they're going, a bit lacking in method. Down a much slicker team, and a bit strange the marking arrangements that Cork have, but a very good game. But Cork have come back into it and it's still up for grabs.
It started off in a great welter of excitement.
Yeah, well, Cork should have been a goal and a point up inside the first minute, which would have settled a team that are obviously a bit lacking in confidence, and they retreated into their shell a little bit, and Down just came out and expressed themselves and played some beautiful open football.
Yeah, OK, we're going to take a short break. Further reflection on that first half in just a few minutes. Now, also here on the Sunday Games, there's a chance for you to win a fantastic prize, and we have details coming up a little bit later on.
With your passion, no one can stop you.
Celebrity Bannister returns for a third series, and this year it's tougher than ever. 8 new celebrities take on the challenge of managing an intermediate GAA football team from their home county. Who will rise, who will fall, and who will be crowned champion? The all-new series of Celebrity Bannister, tonight at 6:30 on RTE1.
Because of their dedication, we're dedicated to them. The Cadbury GAA Football Under-21 Championship.
To Arthur.
To Arthur. To Arthur. To Martha. To Martha. To Farmers. To Barbers. To Llamas. To Martians. Yeah. To Martians. Chihuahua. To Boston.
Join the Arthur's Day celebration at 17:59 on the 23rd of September.
Experience GAA coverage in a class of its own. From the writers that define football. In Championship, your dedicated GAA magazine, only in Monday Irish Examiner.
Thurles, 1884. An idea was born, and it grew, and proved irresistible. It took hold of people's hearts and helped all of us grasp one simple and enduring fact. When something really matters, it matters forever. Ulster Bank, proud sponsor of the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship.
Need a number nifty? Call 11850.
Yeah!
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
Back here at Croke Park, it's half-time between Down and Cork, and Down leading 8 points to 5 at the moment. Joe Brawley, Colin Rourke and Pat Spillane here in our studio. Pat, what did you think of that first half?
Enjoyable enough. I mean, most of the football was played by the team in the yellow jerseys. You know, their movement, their foot passing, their tackling. You know, it boils down to the thing that we were talking about before the game. Self-belief and self-doubt. Down are playing with self-belief, and once Cork got missed those couple of chances, you could see that fear and lack of confidence permeate through their play. And you know, they were clueless and inept in that first half. They didn't have leadership, their decision making was poor, wrong options, their kicking, both foot passing, whatever like that, and there's no leader there. And you can talk about sentiment and say, geez, they deserve an All-Ireland, but you know, Michael, All-Irelands are earned. You've got to make it work, and they look like a team that are waiting for things to happen rather than making things happen.
Sure. You're right, Pat, but I think the reason for that is because they're not that sure what their rules are, and they're not that sure how to go about it. With Down, there's precision, you know, there's that confidence that comes from knowing what it is you're supposed to be trying to achieve. And so, you know, Down, when they're spearheading attacks, are really spearheading. I mean, an amazing statistic in the game, and I think what's happened has been entirely predictable. Cork have won 17 kickouts to Down 6. And they should be winning the game by 7 or 8 points. But in truth, they just look as though they're running through quicksand.
A nice example of the contrast column in it. A Cork attack that ended up in a down point.
Yeah, well, Cork have rampaged through the middle with the likes of Miskela has gone through. But the finished product has been dreadful. Like Alan O'Connor was through in the first minute. And, you know, the worst thing about Cork is the wrong fellas are shooting. Like Miskela should be drawing a man and giving the ball to a forward. That's what the forwards are on the field. And then a brilliant foot pass down here along the wing. And, you know, Down are able to do this. Their crossfield passing, Paul McCutmasky, Mark Poland, all those fellas have been very good. And they're handing the ball off to the player who should be shooting. And, you know, it's a very simple looking game, whereas for Cork, it's quite labelled.
A big contrast between the teams, when you're looking at it from here, is that Down's runs are always diagonal and cross field, pulling everybody out of position. We're looking down the field, I kid you not. The 3 Cork full forwards are standing. They are standing in position. You know, and I mean, that's difficult enough when you're playing one-on-one football, but when you're playing against 12 men behind the ball, I mean, the 2 scores that Cork have got from play are verging on the miraculous, magnificent points. You know?
Well, the other thing that didn't move in that first half, Pat, was the goalposts, and Cork seemed to have a problem finding
them. This is an argument I have all year. I mean, these games are still won by the teams who can get the more scores, and I don't know whether there's enough emphasis being put on shooting, but Alan O'Connor, first minute of the game, and shouldn't be shooting, but this shooting from the outside of the right foot. Now, you can make a justification for Alan, he's a midfielder. That was a bad miss by Paul Kerrigan, and again, that's an awful kick. He's unopposed. I mean, in senior inter-county championship football, that the team who have probably 50% possession get their first score from play after 31 minutes. But I would agree with Joe. They obviously had decided, right, we're going to move the ball fast today. So they had, but after that they hadn't made them, because as Joe pointed, there's no movement from the full forward line, and even when they get it, it's by accident. But then when they do get it, there's no one coming off the shoulder at pace. So they said we're going to move it, but somebody forgot to put in plan B.
But from the throw-in though, Colin O'Rourke, they moved that ball fast. They moved it through the down offence. They got chances. They got a goal chance. They could have had a couple of goals out of this.
There's no doubt about it. They're running through the centre of the down defence fairly easily, which, you know, should give them a certain amount of hope. And, you know, this was a fairly easy chance. Sheehan should have finished here, but like when you get the rebound, now Dan McCartan brings off a miraculous save.
So did the goalkeeper McVeigh.
Yeah, and he got it. Sheehan should have gone around him.
There's always been a failing, of this Cork teams don't score goals. They've played 7 matches in this year's championship. They've got 4 goals, and they've been playing against some poor teams.
But do you not agree, Pat, that it's not so much the missing of the goal chance and the missing a couple of the chances. What it does is it sums up the lack of confidence that's in the ranks. You know, if that had been Down coming through there, Danny Hughes or Benny Kohler, the ball would have been the net, the crowd would have been up. As it is, it's been a huge downer for Cork.
By the way, Michael, we're not writing them off.
Oh no, I know that.
Well, I am. You're not.
All right, well, Joe is, the rest aren't. We're going to take a break here in the programme. The second half of this year's All-Ireland football final coming up. Now, plus our big competition, because you could be a big cheese in the Big Apple in a few months' time.
it was love at first sight for us.
You were lucky I didn't hear your accent.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
In 1873, Adolf Coors found the perfect place to brew ice-cold beer, but it was high up in the Rockies, so he set about building a railway. He loaded the trains with barrels of his beloved beer and packed them carefully with ice so they'd stay Rocky Mountain cold and refreshing. You see, when you put that much pride into what you do, you want the whole world to share it. Coors Light, delivering Rocky Mountain refreshment since 1873.
You can wait a lifetime for a chance like this. "32 counties, only one country. Ireland versus Australia. The Irish Daily Mail International Rules Series."
William Moore, conditioning coach, talks about the last 15 minutes.
It's everything. It can define a player's career. The body needs to have the energy supplies in order to push on in those last 15 minutes. Lucas Aid Sport will provide the energy for exercise and the fluid for hydration. We at the Ulster Sports Academy are working with Lucas Aid Sport to educate athletes on the benefits of fluid for exercise. It's about winning.
Lucas Aid Sport. Last longer, finish stronger.
With your passion, no one can stop you.
It's a busy day here at Croke Park and a busy evening edition of the Sunday game tonight. Now, Des Cahill will be along with the studio audience to reflect on all of the day's events and indeed the Football Championship of 2010. Now, in addition, we'll be visiting the All-Ireland Champions Victory Banquet and we'll be naming the man of the match from this year's final. And all that begins later tonight at 9:30. But right now here on the programme, it is competition time, because we have teamed up with Ulster Bank, the sponsor of the Senior Football Championship, to give you the chance to win a fantastic trip for you and a friend to experience the sights and the sounds of New York City, combined with the passion and the pride of the GAA Senior Football Championship. Now, this great prize includes return flights, 4 nights accommodation in a 4-star Manhattan hotel, that's close to all of the main attractions, and 2 tickets to see New York's first football championship game of the season next May. And to top it all off, we'll also give you $5,000 spending money so that you can experience the best of what New York City has to offer. For your chance to win the holiday and the cash, answer this. Which of these well-known GAA grounds is located in New York? Is it Gaelic Park, Semple Stadium or Croke Park? Now, if you think you know the answer, call 1515 717174 or text the word football followed by your answer and your name to 57111. Viewers in Northern Ireland can also text 57111 or you can call the number there on screen. Now, you must be over 18 to enter. The full details are on RTE Airtel page 195. The lines will close at midday tomorrow and the lucky winner will be announced during Sport at 7 on RTE Radio 1 later that evening, so tune in for that. But right now here on the programme, we're going to head downstairs to rejoin Marty Morrissey.
Thank you very much, Michael. Well, in any championship match, midfield is a crucial battle and no different in the All-Ireland Senior Football Final. I'm joined by 2 gentlemen, 2 stars from that area, Kieran Whelan and Dermot Earley, and they're just a little bit taller than myself. So, Kieran, let me start with you. Make of Down. Have you been impressed with the opening 35 minutes?
Yeah, they've been impressive all year. After a shaky start, they've settled into the game and they just look like they're more cohesive, have a structured plan, and I think ultimately their forward line has turned up. They're working well together compared to Cork, who just look clueless going forward, and yeah, they've only scored 2 points in play, Cork, so Down look the stronger at the moment.
Dermot Earley, what do you think of Cork? They're very disappointing, aren't they?
Yeah, well, as Kieran said, they seem a bit clueless. You know, in the first few minutes they were moving the ball quickly, they were creating opportunities. I mean, they should have capitalised a bit more. But after that, they were slow and laboured in their build-up, allowing Down to get back, and Down made a couple of great tackles. It just doesn't seem to be going their way at the moment. I'd expect that you'd see, you know, Nicholas Murphy or, Colin O'Neill or Derek Cavan have been introduced because they need to up it and get something out of this second half.
That has been the game plan all along, and it has worked. Would you anticipate the same sort of tactical move?
They're only 3 points behind. You couldn't rule them out, and they have the strength and depth. They need to make changes because they're just not performing to the required level, and I think Conor Coonan will make changes in this half, maybe 1 or 2 at half time. Be interesting to see.
On a tactical strategy sense, Noel O'Leary and Marty Clark, that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it, lads?
It is, yeah. Well, people expected maybe Michael Shields or Cadigan to pick him up, and he's felled them a couple of times, and they've converted frees, you know. But, you know, ultimately I think it will come down to the last 20 minutes to strength and depth, and if Cork make the necessary changes, they may still win ugly.
Dermot Earley, Cork or down?
I'm going to go Cork, but they need to up it.
Kieran Whelan?
Sticking with Cork.
There you have it. That's the view from the sideline. We'll go back to Michael.
Thanks, Marty Morrissey. The Cork team back out, just waiting for down for the moment. We've been talking about Cork not moving the ball, etc., and so forth. But the reality of it is, Joe Brody, they've been under pressure as well, and Down have made sure of that.
Well, it's just, you know, Down's game plan is putting them under pressure. And
change the Cork team. Sorry, George, to interrupt you. That's Nicholas Murphy who's on for the second half. We don't know for who yet. Just have a quick troll around.
Well, not that they're particularly
not
that they're particularly struggling for midfield possession. I mean, they're really wiping Down out in that sector. But the problem is, you know, we've seen this happening against Tyrone before, where the opposition's winning a huge amount of ball around the middle of the field, but not really able to do that much with it. And that's the problem at the moment. I mean, Cork have got 2 scores, but nothing has really been created. All the creativity is coming from the Down team because of the way they're playing.
But Michael, one of the problems that happens is when you decide on a plan and suddenly you're struggling with it, you revert to type, and that's what Cork did. After 5 minutes, playing well but not getting the scores, and suddenly they reverted to type, to playing the bad old football, the ponderous, slow football, and not knowing what to do. So
it's also very questionable, their marking. Like, Paddy Cassan, Danny Hughes is the best player on the pitch there the first half.
Lost on him.
And he's lost.
Noel
O'Leary's lost on Martin Clark. All the best individual footballers were on the Down team. Now, it's, you know, I thought they should have had Nicholas Murphy in earlier. I think they should have Colm O'Neill in quickly. Donnoch O'Connor had a brilliant point, but he hasn't been playing well. And put Sheehan in at full forward, where he's a bit of a goal threat. Cork have nothing to lose now by throwing in these players a bit earlier than the normal.
Cork's best football, Michael, was played in the last 10 or 15 minutes against Dublin when they're through caution to win, like I said. I think it is. They introduced Colm O'Neill. He was a target man, and they moved the ball quick. They moved the ball quick and long. Now Nicholas Murphy is there, but Colm O'Neill is the other piece of the jigsaw I think they require.
See, the other thing about this, Colin O'Rourke, that, you know, we've been talking about the way Cork have not quite delivered and so on in this first half, but they're only a couple of 3 points adrift this day. And surely they'll be inside the dressing room, Conor Coonan, saying, lads, what are we at? If we play a bit of football, we have a great chance here.
What does that mean?
They're staring over the edge now, because an awful lot of these players won't be back here again. They're not going to be allowed to fail continuously. Somebody else will come in and drop a load of them. So, you know, they're playing for their future.
Okay, Down, as you can see, back out on the pitch in front of an attendance of 81,604. That's some crowd. All ready to go for the second half. It's back to Ger Canning and Martin Carney.
Michael, in the middle of the field for Cork right now, it's Nicholas Murphy and Aidan Walsh. I think it should be pointed out that Nicholas Murphy has a back injury, and in all probability he would not be able to go a full 70 minutes. I think that's the feeling within the camp, and probably Nicholas's feelings as well. So he's in for the second half. 35 minutes to go to resolve the 2010 All-Ireland football final. It's advantage Down by 3 points, and they have the possession immediately here. It's lost by Mark Poland, however. And there's an opportunity for Paul Kerrigan, starting at right half forward, to kick it in long, inside towards Donnoch O'Connor, and it's gone astray, and it's gone wide, and the first attack of the second half comes to naught. And there's an injury immediately in the middle of the park to one of the Down players as we watch this again here. It's Peter Fitzpatrick, by the way, who's gone down with the injury. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, he was winded that time with a late tackle from Nicholas, but I'd say he'll be up in a couple of moments and ready to go again. Fitzpatrick has played very well when you consider that he's come in from for an iconic figure like Ambrose Rogers, and his fielding has been good, and just generally speaking, a very good young footballer.
Isn't it amazing, Martin, when you look at this final? 2 qualifiers in the final, first time ever. First final I can recall where the 2 captains aren't able to start. And the manager is down here now on the sideline, as you can see, Conor Coonan. It's a very good idea, I think, to be up there and get an overview earlier on, but I think he'll do his best work now down there. He needs to drive them on. He's a great manager, Conor, and he's trying to make incremental progress with this team. Semi-finalist in his first year, 08, finalist in 09, and you know what he's trying to achieve this afternoon. Down of other ideas as Fitzpatrick is back on his feet again. Paddy Talley there went in to have a word along with the physio. So this kick out by Brendan McVeigh, 31-year-old from Unriocht, lands in the hands of Benny Coulter. Showing a bit of vision now, trying to pick out Marty Clark. They combine so well and so productively. Lobbing it in here, dangerous moment. Back from McComiskey's shot, off the post it comes. Back down to Ray Carey. Great opportunity there for Down to get the first point of the second half. But instead, it's with Cork's Aidan Walsh. Down towards Pierce O'Neill. Needs to get into the match. Games seem to have passed him by in the opening 35 minutes. Kerrigan now again. Holding, waiting. Cross here towards Paddy Cassan. Down towards Donegal O'Connor again. Couldn't hold it, couldn't take it. Another ball has gone aimlessly wide. So two completely unproductive Cork attacks. Meanwhile, Down themselves had a most interesting forward thrust at the other end, and Paul McComiskey very nearly got his third point of the match when that ball was fed out to him by John Clark. He was misfortunate because it came down off the upright.
Yes, and again, everything came from the laser-like accuracy of Marty Clark, a wonderful crossfield ball.
Well, it took Cork until 32 minutes to get their first point from play. They're still only 3 points behind. They were the favourites in the eyes of many going in here, certainly the bookmakers. That's aimless by Paul Kerrigan. He's pointing out to some of the others that should have been making movement. Instead, it's Down who are making the moves. Danny Hughes lobbed down there once again towards the impish Paul McComiskey. And that time, it's a lovely, smooth delivery as McComiskey goes through the football and over the bar. Opening point of the second half for him and for Down. 9 points to 5 they lead here, but the end product of a beautiful pass down to Paul McComiskey. Brilliant work by the 22-year-old from Dundrum.
Well, that sums up the way Down are playing. Their forward play is outstanding. They're playing with great cohesion, and above the ball moving by McComiskey and Hughes, two small men in stature but massive hearts, wonderful instincts, and again the combination between the two of them that time was top class, and a third score I think it is for McComiskey.
John Miskell is okay. Down ahead by 4. Early stages of the second half. Great catch in the middle of the park, this time by Nicholas Murphy, the Carrigaline man, taking his 5th All-Ireland final, doesn't want to lose another. Up towards Donegal O'Connor. On his right side this time. Oh, that's crafty ball in there. Sheehan's in there as well, and he goes down, and he was fouled by the goalkeeper. It's going to be a free in from the 13-metre line. Good work by Kieran Sheehan. Came out here, went after it. Goalkeeper decided he wasn't going to get it and took down the number 10.
Well, dare I say it, is Kieran Sheehan not better suited to the full forward position, or a position close to goals, rather than playing out a wing forward? He has the bulk, he has the necessary ability to win ball, much greater than Donegal O'Connor.
And as a result of that, they go point for point. Daniel Goulding with his 4th point of this match, first of the second half. Well, 3 of his scores have come from frees, and the one from play, of course, just before half-time. So as you were at the break, 3 between them. And Cork are preparing. Graham Canty is taking off the tracksuit. He'll be in presently as Aidan Walsh rises for this one. He's fouled. They need Canty. They need their captain. Back out it comes again towards Pierce O'Neill. Free to Cork. Taken quickly. Out to Cassan. Looking up at the target, trying to go through, trying to knife his way in. Held onto by Kieran Sheehan, awkward angle. Cycling it back towards the left half back again. Not quite sure what that was meant to be. Might have been a pass, but it ended up being neither a shot nor a pass by Paddy Cassan. And it's time for Graham Canty to be introduced by his team manager Conor Coonahan. Canty coming in for his 49th championship match. And the player who's coming off is going to be Paddy Cassan.
This is a real gamble by Cork. Again, if Canty has a problem with his hamstring, he'll find out very soon if it's fit enough for this kind of an encounter or not.
I thought originally he might play in the full back line and pick up John Clark, but he's gone out into the middle of the field. This is taken well here by Owen Cadigan. 3 points the margin in the All-Ireland final. Canty taking it, fouled, free kick rapidly taken by Pa Kelly. Hit in there towards Kieran Sheehan, and Daniel Goulding goes chasing after it as well. Back out towards Nicholas Murphy. Another of the second half substitutes on for Paul Kerrigan. Trying to stand his ground, he's down. Fouled in the mind of the referee. Peter Fitzpatrick is arguing the point, but it was Kevin McKernan who caught him. And it's going to be a free in.
I think it was a very soft free actually, because I think that Paul Kerrigan slipped in the process of going past his man that time. So this is an easy enough, well, not an easy opportunity, but it's a free in that I think was as a result of a soft free.
Referee having words with Peter Fitzpatrick. I don't think the incident involved merited a card unless something was said immediately after that, and the referee decides to take decisive action. And that's the nature of the action, a yellow card, so it's one per team. Paul Kerrigan got one in the first half. So Cork have a free kick. This is 30 metres out from the target. Not a great deal of wind around right now. It's quite still. Cloudy overhead, but dry anyway. Daniel Goulding to take it. 4 points already in the All-Ireland final. This to narrow the gap to 2 points. Can he make it? He can. His fifth. 9 points to 7. Trying to rally his troops now. Peter Fitzpatrick here. Caught. Well, he didn't. It was Kevin McKernan who did the catching originally. That's where I thought the foul was. It was Peter Fitzpatrick who came in afterwards. Maybe he mouthed something to the referee.
Well, it's a very harsh booking as far as I can see. I don't think Fitzpatrick deserved to be booked in that case, nor do I think Kerrigan deserved a free in the first place, because I believe he slipped initially.
Now it's Dan Gordon's turn to be spoken to. Very important that Down retain their composure here now. They're seeing their lead whittled away, but there's a long game still to be played. 27 minutes or so, and there's a yellow card for Dan Gordon. They've got to stay composed. They've still got the lead. They've played good football so far.
Yes, and they've shown a better awareness of what's required so far as well. And again, discipline has been critical up to now, so it's up to them just to keep a cool head.
This one is fisted down and taken by Nicholas Murphy. Well, he is ready for the battle. Doesn't want to lose another All-Ireland, but he held on to that one too long. And Down have got themselves a free kick, which is going to be taken by Mark Poland. Looking for Marty Clark. Gets there ahead of Noel O'Leary. O'Leary unable to get a challenge, unable to get near him. Strange marking, that one. Runs into Canty. Drops to Mark Poland. Slips away there from Nicholas Murphy. Poland jinking back, cutting inside. Having a go. It's got direction. It's got accuracy. It's a great score. Mark Poland's first point in the All-Ireland final. Blows it out to a 3-point advantage for Down once again. Their fans are very, very happy with themselves. 45 minutes are gone, and it's 10-7.
Well, that's a lovely piece of individual skill by Mark Poland that time. A small little darting player, guy with great imagination, but the flair and the skill that time, they've got him past players, and awareness just putting the ball over the bar. That's a great score, probably the score of the game.
John Clark comes off. Conor McGinn goes on, coming on for his 10th championship match. Pressure back on the Cork backs in the unfamiliar white. Alan Quirk required, pressurised by Benny Coulter. Kicks it out cagily, out as far as Owen Cadigan. Young man from Douglas, brushes aside McGinn's challenge initially, shouldered then by Poland. Canty, half blocked. Should be Dan McCartan's, doesn't get to it. Goulding got there. Held onto by Sheehan, back towards Pierce O'Neill. Loses possession, it's away with Peter Fitzpatrick once again for Down. And Down tried to lay siege on the Cork goal. Out came Michael Shields, fisting it forward, on as far as Kieran Sheehan. It's a different match. It's much more intense all of a sudden. In as far as Donnacha O'Connor. Kicking, he scored 2. He's now scored 3. It's 10-8. Great point
Great point, but notice the ball was delivered quickly that time. Lovely link up with Sheehan and O'Connor. And O'Connor that time showed for the ball with purpose and kicked with conviction. That's more like it from a Cork point of view. Forget about the lateral play, forget about the short passing, get the ball in quickly.
Into the 12th minute of the second half. Second half scores so far 3 points to 2 in favour of Cork. But still, a 2-point game in the overall context. Pa Kelly, young teacher, 66 possession for Cork in the second half, and we've only played 12 minutes of that half. Graham Canty, his presence there is already having a major beneficial effect. Ray Carey, here as far as Tyrone Sheehan, jinking away past Damien Rafferty, cautiously playing it in towards Goulding. Two young players, same club, Éire Óg in Ovens. Awkward angle, what a score! Daniel Goulding's got his 6th point. It's a 1-point game. It's down 10, Cork 9.
Yeah, again, quick ball, lovely showing that time by Goulding. Under a lot of pressure from a difficult angle, shoots a great point. But you can see the confidence starting to course into the Cork team. The crowd are getting behind them. They have started to wake up over 40 minutes into the game.
It might sound like a silly question, Martin, but why didn't they try to do this in the first half?
Well, I think they were completely chained with nerves. They seem to be full of basically too many pookies.
What a great take that time by Aidan Walsh. He's lost it to McGinn. Big question now being asked of Down. So confident themselves in the opening 35 minutes. They need Danny Hughes to reinforce the message, I think, that they're in this game with a big chance of taking the Sam Maguire Cup. Marty Clark kicks it away, but only as far as Graham Canty, who goes to ground. Back up on his feet immediately. Noel O'Leary fisting it forward to Pierce O'Neill. McGinn goes after him, can't catch him. Cleverly in as far as Donegal O'Connor. O'Neill's available, but he slips it back inside towards Kerrigan. Came off a down defender of Conor Garvey, and the umpire was ready to give a 45, but the referee, David Coldrick from Meath, immediately behind it, said no, it went off the Cork man, and he has decided, I think correctly, that is going to be a kick out and not a 45. Good decision by the referee.
Great refereeing, good overruling of his umpire. Up with the game, able to see exactly what happened. Definitely come off Paul Kerrigan's leg.
Well, it's tense. Point in it. McVeigh's kick. Gathered in brilliantly by Peter Fitzpatrick. Down again, win their own kick out. Towards Marty Clark, and he's fouled this time by Noel O'Leary. Free kick, down fans, happy to see it go their way. Cork booing. McComiskey trying to slip inside. Back out towards Benny Coulter. 3 Cork backs there, but he still gets in. Benny Coulter. Now he's running into a whole phalanx of Cork backs, and Cork hold possession. Reaches Owen Cadigan. Oh, Canty slipped on the greasy surface. Out came Miskela. Noel O'Leary takes it, about to be challenged by Marty Clark, but unfairly you can't challenge from behind like that, and the referee awards the free kick to Cork, and in fact brings the ball forward 13 metres. Some battle now, 50 minutes gone, 20 minutes more to enjoy, and it's very much there for the winning. Tyrone Sheehan, that's a lovely looking kick, and it's gone sailing over the bar. And the teams are level for the 3rd time. Tyrone Sheehan, this prodigious talent, 19 years of age, brilliantly done.
Well, the efficiency, the accuracy and the movement that were absent in the first half is back with Cork. This is there now with Cork. They're very good in front of goal. Just watch this time, Coulter going through, just simply crowded out by the good Cork defending. Coulter into the game to the extent that I would like to see from a Down point of view.
But Martin, that's what Down were doing to Cork in the first 35 minutes. Now it seems to be Cork's turn. But there's a lot of football to be played. Canty, back as far as Noel O'Leary. Exhilarating All-Ireland final. Quite absorbing. Both teams playing their part right now. The referee awarding the free kick to Down.
Yeah, Ray Carey wanted all day to get rid of the ball that time. He had the opportunity to let it go to his forwards, but great defending once again, a great harassing and pressurising by the down forwards.
With a great second half of the minor match as well. Tyrone did well initially, were reeled in by Cork, but Tyrone prevailed by a point. Nothing in it here in the senior final. Callum King finding Poland. Kerrigan back to challenge, getting in his hand. Poland holds. That's great vision. That's brilliant play. Out as far as Kevin McKernan to try and slip it over the bar. His first of the day, but he's the centre half back. And he's put down back in front once again by 11 points to 10. But it was the remarkable pass by Poland to pick him out there. And McKernan with a flawless finish. Brilliant football.
Yeah, just watch the Cork tackling. It's clinical, it's relentless, but Poland still has the composure to find McKernan, and that's a wonderful score for Don.
At the other end, Pa Kelly linking up there with a colleague, with Ray Carey. Up to Donegal O'Connor, trying to find a colleague. Now Down have found renewed heart and renewed energy. And they've got possession again, and Dan McCartan lets it off. Gordon, back to McCartan. McGinn, again it's the substitute Conor McGinn, looking for the run here of Paul McComiskey, and he didn't take it as he wanted to. He got an unkind bounce, and it's a line ball to Cork, which is going to be taken by Owen Cadigan into Nicholas Murphy. Well, part of the team beaten in 93 by Derry, by Meath in 99. The Kerry defeats then. Nicholas Murphy doesn't want another. At the other end, Kieran Sheehan loses the possession, and back is McKernan, but in some difficulty, needs his goalkeeper McVeigh, saying to McKernan, you take it. Oh, down a Reggie back there, but just showing sufficient composure to get it out to Declan Rooney, and the 26-year-old from Burren slotting it down there towards Marty Clark. Three players around him, and the referee says free kick. It's going Down's way. Clark to take it. They're in a hurry. Midway through the second half. Callum King. Nice turn by Danny Hughes. Hughes holding, waiting, 45 metres out. Graham Canty trying to get in a challenge, and he did enough to put Hughes off. And Cork can counter-attack. They're going to make a change in a minute as Pa Kelly carries it on. Way up there towards Donegal O'Connor. Has possession, gets away from Dan Gordon. He's fouled, and it's a free in. And Cork are considering bringing in Colm O'Neill in the next couple of moments.
That was a beautifully flighted pass that time into O'Connor, showing out well this half, and more often than he was in the first half, and draws the foul of Dan Gordon. That's an easy enough opportunity now for Cork to come level.
Well, Donegal O'Connor, scorer of 1-5 against Dublin in the semi-final, and those scores highly instrumental in securing Cork's victory that day. From a very central position on a calm afternoon, amid great excitement, he puts it over the bar. His fourth. 2 from play, 2 from frees, and they level again. 11 points apiece. So on comes Colm O'Neill, goal scorer in the 2009 final, going off number 11, Pierce O'Neill. And Down are also making a change, and coming on for them will be Ronan Murtagh, and going off Paul McComiskey.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Very surprising.
Very surprising. I thought he's been very lively, very effective. 3 points to his name, I think, but very effective anytime he got the ball.
Kerrigan has it. Going cut inside here. Dangerous. Great score. Paul Kerrigan's first. Well, he was determined. He persisted, showed drive and verve, and when through the heart of the Down defence here, then showed the composure onto the left, and he slotted it over to edge Cork into the lead once again. 57 minutes are gone.
Great score from Kerrigan indeed, and again Cork have faced up to the limitations in this half, thrown away the shackles and are playing much better.
Interesting that they've brought on those 3 substitutes as well to try and turn the game. Peter Fitzpatrick trying to turn it Down's way. They've gone into arrears. Oh, an awkward slip there for Ronan Murtagh. It's out as far as Aidan Walsh, the midfielder. Covers an awful lot of ground. First season still in the championship. Miskela. Now Graham Canty. It's a probing ball up towards O'Neill. He does well against Damien Rafferty onto the right. It hits the post, comes back down. Dan Gordon is shouldered out over the end line. That's got to be a 45, and not much doubt about this one.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one. The two lads, maybe like two salmon getting tangled up in the net there at the moment, but a lovely pass again that time. I think it was from Graham Canty.
Well, Down are getting concerned about the back line because they're about to bring in Brendan McCardle, who started the championship as a fullback, played in the league at fullback, and he's going to come on in place of Damien Rafferty. So there's third substitution, both sides with two possible subs still to bring on as Daniel Goulding kicks it over. Well, he was using an iPod in the build-up to the Down game to try and replicate the noise that he was getting or going to get in Croke Park to settle himself down, taking the frees in practice. It worked, and it's working again today.
Yeah, that contrasts completely to the 45 he took on the stroke of half-time that fell short, indicated a lack of conviction. That one went truly all the way.
Cork by 2. Here's Paul Kerrigan again, taking off past Kevin McKernan. Well blocked by McKernan, but that's going to be another 45 going off the Down centre half back. And this game seems to be turning in Cork's direction, but there's still a fair bit of time to play. Over 12 minutes still to go. He's down on the sideline now, hoping to win an All-Ireland as manager, just as he did as a player back in 89 against Mayo and in 90 against Meath. Daniel Goulding is 5 from 5 from frees so far. He got that last 45, his 7th score of the match. So this to try and give Cork a little bit more of a lead. It's dropping in and it's dropping over. 2 in a row from 45 for Daniel Goulding, and it's Cork 14, Down 11. Let's go to the sideline. Marty Morrissey.
Just an interesting scenario down the sideline. There seemed to be confusion about the last substitution and a slight disagreement within the Down management team about Benny McCardle coming on for Damien Rafferty. James McCarthy didn't seem well pleased.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, we'd have been querying the other one with Paul McComiskey being taken off in place of Ronan Murtagh, even though Murtagh's a very, very good player. There were a lot of people in Down who thought he should have started. Here's Poland again. That's taken beautifully by Danny Hughes. They need more from him. Miskela in there to try and close the gap. 3 between them. Conor McGinn laying it back to Peter Fitzpatrick. Well, he's ambitiously going for it. Brilliant if it makes it, but horrible if he puts it wide, and he's missed the opportunity. And there were players inside who were looking at him and saying, why didn't you give us a chance? Play the ball into us decently.
Well, I think it's a very good point, because you have to get the ball to the players who can finish in situations like that. It's very much a Hail Mary shot from an impossible position. That might work once in 10, but they need to play the percentages at the moment, work it in and try and get their scores.
Just look how Cork have won all these kickouts. They've won another one here by going short. Michael Shields. Well, Cork in the position now where they are leading by 3 points. As you can see, 10 minutes to go. 20 years since Cork won an All-Ireland. 16 since Down were the champions. Who's going to win it? It's advantage Cork. Paul Kerrigan. It's dropping to the right this time. Goulding doing his best. One back by Dan McCarthy, brother of the manager, of course, James. Fitzpatrick, back again it comes. Knocked out of defence down towards Benny Coulter. Hasn't scored in the All-Ireland final, but he's prompted inside towards Clark, whose 3 points have come from frees. Waiting and holding. Conor McGinn. Oh, he slipped at the most inopportune moment. Very misfortunate as Canty goes down. And that's going to be a free out to Cork.
I think Canty's introduction has had the effect of settling Cork, of giving them added confidence, of just making them helping them do the right direction. He may not be in the game that much. He's given some good passes, but I think his presence on the field has been immense, and it came at the right time.
You have to say, Martin, full credit to the management team there of Conor Coonahan, Gerald Sullivan, Terry O'Neill, Jim Nolan and Peadar Healy, because had they started with him and he got off injured after 15 to 20 minutes, it would have been a downer for the rest of the players, I think. Micheál O'Murray here, my colleague, I wish him the very, very best. He's been a wonderful colleague over the years that I've known him, one of my best friends in the broadcasting game. His last All-Ireland final today, barring a replay. Free to Cork. Down's last score was in the 10th minute of or 10 minutes ago rather. They need a score. They're not out of it just yet. Graham Canty. And Cork's fans, I think, urging them now not to start playing around with it back there. Noel O'Leary. Here's Ray Carey. Oh, it's cut out well by Benny Coulter. And Coulter gets away. Now, can he give the leadership yet to preserve Down's wonderful record of never losing an All-Ireland final? They've a chance here. Peter Fitzpatrick can kick a point, and he's done so. In spite of the attempted block there of Michael Shields, Fitzpatrick's first point coming in the 64th minute. There's still time. It's just a 2-point game. Cork 14, Down 12.
I think it's appropriate punishment for the messing Cork were doing there at the moment. They gave the ball to Benny Coulter. He rode 2 tackles in outstanding manner. Fitzpatrick, again, for a young lad, showed great leadership in coming forward that time, shot a fine point.
Now Benny's getting booked here, and I'm not sure. Have you any idea?
No, I didn't see it. In fact, I thought it was maybe some of the Cork players that might have been booked that time for over-robust tackles on him.
Or for taking too much out of the ball. Could we introduce that rule?
There's enough of them in there.
It's going to be a kick out for Cork as a result of all of that. Down's Aidan Brannigan's coming on now for Callum King.
Well, as I said, that indecisive play that Cork went on with a couple of moments ago could be fatal. There's still a long time left. There's probably, with added time on, there's about 7 or 8 minutes left. And for Cork to start playing down or trying to hope that they'll kind of, play the game down and hold on to their lead, it could be fatal.
This game is far from won and lost. Pa Kelly can't get to it. It's fisted back again here, and the industrious Ray Carey back. Missed last year's final because of an injury. Owen Cadigan, hounded there by Danny Hughes, fouled, free to Cork. Use of possession now, absolutely vital. No more Hail Mary kicks, and that really is a wasted use of that vital possession. And Down have it back again now, and it's Dan McCartan, the 27-year-old dentist, getting it out here. Not a good ball to Declan Rooney, because he's given Cork a chance to win it back, and then there was a trip, and it's going to be a Down free kick. Indecision, indiscipline on occasions, nervousness as well. The two teams are so close to that prize of taking home Sam Maguire. Another change being made. Ronan Sexton's coming on now. I think I saw Ronan Sexton going on there. Certainly Conor Laverty's gone on. Maybe it's Conor Laverty's gone on. It is. And going off, Mark Poland. Well, he had a very, very good match, I thought.
Yeah, and I think Nicholas Murphy has gone off also, and Derek Cavan has come in.
So they're doing everything they can, the managers, to try and win this game for their team. As Pa Kelly from Ballin picks it up there towards Donegal O'Connor, racing after it. Well, he's going for the point. If he makes it, it's an amazing point. It's a wonderful point. Well, he took on the responsibility. Such a contrast between the Donegal O'Connor in the early stages of this match, when he was indecisive, looked unsure of himself. He wouldn't have attempted anything like this. Have a look at this again. Very near to the end line, onto the right boot, a player approaching him to try and block it, and he got it right between those two tall posts. 15-12. Down come back. Again, it's Fitzpatrick. Neatly outside here. Here comes Ronan Murtagh. And the substitute slots it over the bar. His first point, so we're back to a 2-point game again. And 3.5 minutes of the 70 still to be played, and I'm sure there'll be the usual 2 minutes of additional time. So I think we're looking at about another 5 or 6 minutes.
Great play once again by Peter Fitzpatrick, driving forward on the blind side, getting away from his marker, taking the responsibility this time of letting it off to somebody else, and Ronan Murtagh fires a good score.
Quirk's kick right down through the centre, challenged there by Declan Rooney, but it comes back to a Cork man, to Aidan Walsh, who slips it in here, and there's still an opportunity. O'Connor, oh, well blocked, and it somehow is scrambled out. We have Colm O'Neill with the opportunity. It's gone for a 45, but that was an opportunity for Colm O'Neill to have put it in past the goalkeeper, as it was fed over by Kieran Sheehan. Next it was Donegal O'Connor, and then the goalkeeper gets down and blocks well from Colm O'Neill, and eventually scrambled out somehow.
It should have been a penalty, I think. He touched the ball in the small rectangle. That should have been a penalty.
It again. You're right.
Yep.
Absolutely. That should have been. The defender going down on it there, but no penalty given. 45 instead. Daniel Goulding's going to take it. He's converted 2 of his 45s in the second half. This to try and push it out to a 3-point advantage again. And again, the connection is perfect. Wonderful technique. And that's his 9th point of this All-Ireland final. Cork ahead by 16 points to 13. We're into the 69th minute. There's a down player on the ground, Conor Garvey. Picks himself up now as the ball is kicked out. Dan Gordon's got it to the middle of the field, but it's Aidan Walsh who collects. Plays it forward towards Derek Kavanagh. Gordon back. I think we said 2 minutes of added time, or is it 3 minutes of added time? 2, correction. Marty Clark. Big one in. Nicely taken, Coulter! Lovely point. Oh, it's a nervous, edgy finish here in a brilliant match. 16 points to 14. Benny Coulter knocking it over, and the tension is palpable.
I need more of that. Coulter is 1-on-1 at the moment with Michael Shields. That ball needs to go in quickly to him. Stop the play outfield from a down point of view, stop the short passing and all of that, and get it in, because Coulter is lethal in the air and a wonderful finisher.
Players being attended to out the field. Derek Kavanagh is one of them, and the referee having consulted with his umpires. The doctor there just attending to Derek Kavanagh, and this once again is what happened here. A hefty shoulder, down he went, and the player who's coming in to replace him is Fintan Gould, 5th sub for Cork.
Well, it was a fair ball to go for, just a straightforward collision, both players trying to challenge for the ball.
And it's Down who take the possession from the kick out, and once again it's McGinn. Gordon back towards Peter Fitzpatrick, well blocked by Aidan Walsh, playing his heart out in the middle of the field. Brannigan now, Conor McGinn once more. Down trying everything they know as we head into the 2 minutes of additional time, and a half a minute of that's already gone. But a Down goal can win this All-Ireland for them. She knows that much. You can be certain that Marty Clark does as well. He's checked with the linesman over there just to see how much is left, how much time. Just over 1 minute and 15. Kicked in. Fisted. The bar. It's a 1-point game. You wouldn't bet against a draw. Danny Hughes, his 3rd point, first of the second half, and it's 16 points to 15. From that line ball by Marty Clark, he got up highest, strongest, with determination, and fisted it over. And James McCartan's team's hopes live on.
That's a great score from Hughes. Typifies display all day, full of heart, full of conviction. Beautiful score. Anybody's game still.
What a day's football we've had at Croke Park, and here on the Sunday game live. The minor was great, and this senior game is another great game. Fintan Gould taking it down here, losing it, but the referee blows his whistle and gives the free for that foul against him. So it's going to be a free for Conor Coonahan's team. We've got about 20 seconds of the additional time still to play. Cork by just a point, 16-15, and they have the possession. Goulding, holding, kicking, little block on it. Keeper comes, and McVeigh comes out. His challenge is fouled. It's going to be a free to Down. They want to get the ball out. We've played the 2 minutes of additional time. Cork haven't won an All-Ireland for 20 years. Down trying to deny them. Down looking for possession. Is there another attack for them? Conor McGinn running into challenges. Conor McGinn trying to slip away from those challenges, and one back by Daniel Goulding. Goulding has scored 9 points in this All-Ireland final. He's fouled by Kevin McKernan, and that could be enough to seal victory for the men from the south. Ger O'Sullivan, one of the selectors, is out there to give a little bit of advice to the 24-year-old from Éire Óg, Cork's leading scorer in this year's championship, with 1 goal and 43 points in all. Both teams playing in their 8th matches. Only seconds to go. Has Conor Coonahan achieved as a manager what he achieved as a player? Cork, beaten in 2 of the last 3 All-Ireland finals, are tantalisingly close to crossing the line and taking the victory. Daniel Goulding to kick this. It's moving, travelling, going left. They wait for a whistle. There it is, and it's all over. And Cork are the All-Ireland football champions for 2010. Celebrations all around. They were behind by 3 points at half-time, but they showed character and resolve. They dipped deep into their reserves. They brought on the strong men like their captain Graham Canty, Nicholas Murphy, Derek Kavanagh and others. And Cork, well, it's a victory at last for the men from the south. Conor Coonahan can take the applause after the agony and the despair of losing 2 finals to Kerry. They eventually deliver a winning performance as Down's unbeaten record in finals is gone. Cork's character, their quality and their sheer determination ultimately proving decisive. And Conor Coonahan's got to talk with Marty Morrissey.
Class Graham, may I ask you to stay off the pitch on this historic day for both Cork and Down. We're going to be joined on the big screen, live on RT television on the Sunday game, by the winning All-Ireland manager, Conor Coonahan. Conor, put into words the way you feel, having lost 2 of the last 3 All-Irelands.
I suppose it says an awful lot about this team. There was an awful lot said about them, but they showed great courage and conviction over the years, and now they've got the reward. And I do hope other counties, the likes of Down and that, will take heart and know that failure is only the fuel for success. A great day to be a rebel!
Conor, you've always emphasised, Conor, that it was the squad, it was the 30 players. It proved it yet again today.
Yeah, absolutely. Every guy on the bench, you know, we fellas like Lynchy there didn't get a run today. Those guys have made it for the other guys. Fantastic.
Congratulations, Conor Coonahan. Daniel Goulding, score 9 points in the All-Ireland final 2010. What does it mean on behalf of the players to win the All-Ireland and bring home Sam?
It's unbelievable. I can't explain. We've been down for 3 years. Not good enough, and finally today we prove we're good enough. And it's just a tribute to all those fellas there they have to have.
What was said at half-time, because up to the end of the first half, you weren't playing great, but my God, you got it together in the second.
I suppose it was just work a small bit harder and Cam probably a bit jittery. But thankfully we knocked it down to it. We knew we could play football, fairness down, they tried the best. But just on the day it was unreal.
From here on, this Cork team will be viewed as All-Ireland champions. I'm sure it's going to be a wild week on the banks of the Lee. And then here, Rogan Ovens.
That's the plan anyway. Have a drive on.
Well done, Daniel Goulding.
Yes, a very delirious Daniel Goulding. So, the final score in this 2010 All-Ireland football final. Cork 16 points, down 15 points.
Thank you to Gerard Canning and to Martin Carney, and those are the faces of the vanquished Down players, but they put in a gallant summer and a gallant effort here today, and no doubt they will be back. But it's Cork's day here, fantastic scenes here at Croke Park, all around the field, and you know, you can say what you like about not allowing the players on the field and all that kind of stuff, but here we can see the Cork players enjoying the celebrations, able to go around to their supporters and the handshakes with the Down players, and that's nice to see as well. Joe Brodie, Colin Burke and Pat Spillane here with me in studio. Pat, as a Kerry man, I have no doubt you would like to congratulate your neighbours down there.
I would indeed, Michael. I've been teaching in Cork for the last 32 years. I know a lot of these fellas well. Yes. And I know the great work that they're doing for Gaelic football in West Cork.
One of the team you taught.
Alan O'Connor I taught. And I'm absolutely delighted. I'm delighted for the Cork management who came in, probably justifiably for a lot of criticism. Their key decisions today, putting Michael Shields on Coulter, putting Noel O'Leary on Marty Clark, worked well. We talked at the start of the game. I said Cork could win. Why would they? Because they tick boxes like physicality, experience. I said what Cork needed today to win the game was to move the ball quick and long and direct into that full forward line. The full forwards from Cork contributed 14 points. And can I also say, you know, I mean, people who've never All-Ireland medals and they said you deserve an All-Ireland medal. Well, I can say this, and can I just congratulate the likes of Graham Canty, the likes of Nicholas Murphy, the likes of Anthony Lynch, who've soldiered for years. But these are lads who've learned from experience, and they took that experience on board today, particularly in the second half.
They did, and they're about to receive the Sam Maguire from the Cork man.
Ar céad go tíos go bhfuil mo bhuíochas a Horton Gairan ar an cléthe Starbrá Sportóla bhí gwingin job. Ladies and gentlemen, could we happily congratulate Cork and Down for a wonderful, wonderful game of football. Could I on this occasion thank our wonderful sponsors, Ulster Bank, Super Value and Vodafone for their immense contribution to the promotion of our games. I know the mountain of born men will be bitterly disappointed. You've had a wonderful campaign. You should be very proud of your contribution to our Ireland champions, and I have no doubt it won't be long before you're back again. Well done, Down. But undoubtedly today belongs to the Rebels. I heartily congratulate Cork on the wonderful performance. They would say it's due, but you have to earn what's due, and they earned it today. Now it gives me great pleasure to bring Sam to be carried home by the lead to our outstanding captain, Graham Canty.
Christy Cooney hands over the Sam Maguire Cup to Graham Canty, Cork All-Ireland champions for the 7th time ever. What an ovation, what an afternoon for them, and they will be down at the Nemo Rangers ground in Cork on Wednesday playing against Nemo in the Gold Challenge, which deserves support. Noel O'Leary and all the rest will be bringing the Sam Maguire Cup first of all to Pana, and it'll be there tomorrow evening, you may be sure.
I'm honoured and delighted to accept this cup on behalf of this fine bunch of players. We suffered disappointment, heartache and a few more things along the last couple of years, but we showed true character and fair play to them to come back and try and win it here again today. I have to stop myself and first of all congratulate a very, very balanced Down team. They're outstanding today. They played football from the first minute to the 73rd or 4th minute. And never did they say die. They're an outstanding team and they have an outstanding future. I'd like to just offer 3 cheers for the Down team today. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! I'd like to start off with my thank yous. It takes an awful lot of time, an awful lot of work to prepare us. First of all, I suppose we have our clubs at home. That's all where we came from. But the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, we've had backroom staff who've been second to none. We have to start off with our selectors, Tyrone, Pat O'Healy, Jim Nolan and John O'Sullivan. But lads, our guiding light, our general and our chief is the one and only Conor Cunningham. Lads, what work that man and his family has done over the last 3 years is unreal. No stone is left unturned. He's never gone, he's never been, and he's always back again. I'd like to thank our sponsors, O2, led by Catherine Tyrone and our team. Our county board, they've been outstanding the last number of years, doing everything for this team that we wanted. I also have to congratulate our backroom team, starting with our medical team, led by Dr. Con and Conor Lane. Outstanding stuff, lads. We have 2 masseurs. We have Mick Carey, and we have Frank Hogan. The 2 men, they're like 2 extra selectors to us. Unreal stuff, lads. And lads, the fans, you stuck around, it's raining, you never gave up on us. We've come to the final hurdle a couple of times. We've come to the final hurdle a couple of times and we've faltered. But you've always stuck with us, especially our family, our wives, our partners. You're always there for us. Win, lose and draw, you're always there, and especially acknowledgement for you. Lads, I think I've thanked everyone. If I've forgotten anyone, I apologise. And I'd like to see everyone back in Cork tomorrow night. Lads, we've one man I forgot, our logistics man, Mick Curtin. Lads, you see that, the players all cheer. He's like a second forward to every one of us. He's unreal, he does everything for the team. Special round of applause for Mick. Thanks very much, lads, you see you back in Cork tomorrow night.
So the Sal Maguire Cup is heading back down to Cork. Well, they've had heartbreak years. We know about 07 and about 09 where they lost those 2 finals. Well, they've come good today. This has been a project which has been in the making for a number of years for all of these players. They've come good. They are the 2010 All-Ireland football champions.
Well, Sam Maguire was a Cork man himself, of course, from Dunmanway, and I have no doubt that the Cup is going to make a visit down there over the next couple of days or weeks. The rain is teeming down here, as you can see, at Croke Park, but none of the Cork players or their fans are going to feel that right now. It's a good feeling to be the All-Ireland champions. Colin Burke, I'm sure you want to add your congratulations to Cork and the performance that they put in the second half.
Absolutely, the gun was put to the Cork players' head. They were 4 points behind at one stage of the second half. I'm delighted, a bit like Pat, for the likes of Graham Canty and Nicholas Murphy and Anthony Lynch and Derek. Like, they've been proper warriors for Cork over a 10-year period.
And as you said at half-time, you may not be seeing some of them again.
Yes, and they can drift off into the sunset now. They have their All-Ireland and richly deserved. I'm delighted for them as individual and as player, and for Conor Cunningham, a proper football man as well as manager, modest, unassuming sort of fella. It's nice to see him getting a reward. But I said before the game, Cork needed heroes, and in fairness, they had the heroes today. Daniel Goulding was a hero, and Donnacha O'Connor, who I said at half time maybe should even be taken off, was brilliant in the second half. And Kieran Sheehan and men like that. And when Canty came on, it must have been a risk, but he brought a bit of composure to the Cork team. So, you know, the honours go where they deserve, but Down contributed richly to a fabulous sporting occasion and a great football contest.
They were transformed in the second half, and in fact, you know, eventually the sheer weight of possession in the second half they started to play. I thought they played excellently in the second half. It's the best half of football that they played.
You were writing them off at half time.
Well, I was a bit of a mischief in that, you know.
I know that, yes, but when
he was writing them off.
I can kind of see why you were, because tactically they were all over the place, but as Colin said, it needed heroes, and they had them.
Well, I think that, you know, they totally outplayed Down in the second half, and for a 12-minute spell when they outscored Down 7-1, I mean, they moved the ball along, they did all the things that we thought that they weren't going to do.
And they did.
And in fairness to them, you know, they do. You don't always get what you deserve, but they richly deserved that today. It was a great victory, and it'll bring great, because because they've had
that's
such terrible.
Croke Park here, a proud Cork woman, and obviously she's delighted.
No, that's her nephew.
Noel O'Leary.
Noel O'Leary's
her nephew.
And it's great to see Noel getting a medal. In fairness, we have put a few barbs into Noel at different times over the last few years. But one thing about him, you always get 100%, a completely wholehearted effort. At times today I actually thought he was unfairly treated with some of the tackles on Marty Clark, but he stuck at it, and now he can look back in an All-Ireland way.
We should make the point as well about Conor Conahan. It's been an incredible fortnight for Conor because he's been manager of the Cork team through a period when he lost his brother unfortunately last week, Pat, and so that's obviously been a difficult time.
It was indeed, and last year Pat O'Healy, another selector, lost his brother through tragic. Look, these are, that matches pale into significance when you talk about deaths and bereavements. But look, today was a day for leaders. I said in the last 15 minutes against Dublin, I saw signs that there was leadership and there was composure, and they had that in abundance in the second half. They had the experience, they've learned from the failures, and they had a subs bench that was much stronger to come on, and like I said, richly deserved.
Because the thing about this, Colin O'Rourke, it's not that Down rolled over or anything in the second half.
No.
Cork made the comeback, they brought the game back to level. Down twice brought the game back to them again.
Absolutely, but the sheer weight of possession, determined the outcome of the game. I think that the kickouts were won by Cork by something like 3-1.
Yeah.
A total domination in the middle third of the pitch. So despite the fact that you had Mark Poland sniping an odd point, and Daniel Hughes, who was marvellous all through, the weight of possession actually told me.
And I also...
Can we take a bit of credit as well? Because the one thing we've been harping on about this Cork team, particularly over the last couple of matches, that if they ditch their slow, ponderous build-up and move the ball quick and long into the full foul line, that they'd win the All-Ireland. Well, they took that on board today.
They did, and another thing that happened as well, and it just goes show you can never sort of plan these things.
I think it's stretching it a bit for us to take credit for it.
I'm going to take it anyway.
They brought on Graham Canty in the second half, right? Tony Davis was here with us. He wasn't sure was this a right move. He thought this was playing a psychological
two things, Michael. He provided leadership, but he brought that calming influence to the thing. And every time he was in possession, that Canty was in possession, he never wasted one single ball.
The key to it was that around the middle of the field, Down simply couldn't get their hands on the ball. I mean, Martin Clark didn't win a break with the ball all day. I mean, it was eventually just that overwhelming possession was converted, and in fairness to Cork, they did really start to play with a spring in their step in the second half, and things that I didn't think I'd see, like Donoghue O'Connor scoring marvellous points, and Daniel Goulding, in fairness, his frees were absolutely impeccable.
That's the Rock.
Dermot O'Sullivan, the Rock, of course, won his All-Irelands with the Cork Hurlers, and he's emotional as well.
And played full forward for the Cork footballers for 1 year as well.
That's great.
Maybe that's an explanation why they were struggling for a while.
In the end, too, what happened was Cork started to get at the weaknesses in the Down team. We did pinpoint beforehand. The down full back line was a bit of a problem. Dan Gordon was a converted midfielder, and Dan Gordon had a lot of trouble with Donoghue O'Connor in the second half, and Damien Rafferty was taken off. So the weaknesses in the down full back line were exposed through this sheer weight of possession that Cork had.
Also, I think that if in fairness, looking at the game in the first half, Cork should have been probably 4 or 5 points ahead, and once they started to convert that domination, I mean, I thought it was a more emphatic victory than the scoreline suggests, really.
And here's another thing I think we should mention, because as we know, the authorities here in Croke are determined to keep the crowd off the field as they did in the hurling final, the football final, and seeing the scenes that we're seeing here, and seeing something like Graham Canty able to go down to the supporters.
Michael,
yeah,
you're right. I would have been a critic, and I was a traditionalist, and say let the supporters on. But this is.
This is better, isn't it?
It is better,
Let's be honest.
It's a chance for the players.
Well, I totally disagree with you,
it's a chance for the players to deserve the accolades, to get the accolades they deserve, and a chance for the players to mingle amongst themselves and have a chat among them. They'll have plenty of time for meeting the families after.
There's an easy solution for all of this. After the initial euphoria, you can have a horseshoe of all the stewards that are there. Let the people on if they want after about 5 minutes. The GAA people will respond. They're very respectful and affectionate. They'll walk onto the pitch, and then the stewards can direct them to the various exits. I just think it looks weird to have 1,000 bouncers there in the GAA doing this for reasons that I can never understand. I mean, we're told
there's an argument each way, I guess.
I don't like those fences. It's sort of not part of GAA culture.
I'm sure if they get this across the line, the fences will come down.
Yeah, they will come down. The other thing about the fence down there, which I think people have been very critical of, is when it rains, it's almost impossible for people on the lower side of the hill to actually see the game. Right. So there's a bit of a mist on defence. I'd like to see defences coming down. I'd like to see give the players 5 or 10 minutes and then let the people stroll onto the pitch.
All right, well, most behind those fences were Cork supporters. I think they do realise Cork actually have won the All-Ireland at this stage. We're going to take a short break here in the programme. More on today's All-Ireland football final straight after that.
Super Value and the GAA Football All-Ireland Championship. Real local passion.
It's all change on RTE2 as the Den makes way for even more new children's programming. RTE Junior from 8:30 to 3:30 weekdays. A safe place full of fun and learning for the little ones. TRTE gives older children the very best in homegrown and international TV from 3:30 to 5:30 every weekday. And the experience continues online. RTE Junior and TRTE, unlocking the imagination. On TV, on digital radio, online.
Someone called some old supply. Some old supply.
They say it's what's underneath that counts. You just have to know where to look. Maybe you have to dig a little deeper. Strip it back. Smooth it out. Get below the surface. Filter it. They say it's what's underneath that counts. You just have to reveal it. Uniquely brewed Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered to reveal the extraordinary.
If you can make your mind up, we'll never get started.
Imagine if everything you wished for was delivered direct to your door. Littlewoods Ireland do just that, and with over 20,000 products to choose from, you might just get carried away. LittleWoodsIreland.ie, Ireland's leading online department store.
The new Winning Streak scratch card. Get 3 stars together and you could be on the new TV game show.
Sorry, I've actually just won €100,000 instantly.
Thanks guys, we'll take it from here.
Plus there's €500,000 top prize to be won every week on the TV game show.
Boy or girl, you won't be supporting your lot.
Ulster Bank, sponsors of the GAA Football Championship.
So then, Cork are the 2010 All-Ireland football champions after defeating Down by a single point. It finished Cork 16 points, Down 15. And are they happy down in Cork? Yes, they are. Let's hear from Cork's Graham Canty. He's talking to Marty Morrissey.
Thank you very much, Michael. Graham Canty, winning All-Ireland captain 2010. How does it feel? Because I'm sure you must have dreamt about it over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it feels great. I'm very honoured to be captain of a great bunch of lads. I think we've given the management kind of everything over the last number of years, and we were just lucky enough just to win by a point there against a very, very good downside.
What was it about the first half? Was it nerves, do you think, despite the fact that you've been here so many times, the pressure of trying to get over the line?
I'm not sure. I think we made a couple of mistakes, maybe kind of a few misplaced passes. We had a couple of chances as well, you know, we had a couple of goal chances. Lads went for it, you know, they were told to do, go for it. Just didn't come off, you know, the downkeeper. McVeigh had a great save at the start from Tyrone. You know, a couple of misplaced passes, but probably the intensity the Down were playing at. And we weren't matching it in the first half.
3 points down at the break. What was that dressing room like?
Things were pretty calm, you know, to be honest with you. Frank Hogan usually takes charge of it, and Frank is a very calm man, so you know that calmness kind of transfers onto the players. Lads knew we hadn't played all that well, you know, and Down are a very good side anyway. You're not gonna demolish a very good side like Down, and you know we knew we hadn't played well, but we knew also that we had to up it if we were to win All Ireland.
I said it to Conor out on the pitch after the match, but I'll say it to you again. I get the feeling that the squad again produced the goods, the depth of talent you have in the substitute bench.
Yeah, you know, we've a very good squad. We've strengthened it over the last number of years. It was good last year, and you know it's even small bit better even this year. You know, with the likes of Nicholas Murphy there to bring on. Nicky even got an injury, and Derek came on. Derek got injured. We're still able to replace them. You know, we've used that all year, and you know we've used our 15 against 15 games at home in training to strengthen each other and try and sharpen up each other. And we've done it over the last number of years, and you know it's just paid fruit, I think, today.
And what was the strategy in terms of yourself? Because I know obviously we all knew you were injured, you were extremely doubtful. Did you learn from the Henry Shefflin situation for the All-Ireland hurling final that you were going to not start?
No, not really. I think Henry's situation was a kind of a very different situation, and mine was just, you know, it was on its own really. You know, I'd missed too much football to be starting. You know, I hadn't played in a 15 against 15 last week, and that was the final nail in the coffin really. But you know, we have a great squad. You know, I didn't mind. I was very happy to take my place in the bench there beside, you know, a great panel of players. Like, you know, I was happy out on the bench. You know, just to be part of the whole setup.
Well, you're a great captain. Congratulations to you and to Cork. Well done. Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. I'm sure he wasn't all that happy on the bench. Every player wants to play, and it was, I suppose, important for him and nice for him that, as the captain, that he did make an important contribution in that second half.
Yeah, you wouldn't like to see a player like Graham Cantley, who's given a lot to the game, to be beaten continually in All-Ireland finals and All-Ireland semi-finals, because it would be a great regret that he'd have for the rest of his life. Now he's a new and a changed man, and in fairness, they used him well. I was saying at the start, you're better off with Cantley to use him for the last 10 minutes than risk him in the first 10 as they did against Dublin. So in fairness, Conor Coonahan did learn for some of the mistakes that were, and he did bring a bit of composure to the whole proceedings. He didn't try to do anything wild, he didn't make a charge up the field, but definitely the game was turning when he came on, and he further reinforced that change in the whole mood of the battle once he was on the pitch.
I did make the point to you before today's match that Cork, having been there last year, ask you, was that going to be important today in the sense that they've been through this last year?
Actually, so in a newspaper article today, someone was making the point that this is the third 3-foot putt they're taking on the same green. In other words, and the third time of asking that you'd have learned from the mistakes of the past, take them on board. Now, it's fine out to say model victories and we were close in the past, but last year they lacked the composure and the belief in the final 20 minutes when Kerry were there for the taking. So they've certainly taken on board. Look, they've won the league and championship double.
Yes.
They've been the most consistent team in Ireland over the last couple of years, and we can talk about systems and whatever like that, but they're the best team in the country, and deservedly so.
OK, now though, let's get the thoughts of the Down manager. That of course is James McCartney, and he's with Marty.
Thank you very much, Michael. James, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. Commiserations. It was very, very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was obviously only a point in the end. I suppose with 15 minutes to go, it looked as if Cork were going to pull away, but full credit to our guys. We're probably living on scraps a wee bit around the middle, and we managed to pull it back to one, but unfortunately wasn't enough.
You had a great first half. Were you confident enough at half time?
Well, we felt that we had a problem around the middle of the park, and even though we felt that the guys within there were working very hard, Cork were obviously getting a lot more clean possession, and so it was a case of nearly them catching it and us trying to take it off them, which isn't a great way to work, but it was what we were having to try and do. Ambrose wasn't an option for us today, so our options probably weren't what we would like them to have been, but full credit to Cork. They've been knocking on the door for 3 or 4 years, and don't think anybody begrudging their win, certainly not us.
It must be intimidating that when they take off Alan O'Connor to bring on Nicholas Murphy, when he gets injured they bring on Derek Kavanagh. It's a pretty impressive squad, isn't it, James?
Yeah, they're on mountains, all right. They're just walking beside them. Graham's just passed me. They're huge men, and they're physically very strong. And on the day they got the better of us around the middle.
You've had a great season. I know you don't feel like that now, but considering where you were and now where you're at, All-Ireland finalists, just beaten by a point, you must be very confident and very proud of your team.
Well, yeah, it would have been nice to push on. Probably, you know, the 6 All-Irelands out of 6 wouldn't have a great burn with me, but it would have been nice to have had a fitting tribute to the guys from 1960. We had been wearing their 1960 on our jersey all year, and it was there for a reason. I probably did try and play it down as much as I could, but we wanted to try and fulfil, probably personally on a personal note, because of the family ties back to then. But look, we just didn't manage it. But hopefully they'll feel that we've done something to try and lift their spirits.
Well, James McCarthy, and you've had a wonderful year as a manager in your first year. I think everybody should be proud of you. Well done. Good job. Back to you, Michael.
It would have been nice, of course, 4 down for that reason, the 1960 All-Ireland winning team with the Jubilee team here today. It doesn't work out like that, of course, Joe Bradley, but question is, will they be back next year?
Well, I mean, it's a bit like the Dubs, you know, a great effort with limited resources. I mean, a truly marvellous effort. And, you know, again, the point I was making this morning, that, you know, 12 months ago, if you'd watched them against Wicklow being beaten down there in the qualifiers, and someone had said to you, look, these boys will be in the All-Ireland final next year, they'll beat Kerry, they'll beat Kildare, and Cork will beat them by a point, you know, you would have said, well, I mean, you're ready for the sort of the lunatic asylum. And, you know, it's been a terrific job. They fell short today. They didn't have the all-round quality. They were completely demolished in midfield, which is what Cork have done to nearly every team they've played this year. And ultimately, that sort of, they were able to sort of smash and grab in the first half, but there's only so long that you can go on without at any stage getting any sort of superiority around the middle of the field. And eventually, you know, that coupled with the fact that Cork really did start to play like champions in the second half.
They did.
Really,
some of the important players, Colin, started to get some of the important scores, like Kerry and Donald O'Connor had a great second half. A couple of crucial scores that edged them ahead.
Absolutely beautiful points. And as well as that, I think Aidan Walsh did excellently for Cork all through the whole game. But
brilliant ball winner, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, in physical contact, the sheer size of the Cork team, and you know, Kerrigan hadn't a good game, but there he was brave. I think that the word I described most of the Cork forwards in the second half was brave, because you know, when you fail so often in the past, it would be easy to go into a shell. Kerrigan went through, kicked it over the bar, but you can see there was a lot of bad kicking too by Down. They give away possession, and here we had long ball into the full forward line, which we've been preaching of for quite a while. In there, not much to shoot at. Donald O'Connor,
great score,
right up into the air, beautiful point, and that was what the change, the metamorphosed into something different from the type of animals that they were the first half.
In a way, that those highlights highlight why Cork have won this year's All-Ireland, because for the last couple of years they came up short because their decision making was poor, they were taking the wrong options, and they had no leadership, no leaders. Today, when they got on the ball, they had fellas with leadership who were prepared to take a shot.
3 critical scores from earlier in that second half, Pat, that brought Cork back into it. Now, you know, edging ahead from those scores is one thing, but when you're behind and you need a bit of inspiration, here it came.
Yeah, Kieran Sheehan, who I thought played well as well. But what they were doing, as you can see, Michael, they were moving the ball quick and long and direct. But what Donald O'Connor did there is what a forward should do. When you get the ball, you turn and shoot. And that was an outstanding. His 3 points today, 1 in the first half and 2 in the second half, were superb points. And the same with Daniel Goulding. But like I said, what you were getting here was moving the ball quick and fast into the full forward line. The full forward showing well. And this wasn't an easy kick from Daniel Goulding. It was a very acute angle, and he took it very well.
That was a bit like Stephen O'Neill's famous point against the Dubs here under the floodlights. But I mean, this is an All-Ireland final. It was a magnificent score, and I think also that the fact that Donogh O'Connor in particular, who people have had question marks over, I mean, I heard it said in Down in the run-up to the final, he's got no middle, we'll be able to put him out of business. But the fact that he was able to do that, you know, was a signal for the rest of his teammates that today was the day.
Certainly was, and they took the signal, and so it's all over for another year in terms of the Football Championship. But we're not done with the events of the day just yet. Plenty of follow-up here on RTE Radio and television. Now, you can listen to Brian Carty's Championship special over on Radio 1 shortly. Now, Brian will be joined by a host of special guests as he reflects on the day's events here at Croke Park. At 6:30 this evening on RTE1 television, you can see the first programme in a new season of the popular show, Celebrity Bannister. And then later on tonight, back here on RTE2 television, Des Cahill will be in studio with a specially invited audience to look back over the championship year in football, reveal the choice of the team of the year, and also announce the man of the match from today's All-Ireland final. And in addition to all that, I will be at the Winners Hotel this evening as we join in the celebrations with the Cork team and their supporters. So we hope to see you then. But for now, from Croke Park, my thanks to, well, first of all, my thanks also, by the way, to Jerry Hayes, who is our manager of our outside broadcast here today, because Jerry, like me, Hullaborough Herty, is doing his last All-Ireland football final. Thanks also to Joe Brawley, Colin Warwick and Pat Spillane for their contribution, not just today, but all through the season. Hope to see you again at 9:30. In the meantime, bye-bye.
Dreamt of this moment, and now it can live forever.
Celebrity Body Store returns for a third series, and this year it's tougher than ever. 8 new celebrities take on the challenge of managing an intermediate GAA football team from their home county. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will be crowned champion? With new team challenges and 2 new mentors, success will be far from easy as the pride of the parish and the county is at stake. The all-new series of Celebrity Bannister tonight at 6:30 on RTE1.
Bleeding gums are one of the first signs of gum disease, the #1 cause of tooth loss. Corsidol mouthwash helps stop bleeding gums.
Plan early as you approach any roundabout. Always obey all local signs, road markings or traffic lights. Get into the correct lane early. If you are going left, take the left lane. If you are going right, take the right lane. If you are going straight ahead, take the left lane unless the signs tell you not to. And only signal to leave the roundabout after you have passed the exit before yours. See rulesoftheroad.ie for full details.
Welcome to Dagenham, a place where men are men.
My husband treats me like a fool.
And the women
Go on, Rita, give him out!
are only after one thing.
Equal pay. Everybody, out!
What if the minister says no deal?
Yeah, how will you cope then?
Cope? We're women. Now, don't ask such stupid questions.
Made in Dagenham.
Row, 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 row.
Powerade contains essential nutrients to provide fast and effective hydration. Powerade, sports kit for your insides.
So HD delivers when colour, texture and warmth are crucially important to the scene. Suddenly nature comes alive from the birds, the bees, the flowers, the fish. Watch the great white shark chase its prey off the Western Cape of South Africa. The subtle change in the grass as a golfer lined up a putt to win. The great grandeur of the desert. Wow, isn't that great?
Enjoy the widest range of HD channels when you switch to Ireland's favourite TV service. Sky. Believe in better.
made extra friends this summer. Catch up with them with up to 40% extra credit and keep your free calls and texts. Catch up with your top-up. Vodafone.
When you've got decisions to make, it's good to know you've got the best advice. With your own dedicated mortgage advisor, no one puts you in a better position to get the home that's right for you than Bank of Ireland. So, if you're a home buyer deciding where to start here.